Dino's Night Out on WRMN. It's the talk of the town, so come on and listen now. It's Dino's Night Out on WRMN 1410. Night Out on WRMN. It's the talk of the town, so come on and listen now. It's Dino's Night Out on WRMN 1410.
And hello, everybody. Welcome to Dino's Night Out. We're here 2 to 4 today. Going to have a great lineup of guests, but we're going to get started with what we always do. We talk about what's going on in the Fox River Valley. This show is, of course, brought to you by Rado Nesti with the Arcata Theater, oshows.com. So real quick, I'm going to try and hit the screen here. There we go. And we're going to talk about what's going on. Because this first guest you're going to want to, I'm going to tell you who it is. It's Johnny Lyons. He's going to be here performing right here in Elgin, down the block on Douglas at Danny's Pizza this evening. I believe he's going to be performing. He'll tell you about it. But you're going to want to meet this guy, another young talent that you just, unbelievable, the talent that he has. But we'll get to that in just a few short moments. I just couldn't wait to tell everybody who was going to be here. So here's what's going on at the Arcata Theater tonight. That's February the 21st. 8 o'clock show. They got the Sons of Cream. It's the music of Eric Clapton, Ginger Baker, and Jack Bruce. They're celebrating the legendary music of their fathers. Ginger's son, Kofi Baker, and Jack's son, Malcolm Bruce, are joined by Ginger's grandnephew, Rob Johnson. That's a lot of family there. But anyhow, it's a great band. They're going to be putting on some great music. They're not just your basic cover band. It's got heart behind it because it's family. And then over there at the Des Plaines Theater, which is on Minor Street, 1476 Minor, you've got CTA. That's the California Transit Authority. With Danny Seraphin, the original drummer, they say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. And it's evidenced by all the Chicago cover bands out there. You know, why settle for the imitation when you could have the real deal? And they're going to have a special guest, Dennis Stefano of the Buckinghams. And we're going to move right over to Saturday, over at the Arcata. Yeah. Johnny's looking at me like, does this guy know what he's doing on here? No, not all the time, but I try. All right, where we at? Arcata Theater, Saturday. What they have going on, they have Icons of Country, the hottest country tribute show on earth. 3 artists, 1 stage, 1 night. Hear them all. You're going to love it. Favorite songs from Luke Bryan, Jason Alden, and Miranda Lambert. An amazing night of country music. And if you want a little something different, they got the Windy City Elvis, the tribute artist competition. And that's at the Des Plaines Theater. And that starts at 8 o'clock. There's a $3,500 cash prize. So, and I guess they get the King of the Windy City Championship belt. That's probably worth more than the prize if you're any type of a stylist that wants to show your piece about Elvis. So enough of that. We're going to get right into the show here today. And I want to introduce our first guest, and that would be Johnny Lyons. Johnny, welcome to the show. How are you, sir? I couldn't be any better. There we got you up. All right. Yeah. So tell us, where you're playing at first. Let's let everybody know what you're doing.
Sure. Well, tonight we're over at Danny's Pizza. Danny's on Douglas, downtown Elgin here, 8 to 11 p.m. with the full band, Johnny Lyons and the Pride. Next couple of days, tomorrow I'm at a new place up in Libertyville, Impact Fuel Rooms. That'll be fun to check out. Well, that's actually not tomorrow. That's Sunday. Tomorrow's a corporate event, but that's what we got for this weekend.
Oh, beautiful. And you've been together with this band for how long?
We've been together since, I think, 2019. So, good while now.
Yeah, it sounds like it's been just a bit. And you got into music, going off of, you try and do as best research as you can. But once you're in the studio, I usually find, better questions they ask you. But, I understand that you write your own music. And I even saw on your website, why don't you tell everybody your website real quick?
Oh, sure. It's jlionsmusic.com. We got our full schedule up there, all sorts of things that we do, and, pictures and bios and all that jazz at jlionsmusic.com. It's always where I like to direct people to go if they're looking to find a show.
And it's Lions, J, obviously the letter J, Lions, L-Y.
Lyons.
O-N-S.
Music.
Music.com.
Yes, sir.
And when I clicked onto it, I saw a lot of the music that was on there. And am I to understand those are all your original?
The ones posted on the homepage there
Yes.
are all original, yes.
Yeah, that's some good music.
Thank you kindly.
I mean, really good music. I was trying to figure out, well, who is that? And where's that one covered from? But that's no cover. That's you.
Indeed.
Yeah, I like that. That was really something. But and you cover variety like 50s, 60s, 70s, and even R&B with the Motown, right?
Indeed.
Well, obviously 50s, 60s, maybe your favorite.
I shouldn't. It's kind of where we started our focus, just because I kind of had the shtick going. But
Sure.
If I really had to pick a favorite, I tend to gravitate towards the soul music,
Do you really?
like the Ray Charles and Sam Cooke's, Otis Reddings of the world.
It's got the feeling, right?
Yeah,
It's got that oomph in it.
I naturally tend to sing soulfully as well, so it certainly like it. But I mean, 50s, 60s rock and roll is hard to beat as well.
Well, you certainly have that look. I mean, you got that Elvis look going on, and that was
Indeed.
originally what you were doing.
Yeah, I started as a tribute artist. I was 14 years old. I actually started doing Johnny Cash first, and started doing Elvis when I was about 17. And so, yeah, when I started in the tribute world, I actually secured a lead in a Johnny Cash tribute band called June's Got the Cash, and that's when I dyed my hair black and started doing the pompadour full time. But now it's back to red. Trying not to be the Elvis guy all the time, but still got the pompadour.
You give us a thank you very much.
You can go over to the Displays Theater.
Yeah, everybody thinks they're Elvis. They always want to do thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. No, that's great. You come from a background as far as entertainment goes?
Yeah, so my family, both my mom and dad were in music to some degree, at least. My dad fronted a rock band started in the 80s and throughout my childhood, mostly a wedding band called Montage. And I grew up with rehearsals in the basement, played a lot of the same music we do in our band today. So that's cool. My mom was in musical theater, so I grew up in the theater a little bit as well, and she actually joined the band later on singing harmonies and some duets and some solo pieces as well. So that's kind of the musical background. My dad's actually, he does an Elvis thing now. And that's actually, he helped pull me into that tribute world. He does a 70s Elvis thing today, and he's got his own band as well.
Doing pretty well?
Yeah.
Nice. So you always been into this showbiz. It says that even like when you were doing the ABCs, you had them banging out like some kind of a song. Is that?
Yes. My original rendition of the ABCs was terribly inaccurate, but, you could see I always had the passion for singing.
Well, you were harmonizing. That's all. You were turning it into harmony. And you started out, from there, and then you had your own. At age 10, you had started playing, I guess, the drums. Was that true?
Yes. I started. I was in a marching band, jazz band, all that stuff in school, but I also was in a kind of a grunge rock band was originally called Blackout, and then it was the Smoking Revolvers was the longest title, longest amount of time.
Yeah.
And then it changed to Plume again. It was fun. Got me used to live performance.
Yeah, you felt right at home on the stage, huh?
I did.
You still enjoying that?
Of course. Couldn't imagine anything else.
You know, I understand your father being in this and everything else, and I ask everybody that comes on, who was like your motivation or your that said, you know what, this is what I want to do.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously parental influence, but I lost my uncle Johnny, and that's part of the reason why I shortened my name from Jonathan to Johnny. He's also no H, just like me, but he was always extremely supportive of anything musical. Always tried to get me up on stage whenever he had the opportunity, and I lost him unfortunately. Age 52, he choked on a piece of steak,
No, gosh.
and that was when I was kind of really getting into the music thing, and so a little bit of a tribute to him as well.
Yeah, well, sorry to hear about your uncle, but how cool is that? You make your name Johnny just to
Yeah,
keep
yeah,
your
keep
keep
him
your
alive.
uncle alive within your heart and your spirit. That's always good. I always tell people that's how you keep someone's spirit alive. Always speak them on your tongue and have something to say
Mhm.
good about them. And obviously, you have a lot of good things to say about them.
He was a
And
great guy.
yeah, and you play a lot of different musical instruments. What do you play?
Yeah, obviously the drums. I started. Well, I was at a piano in the house growing up, so I had that to screw around with, but I never really took official lessons. If you put sheet music in front of me, I'd take a while plunking it out, but to play a little bit of piano.
You bang on the ivories like Jerry Lee?
I've tried here and there. I'm not quite the same,
Oh
but
my God! That you ever see how he really gets
oh
into
yeah,
that thing? I
oh
mean,
yeah.
how can he keep track of where
I
he's
was
at?
good friends with Lance Lipinski, who was Jerry Lee Lewis in the Million Dollar Quartet for 6 years, and
Oh, neat.
actually met him at the Arcada Theater, and he's a good friend of mine now, and he's always banging on that
That's
thing
something
like
how they
Jerry
do it,
Lee.
isn't it?
I
Well,
sometimes
likewise. I mean, just the way I watched you play, the guitar and everything else, and how you can make the vocals and your hand go the right
sure,
way to
yeah.
play the right notes is really something.
I've
That's a
definitely
gift.
drawn off of the energy of Jerry Lee myself too.
Yeah.
Not necessarily on a keyboard, but like that rock and roll wild energy.
Yeah,
is
that
something
wild
I
man,
try.
huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's great. Hey, listen, everybody, we're talking right now. Johnny Lyons, and Johnny Lyons has got a great band put together, and I'm going to show some of these pictures over here. Let me get to my screen, and there we are. Yep, Johnny Lyons and the Pride. That's the name of the actual group that he has, and he has some great pieces. And if you go to
JLionsMusic.com.
jlyonsmusic.com, you would be able to hear some of the cuts that he's made himself, all by himself. So, that's kind of cool. And one of the places he's going to be at again, and that's going to be this tonight, this Friday, 8 o'clock show, 8 to 11. Danny's on Douglas. That's right down the block from us. So you definitely want to get over there. You may want to call him, get a phone call in ahead of time, because I know the place is going to pack up. But you want to talk with John, you have a little question for Johnny, give us a call at 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. And we're going to be back in just a few short moments.
A full-blown concert, we bring out the best in every musician, no matter their level. Join the School of Rock Elgin family today, where music isn't just learned, it's lived. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up for a free trial. We start pre-enrollments in January, targeting mid-February opening. Unleash your inner rock star. The First Shift is the go-to show for movers and shakers of the Fox River Valley.
This is Mayor Mike from Hampshire. People always ask me how I find the time to listen to Marky B on the first shift. And the obvious answer is when I've got nothing better to do. If you've got nothing better to do, try listening in from 6 to 10 a.m. weekdays on the Voice of the Valley, 1410 a.m. WRMN. I can't believe I'm actually recording this. Man, I feel bad for this guy.
Catch it weekday mornings from 6 until 10 a.m. right here on WRMN.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Jannard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and shared its overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hello, and we are back to Dino's Night Out. Sitting here with Johnny Lyons. And Johnny Lyons is going to give us a little more background about where he's been, what type of places he's performed at, which is his favorite place. You know, the stuff we always ask the listeners want to know. And again, those of you listening want to call in, 847-931-1410. Give us a call over here. You got any type of stuff, any kind of questions you want to ask? But go ahead, Johnny. We started talking while we were on break, and a lot of people like to know, like, you know, what type of places have you played at? Which was maybe your favorite? So go ahead.
2 years in a row was the Minnesota State Fair. That was they'll treat you like royalty up there, which is cool, and we've had a lot of things actually kind of blossom from that as well, through different agencies that, you know, just connections we've made up there. And you know, it's always fun to play in front of thousands of people, and
It's got to be a rush, man.
it is. And he's hooked me up with another agency out of Nashville, and he's putting us all over the world, different theaters. Our next one with him is in Nebraska, and that's actually coming up over St. Patrick's Day weekend. So, you know, some of those bigger theaters and such that you know, makes you feel like you're doing something right.
Yeah, right. And how about like the smaller venues? Because
Sure.
you know, talking with a lot of the you know, different performers that we've had come in here, they say, yeah, they like that big crowd. It's like you say, it's like, man, look at that.
Yeah.
A couple thousand people here to listen to me sing, and that's got to feel good.
It
You know,
does,
It's
actually.
test to your abilities. But you know, the little intimate ones too. Those have a little bit of a spot for you.
Absolutely. And I do a lot of solo stuff too, where he really gets intimate, and I'll just, you know, take requests from the audience, try a bunch of different stuff, and you know, you can really connect with people that way. But it's a lot of local places that we enjoy playing. We play the Club Arcata usually once a month. That's fun there. A good one out in Burr Ridge, Johnny Cabs, and that's one of our favorites. Small club, but really neat place. You know,
And Douglas over here, we go Danny's.
I was just going to say.
I mean,
yeah,
it's not the biggest place in the world, but
Right.
man, you could pack a lot of people in there.
yeah, there's definitely room.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun there. We always have a good time. And
I've seen a couple different show bands over there already.
Mm-hmm.
You know, first when I went there, I saw the stage. I was like, wow, what's the stage for? You know.
yeah,
And then I realized that they're having all these different bands come.
yeah, it's a nice little setup there.
Yeah, they do have a nice one, don't they? So what do you have on the show list for tonight over there?
We'll do all sorts of stuff, but usual shtick of a lot of old time rock and roll, soul, blues, a little country, and a little original stuff. And you know, we'll certainly give it our all and put on a show for people.
And I'm putting up here as well while we're talking. Those of you watching on the YouTube, you're going to be where after Danny's Pizza. You're going to the Impact Fuel Room in Libertyville.
Yeah, that'll be a new one for us.
Okay, and then Venuti's right there in Addison on Lake Street.
Yeah, that's once,
right by my house. Yeah.
once a month. Every first Thursday of the month we'll be there.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I'll have to start coming here a
with
little
I
more
think
often.
the exception of April because I had
Nice.
something going on. But
And then you're at Carroll Stream at the Manhattans. That's on the when is that?
it's 8th, I think.
Yeah, that's coming up, or past rather. You had that as well. Johnny Cabs you got in Burr Ridge, and then you go into Midwest Theater.
Yep, that's the Nebraska one.
That's kind of neat, huh?
Yeah,
Is that big theater or what type of?
looks
place
like
is
it.
that?
I've never been there, but
Yeah?
I've seen some pictures and it looks like a fairly large place.
How do you get all these invites for all these different places, all these other cities and states? It looks like I'm looking at the variety that you have. There's quite a variety here.
Yeah, usually it's an agency of some sort. If they're pulling you out of state, they'll put you up on their website and pitch you to different venues, and if they like what they see, then make your way out to Nebraska or wherever else.
Yeah, well, that's good stuff. You enjoying going to the different?
Yeah, I like going out, seeing the world, and exploring new places and playing to new crowds. I don't, you could expose them to what you do.
You get to be like Jerry Lee when you're out on the road a little bit.
I suppose.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to hear. Family man, are you? I never asked about that.
Yeah, so I live with my girlfriend and her 12-year-old son.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, you better behave then.
Yes, indeed.
At least on the air. Yeah, make sure she. No, I'm only teasing you. I'm sure that you're a gentleman all the time. No, that's great. I mean, like I said, if they haven't been to the website, they got to get to that website. Hear your music. You're right here local. You're going to be at, hello. It'll come to me in a second. Danny's on Douglas, and it's just right down the block, everybody, right on the corner. So you don't want to miss him. He's got a great, great show. And give us a call at 847, and we have a call, 847-931-1410. So here we go. And you're on the air with us. Go ahead. Who do we have calling?
How you doing? My name's Armand. So I just had a couple of real quick questions. You had mentioned, we saw you quite a few times. Actually, you do a really great show, and it's always a pleasure to see it. Johnny, but you were mentioning you were going to do a Christmas album or something similar to that, or
Yes.
a holiday?
Yeah, we actually just came out with it. So it's, I think, a 10-track album. We just released it this December. So that is available. We don't have a digital copy available right now, but it's something I can do because I have the sticks, USB sticks prepared for that. But otherwise, we have physical copies available at all the
Great.
shows.
Okay, at the shows. Okay, that's good to hear. And then, were you planning on playing this year at the Rock House or the Arcada that you know of?
So the Arcada Theater will be upstairs once a month, except I think next month. So I think we're there April 12th, I want to say next. And we're also doing a big multi-band show on the main stage. That's Sunday. It's in, I think, June. Yeah, June 22nd will be in the main stage as well.
Great. Well, thank you very much, and your music's great, so we'll keep following.
Thank you kindly.
Take care.
Thanks for calling.
Armand, thank you for your call. Listen, this is Dino's Night Out. We're going to have to take that bottom of the hour hard break. So please stay tuned. And when you come back, we're going to get Johnny to play a little song right here live in the studio.
This is WRMN News.
I'm Marky B reporting. 2 firefighters suffered minor injuries and a cat died in a house fire Thursday night in West Dundee. Firefighters were called to the split-level single-family house on the 600 block of South 7th Street just after 9 p.m. for a report of a fire in a bathroom. By the time firefighters arrived, the fire had extended through the roof of the home. The residents were able to safely escape the house before firefighters arrived. Firefighters were able to rescue 2 dogs and a snake, but a family cat died. 2 firefighters suffered minor injuries and were treated at the scene and released. The cause of the fire remains under investigation, according to fire officials. The house sustained an estimated $200,000 in damage and was rendered uninhabitable. Well, maybe it's time to fly away. American Airlines is offering Winter Challenge travelers more flights and destinations from O'Hare International Airport. The carrier is debuting new direct service to Honolulu this winter and boosting departures from Chicago by 22%. Here's a look at the American enhancements to its O'Hare roster in 2025. Overall, the carrier will operate up to 480 flights a day from O'Hare, representing a 22% increase from 2024. Nonstop trips include Naples, Italy, beginning this summer. American is flying to 9 new cities from O'Hare this year, including Madrid, Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada. 10 daily flights to popular European hubs will be offered as well, including 3 to London's Heathrow Airport. And for travelers eager to explore the great American outdoors, American Airlines is adding flights to Bismarck, North Dakota, Boise, Idaho, and Colorado Springs, Colorado. I'm Marky B on the Talk of the Town.
Produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network. Are you 18 to 24 looking for a hands-on job leading to a career? Have you considered manufacturing? BCS, Business and Career Services, can help. The Manufacturing Careers Internship Program helps you gain work experience while earning money. You will obtain OSHA safety and forklift certifications. At BCS, there's also job placement and retention support. All services are free. BCS has locations in Cook and Kane County. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org or call 224-545-0765. BCS, strengthening communities, building careers. Accepting applications now. 224-545-0765.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 28, with temperatures falling to around 23. Tonight, mostly clear with a low around 10. It feels like -3. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 32, with temperatures falling to around 28. It feels like -2. Currently, it is 26 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Hey, and we're back. Tito's Night Out. 1410 AM, WRMN. That's what you're listening to. And we are lucky to have a great studio guest, Johnny Lyons. That's who's in the studio today. And as promised, I got Johnny to grab the guitar out of his car. And he's going to play us a little bit of a song or two, which is going to be neat as heck. So tell us, what kind of song you're going to play for us?
Do one off of our record, Little Something Something. It's one that I wrote about 3 in the morning. It was kind of a last-minute thing. It was going to be a 15-track record, and decided I kind of like this, and it came together all in one night. I'm throwing it on the record.
Beautiful.
Track I called A Lonely Prayer.
And this is your own?
Yes.
Your own making. Okay, here we go. Johnny Lyons, everybody.
Well, I said a prayer late last night. I said, oh my God, I know I ain't always done right. So take my money, take it all, fill me with strife. Oh, but please, don't you take her from my life. Well, I start doing better. I start doing right. Find myself and then help others find the light. say the Our Father every night. Oh, but please, please don't you take her from my life. 'Cause she'll help me through the stormy weather. She'll make everything feel alright. Lord, and she'll help me put myself back together. When every other part of me it just ain't right. So we'll start doing better. I'm gonna start doing right. I find myself and then help others find the light. Yes, so take my money, take my house, my shelter, my pride. Oh, but please, please don't you take her from my life. Oh, no, no, I'm begging you. So don't you take her from my life.
There you go. Hey, that was pretty darn amazing, Johnny. That was great. Johnny Lyons, everybody. And that's a beautiful song. What's the name of that song?
Lonely Prayer.
The Lonely Prayer. Ain't nothing lonely about that. We got a phone call in.
Awesome.
So you got somebody else. We woke them up. So hold on. Let's get this caller. Hello, caller. Go ahead. Who we got on the line?
Hey, it's George Rollinson, and you did not wake me up. I've been awake for this entire interview. Very, very good and enlightening. And Johnny, I have a couple of quick questions. And I know you've transitioned away from the musical tribute aspect of Johnny Cash and Elvis.
Right.
But I'm just interested in how you put that together, because I know, and the reason I ask more than anything, Johnny, is that not too long ago I saw $1 Million Quartet, which is, of course, that famous night when Elvis and Johnny Cash and Carl Perkins got together, and Jerry Lee Lewis got together at Sun Studio. Mm-hmm. But it's more than just pretending or sounding like Johnny Cash or Elvis. I'm sure there's a lot more that goes into it. You got to channel the essence of that artist. And how do you do that? You got to do your research, I'm sure. Are you studying film footage? Are you, how's that whole thing go?
So, yeah, there's definitely a lot of film footage. For me, when I first did my first Johnny Cashing, was, like I said, 14 years old. My dad just kind of wanted to throw me in with his show. And I didn't know how to play guitar, and I threw on a wig and just playing the track music, pretending, and it looked awful. And so, because it was on film, and so first to study my own film, go, gosh, that needs to change. That's actually why I took up guitar lessons, was to make it more believable on stage, doing the Johnny Cash thing. But you study a lot of film. Once you start making progress, it's best never to just become content with it and say, good enough, and you study. I mean, I've always had kind of a knack for imitating a certain kind of voice, so that part came fairly naturally. But, I mean, like Johnny Cash moved around on the neck a lot like this, and a lot of shoulder movements and lifting the guitar up and, certain things like that, you find studying film and then going in front of a mirror. Or I had an old tube television down in the basement in my parents' place when I was starting this stuff, and it was all kind of like a fisheye, and you could see the whole body, and I was, trying to looking at what I was doing and in the reflection and trying to emulate that to the best of my ability, but certainly a lot of film.
Yeah, how very cool. Did you see, I'm sure you've seen the movie Walk the Line with Joaquin Phoenix and Johnny Cash. He was great, right? Yeah, I mean, I think he should have probably just let Johnny Cash sing it, but I think he did a great job. Overall. Yeah. Well, I actually, while Dean was on break, thanks to his prompting, I listened to a couple of your songs off of Something Something. You've got a terrific voice, and so happy. I won't be able to see you tonight, but I can promise you this. I know you said you'll be at the Arcada, and we love Ron Onesti. So
Of course.
I'll talk to Dana. Maybe we could put a little group together and come and see you in April.
I'd love to see you there. Thank you.
Continued good luck, my friend. You're great.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for calling in, George. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah, George and I go a lot of different places. In fact, we're going to see Vito Zotto this weekend.
Hey, I know Vito.
Yeah, good guy, isn't he?
Indeed.
Yeah, we're going to go see him. He's going to be at the Cruisin', and that's Saturday.
Is that the one in Pingree Grove? Or the Gilbert's?
Gilbert's.
Gilbert's, yeah. That's right where I live.
Oh, do you live out that way?
Yeah.
So, I was trying to catch, too, you have a little bit of sometimes you have a little bit of an accent, but now I'm hearing because, you're able to emulate these different voices.
Yeah.
What is it that are you from the South at all?
You know what, I'm not, but I started, it definitely came from putting on the Johnny Cash
That has to,
and
sure.
Elvis for so long. It just kind of worked its way naturally into my own speech. I don't necessarily try to put it on, but no, I'm from around here, not from the South.
Born and raised in the area, really?
Yep.
Fox River Valley, Gilbert's guy all along.
Well, I was Streamwood first, then Elgin,
Okay.
and now I live in Pingree Grove.
Pingree Grove, nice. Excellent. Well, that's great. Well, that's our Fox River Valley. Each one of them towns, that's our listening area, too. Anybody listening, listen, don't miss a chance. You want to talk to Johnny Lyons, call in right now, WRMN. It's 847-931-1410. That's our number here, 847-931-1410. I think we're going to talk him into maybe another song in just a few moments. But, you were saying emulating the different sounds. You got your uncle's memory with you and keeping it with you. You've got your mother and father, you said both?
Yes.
Yeah. And, this is what got you into the business.
Yeah.
Do you see this like,
Long term?
long term? You planning?
I do, yeah. I mean, I intend to make it work as long as I can.
Do you like the performing part, or do you want to get into maybe, like a lot of people, they want to do the performing for a little bit, bouncing around from spot to spot could be a little rough.
Right.
They want to get into like maybe produce and then maybe finding their own talent that's out there.
Potentially. Certainly if it comes to a point where, aging and it gets tougher. But I'd like to perform as long as I can. It's definitely in my blood. And if not, the other, at least recording, putting the music out there. If you get it on a good label and, you get royalties and such, I could see that. I'd like to be involved to some capacity.
You're young, so you got a lot of years ahead of you.
Yeah,
Before you start, structuring any type of. But it's never, you always got to start thinking of that. And I'm looking at, again, on that schedule that you got, all the places that you're going to be. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 or 5 different states, much less cities that you're going to be into. So that's got to make you feel good.
Yeah.
And you're getting the calls that go to these and good sized venues, a couple thousand people. At the Nebraska, is that what you said?
It was up in Minnesota. State Fair,
I had Nebraska, Minnesota.
Also got
It's out west.
Yeah. Remember we opened for Justin Moore last minute, the day of. Somebody got sick for the Walworth County Fair too, and that was I think 5,000 people out there, and that was cool. We actually got a standing ovation from it being an opening act, and they said that's never happened. So
I had the
cool.
camera on you. Nobody saw, but I was standing on that last song that you did. That was a great job. That's sincerely. That was awesome. So what do you think? What's another song you could share with our listeners?
Sure.
We could coax them into calling here.
Let's see. Here's one that just co-wrote with guitar player Bart Alonzo.
You can take them off. It makes you.
Yeah, all right.
Your sound check's okay now.
There's a song about being drunk.
Yeah, we can all relate. I can.
Ooh. It was like this. Well, here I am, hammered drunk, and I don't know where I am. And I damn sure don't know what I'm supposed to do. Well, so here I am, hammered drunk, but I know one thing's for sure. My very worst idea was calling you. Well, I know why you left me, and I know why we're done. All my friends tell me to move on, go on, have fun. So I headed out to the usual place. By the time I close my eyes, I see your face. So here I am, a hammered drunk. I don't know where I am, and I damn sure don't know the hell I'm supposed to do. Yeah, so here I am, a hammered drunk, but I know one thing's for sure. My very worst idea was calling you. Somebody send me an Uber to my location, 'cause I'm here at the corner of confused and complete inebriation. Yeah, so here I am, a hammered drunk. I don't know where I am, and I damn sure don't know what I'm supposed to do. Oh, so here I am, a hammered drunk. I know one thing's for sure. My very worst idea was calling you. Well, I can't turn around now and undo the things that I've said, but it sure comes to bite me each time I lay down in this empty bed. That bottle sure didn't help me until you by my side. But when that pain creeps in, it's still my favorite place to hide. So here I am, a hammered drunk, and I don't know where I am, and I damn sure don't know what I'm supposed to do. Oh, so here I am, a hammered drunk, but I know one thing's for sure. My very worst idea was calling you. Oh, my very worst idea was calling you. This thing fell out of tune again.
That's okay. So that was hammered.
Yes, sir. It was hammered.
That was a good job. That's another
original. Yeah, one's not recorded
song
yet, but one we just wrote.
That was pretty darn awesome.
Thank you.
You know, you folks got to get out there. Got to get over to Danny's Pizza tonight on Douglas. Danny's on Douglas right here in Elgin. He's going to be 8 o'clock to 11 o'clock. I don't know. You're going to get a seat because, you know, Armando called earlier. George could always hear somebody when they've got talent, and he's always got a good ear for that. And I'm seeing it live, so there's a bell ringer. That's the applause because they didn't see me standing before. So really, Johnny, I can't tell you how impressed we are with your performances, and how cool is that we're able to have it right here in the studio with us. You know, it's really good, really, really good. And you know, so you know, we talked about it. You're bouncing around place to place, and I get you got the family thing. Do they travel along with you when they can?
Not usually.
Yeah.
Sometimes my girlfriend will come with me if it sounds exciting enough.
Yeah.
But we've also had her son come up to like the Minnesota State Fair and things like that, and so here and there, and it's always fun to have them along when we can.
Sure. You know, and when you're playing the different the venues and you're doing like, do you do just like a set, like a Johnny Cash, like the whole show is all about Johnny Cash or all about Elvis?
Do we offer something like that?
Yeah. Do you do something like that?
Yeah, here and there. We charge a premium to do a tribute, but and usually sometimes we'll change up the bandmates. For doing an Elvis thing, we'll get a keyboard player in there, make it a 6-piece. doing a Johnny Cash thing, sometimes I use my old bass player who plays an upright.
Yeah, I saw the big white one.
Yeah. Zach Lentino. But Lowell Todd, our regular guy, is
It's on the bottom right of your screen right now. Of those of you watching with the YouTube, it's they call upright bass, correct? Stand up bass.
upright, stand up.
And it's got that boom, 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 boom.
It's got that slap.
Boom,
too.
boom, boom.
It's
Oh, it's got that slap
definitely
piece.
the,
Yeah.
That old clickety clack Johnny Cash sound. It's
Neat.
definitely comes through with that. But since we've had a little Lowell, our new guy on the bass, he plays electric, but you don't lose anything with him on electric. He's incredible.
Really. And then the band. Tell us a little about the Pride. What makes up the Pride?
Sure.
Other than your inner stuff, we get that. But
Right. Yeah. Well, it's a 5-piece band typically, and it was me and my guitar player Bart kind of started it, and he's the only other founding member. It's all changed since that. But the drummer is actually Bart's son. He used to play in the Belvederes. Unfortunately, aren't playing anymore. But it was fortunate for me because I needed a drummer at that point in time, and we stole him. He's great. We have, like I said, Lowell Todd on the bass guitar and Maxwell Metter on the saxophones. We got him playing tenor, alto, and baritone, and little flute here and there, and sometimes a keyboard if it's already on stage.
yeah.
But plus all sorts of rock and roll, soul, blues, country, original stuff, and try to be a show band, keep it interesting, not only on the ears but the eyes, and it's kind of what we do.
And you do it well, I tell you. If this is a little preview to everything, and what I've seen, again, everything I saw was on the website. You could count on I'll get up to the Arcata and catch one of your shows moving on.
It'd be fun.
You know, and you mentioned something, your drummer, and who else is their father and son?
Yeah, so the guitar player is my drummer's dad.
I'm sure you heard of Deacon Frost from the area. Terry and Taylor. Taylor's the drummer and Terry's the lead
Nice.
guy. Yeah, and they were on here last week or week before. Oh, they were here not too long ago. They opened for us. We do a thing, America First Responders at the radio station.
Mm-hmm.
That's our, try to be our philanthropic arm, so to speak. And we give back to all the first responders, starting with our military, police, fire, medical, you name it. Everybody's involved, even your public works, the people that are out there, serving each and every one of us so we can stay safe. And Terry always opens up for us.
Nice.
And I'm going to have Mark Bialik is the one that started all of that. It was Back to Blue in the beginning, and then we transitioned into this, the America First Responders thing. So he does the playlist. So we're going to have to talk to you maybe about, see if you're available.
For sure.
On our event that's going to be coming up this summer. So that's wonderful. We're looking really forward to that.
Absolutely. Actually, people talk about the tributes, what I still do, here and there. Oftentimes when I am doing a tribute, it's I actually get to play with my father still. That's cool. And, he'll do an Elvis thing, and I'll either do Johnny Cash or we have another show called Elvis Through the Years, and got to shave and do the hair again. But
that's okay.
Every once in a while, it's fun to be able to perform with your parents as well.
That's got to be neat, huh?
Yeah.
God, I could imagine that would be really, really something. Well, yeah, you put together a piece and a half over here. How about something that's, your own stuff, let me tell you, is great, but give us a little rendition of something that, I don't know, little Johnny. Do some kind of Johnny Cash. He's one of my favorites. Anything you pick is good. Everyone's going to love it. And folks, listen, you want to ask any questions of Johnny Lyons? He's right here live in our studio, and you can call him and talk to him. 847-931-1410. 847-931-1410. So I think we got time for another song.
Yeah.
There you go.
Let's see. Well, I was toting my pack along the dusty Winnemucca Road when along came a semi with a high-end canvas-covered load. He said, if you're going to Winnemucca Mac, with me you can ride. So then I climbed into the cab and then I settled down inside. He asked me if I'd seen a road with so much dust and sand, and I said, listen, well, I've traveled every road in this here land. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man. Cross the deserts bare, man, and I breathe the mountain air, man. Travel light, had my share, man. I've been everywhere. I've been to Reno, Chicago, Fargo, Minnesota, Buffalo, Toronto, Winslow, Sarasota, Wichita, Tulsa, Ottawa, Oklahoma, Tampa, Panama, Mattawa, La Paloma, Bangor, Baltimore, Salvador, Amarillo, Tocopilla, Banquilla, Hampadilla, Imagilla. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man. Cross the deserts bare, man, and I breathe the mountain air, man. Travel light, had my share, man. I've been everywhere. I've been to Boston, Charleston, Dayton, Louisiana, Washington, Houston, Kingston, Texarkana, Monterey, Faraday, Santa Fe, Tallapoosa, Glen Rock, Black Rock, Little Rock, Oskaloosa, Tennessee to Tennessee, Chicopee, Spirit Lake, Grand Lake, Devils Lake, Crater Lake. For Pete's sake, I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man. Cross the deserts bare, man, and I breathe the mountain air, man. Travel light, had my share, man. I've been everywhere. You know, there sure are a lot of cities in this here song, and sometimes it's just so doggone many to get through. It just seems to drag on a little bit for me, so if it's all right with you, I think we pick up the pace a little bit. Duluth, Nashville, Laughlin, Box, Shelbyville, Jacksonville, Waterloo, Costa Rica, Pittsfield, Springfield, Bakersfield, Shreveport, Atkinson, Cadillac, Fond du Lac, Davenport, Idaho, Jellicoe, Argentina, Dalmatina, Pasadena, Catalina. See what I mean? I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man. Cross the deserts bare, man, and I breathe the mountain air, man. Travel out, had my share, man. I've been everywhere. I've been in Pittsburgh, Butterburg, Ralphburg, Halloween, Ellensburg, Rexburg, Vicksburg, Colorado, Larimore, Admore, Half-Shot, Chattanooga, Chaska, Nebraska, Alaska, Opelika, Bearable, Waterloo, Kansas, Kansas City, Sioux City, Sioux City, Dodge City, Woodapity. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man. Cross the deserts bare, man, and I breathe the mountain air, man. Travel out, have my share, man. Well, I've been everywhere. Well, I've been everywhere. Thank you. Awesome. All righty.
Enough. I cannot thank you enough for being here.
Thanks
Timing
for
was
having me.
perfect. You made it right to the end of the show. I'd like to give you one of these. Hopefully you'd wear it.
Of course. Thank you.
You were live in Studio 14. Yeah, I cannot believe, man. What a show that you're going to put on tonight. Thank you very much for being here, Johnny.
Thank you for having me.
We covered all the bit. You got to come back. This hour went just way too quick. So, listen, you're listening to Dino's Night Out. We have to take this hard break. Top of the hour here. WRMN 1410 is what you're listening to. So, please go on over and see Johnny Lyons. He's going to be at the Douglas, and it's Danny's Pizza. And we'll talk to you guys in just a little bit.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800-433-3082.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 3 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. There's still no resolution in the war in Ukraine. News Nation's Robert Sherman has more.
Foreign policy once again front and center as the president's special envoy Keith Kellogg saw on the ground in Ukraine today, meeting with President Volodymyr Zelensky. Diplomacy is pressing on as the White House works to broker a peace deal between the Ukrainians and the Russians. But the back and forth between President Trump and President Zelensky has certainly dominated the conversation this week. While National Security Advisor Mike Waltz said the U.S. is still firmly supportive of Ukraine.
President Trump has blamed Ukraine for the war and called Zelensky a dictator. A federal judge has cleared the way for the Trump administration to continue its efforts in shrinking the government's workforce. News Nation's Tom Dempsey reports.
President Donald Trump's team and the Department of Government Efficiency scored a legal win, with the federal judge coming out and saying that those mass layoffs and those federal buyout offers can continue. This was a lawsuit that was filed by multiple different labor unions in federal court, and it called on the court to block the mass firings and buyout offers to federal workers. The unions believe this effort by President Trump and DOJ violates the separation of powers.
So far, it's estimated that more than 18,000 federal workers have been shown the door since the Trump administration took over about a month ago. A weak forecast from Walmart heavily weighed on the stock market on Thursday. News Nation's Connell McShane has more.
Rough guidance from the huge retailer, and Walmart's so big it can have an impact on the economy, so that had people worried. Dow down 1%.
In addition to the 450-point drop in the Dow, the S&P 500 fell 26 points and the NASDAQ was off 93. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Cintas. In Naperville, one person was killed in a house fire on Red Wing Court. Firefighters responding around 3:15 on Wednesday to find a person trapped on the second floor amidst intense flames. Efforts to save the victim were hampered by a collapsed stairwell and severe damage elsewhere in the house. An investigation into the fire is ongoing. Elgin Community College's Second Space Theater is set to host the award-winning musical Next to Normal beginning this weekend. Performances are scheduled through March 2nd with a special American Sign Language interpreted show on March 1st. Tickets are $22 for adults or $20 for seniors and students. An accident occurred on Sunday in unincorporated Woodstock, claiming the life of an Elgin man and injuring 5 others. The accident happened when the 33-year-old driver tried to pass another vehicle in a no-passing zone on Route 14, leading to a head-on collision. Sadly, the driver was pronounced dead at the scene, and his 6-year-old passenger was airlifted with life-threatening injuries. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For speedy security, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 28, with temperatures falling to around 23. Tonight, mostly clear with a low around 10. It feels like -3. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 32, with temperatures falling to around 28. It feels like -2. Currently, it is 26 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Finding a reputable business shouldn't require luck or chance. But how can you tell who you can trust? Pro tip: The BBB connects people with businesses they can trust. So think of the BBB as the better, check with the BBB first, because better businesses are honest and commit to high ethical standards bureau. That's why they're better. Always look for the sign of a better business and find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Dino's Night Out on WRMN. It's the talk of the town, so come on and listen now. It's Dino's Night Out on WRMN 1410.
And we are back to Dino's Night Out. You're listening to WRMN 1410, just like that little fancy song plays. I can't help but play it. My guys made it over here, so I'm going to show them the right respect and play it. Plus, I like it. We have some neat guests that are in our studio here today, and we're going to get to them in just a little bit, but we're going to do what we always do. We're going to talk about what's happening in the Fox River Valley. And this show, 2 to 4, every single Friday, is brought to you by the Arcata Theater. Our good friend Ron Onesti at oshows.com. So here's what's going on. We have something going on at the Arcata tonight, and it's called Sons of Cream. And they're the music of Eric Clapton, Ginger Baker, and Jack Bruce. They got an 8 o'clock show. If you want to go over to the Des Plaines Theater, which is also run by Ron Onesti, oshows.com, you could catch CTA, and that's the California Transit Authority. And they have Danny Serafin, the original drummer. They say that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, and that's evidenced by the Chicago cover bands that are out there. But why settle for an imitation when you could have the real deal? And as a special guest, they're going to have Dennis Stefano, and he's from the Buckinghams. And then on Saturday, the Arcata Theater, 105 East of Main Street, they got the Icons of Country, and you're going to hear the hottest country tribute. And you're going to hear sounds from, Luke Bryan, Jason Alden, and Miranda Lambert. An amazing night of country music. You're going to enjoy that show. Over at the Des Plaines Theater, and they're located 1476 on Minor Street, they've got Windy City Elvis tribute artists. So there you got a lot of different, stylists of Elvis Presley that are going to compete for $3,500. But I guess the real prize is King of the Windy City Championship belt. So, hey, if this is something that interests you and Elvis is your thing, we just had a guy that did a great one, Johnny Lyons. He started his career with a lot of Johnny Cash influence. You'll want to get over to the Arcata Theater. And again, all of that is brought to you by Ron Onesti, Arcata Theater, oshows.com. So we're going to get right into who we have here today. And we have inside our studio, so let me go over to camera 2. And here we are. And who do we have? We're going to go ladies first, all right? We have Jenna Henson. She's right in the middle. Did I say it right, Jenna? Yes. I don't know if it's Henson. Okay, good. So we got that right. And then she's with the City of Elgin Homeless Response Coordinator. To her left is Rick Warren. And Rick Warren is like so many different things. One of the main things, he's with the Rotary, former councilman, I believe, as well. Yes? Yeah. Okay. And owns Britain Car Wash, so very generous to so many people, gives out all those free car washes. And we also have a person that's not a stranger over here, good friend of mine too, and that's Greg Schiller. And Greg is with Street Reach. Not Outreach, the Street Reach. Okay, my bad. So I may have it printed that way somewhere else too. So that's okay. It's Street Reach. And that's the Vineyard Church of Elgin. Did I get that right? Okay, beautiful. So welcome, everybody. Tell us just a little bit about why you're here and, what's going on in the world over here. Jenna, tell us about you for just a little bit.
Well, thank you for having me. I started with Elgin about 6 months ago, and I was tasked with working on the homeless population, expanding some of the offerings, programs, system development. Of course, Tent City was a major concern to leadership. And with the fires, that kind of increased the timeline for some projects that we had planned for converting a local motel into temporary accommodations until we could find somewhere else for them to go.
Excellent. And for those, I mean, everybody's been listening, which is why we said we would just give this like a 4-week update. We've got a lot of positivity that's been going on. I mean, working with the city and working with Greg. Greg has been a champion over there, working with other advocates as well. There was certain issues with maybe getting people fed properly. And that's how things we talked about the last time. Andres Diaz from the Food for Greater Elgin got involved. Of course, Mike Warren had gotten involved. Greg always stayed involved. I joke about it, but I said, you know, I came to the party that I was never invited to a little bit late. And we've tried to get the message out to everybody so they know what's taking place and what's going on. And, you know, Jenna, you had not just a full plate. I mean, you had sideboards on that thing. I mean, it was a buffet that never stopped. I mean,
that is true.
You had so much going on. And, you know, when you had said, hey, I could use some assistance here, you know, that's what this is. This is not supposed to be the way I understand it. If I'm wrong, please correct me. But it's, yeah, the city of Elgin did something nice to help a lot of people. All right. They got them out of that tent city because it was a danger zone. The fires couldn't keep happening. They had plans in the works. Was it going as quick as it should have? We could talk about that another time. That's not the time or place really, but I know they had plans in the works. The city did, you know, so they were on their way. This just escalated things. So like, even when you have a plan, now all of a sudden you're escalating it to where, okay, we're going to maybe house 25 people. And at first it was 15 and 20, 25. And now you have over 50 people from what I understand. Is that correct?
No, that's not it.
What do we got? How many people do you
There are 42 people.
What? 42 is still a lot from when it started out 15 to 20. So good. This is why we're here, to get the exact numbers. Because we hear all kinds of stories and we get a lot of callers. You know, you want to call the local station, hey, how come they're doing this or doing that? So that's why we wanted to bring people to light that what's been going on. We're at the 4-week mark. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, good. So I got something right. No, we do. We're at the 4-week mark, and so many things are happening. There's an initiative that I'm going to let Mike Warren speak of that brought a lot of things together. But this is a community task. This is a community. It's not just like when you want to call it a problem. That's a bad word to put on it. It's a situation, but it's not just the city's situation. It takes a whole community to get behind this. And when Mike speaks, and even Greg, you're going to hear how the community did with just a few different resources. We're able to do some great things. So, Mike, how about I go to you for this for a little bit?
Sure.
Tell us, you know.
Well, thanks, Dino, for having us on the radio today. I think without this platform, a lot of folks wouldn't have the information that's out there about what's happening, you know, with Tent City or the Lexington. So this is a great platform, and it's a great community resource to share information like this so you can get accurate information and not just, you know, what somebody thinks or what might be happening.
Or the way they would do it, or they want it done. Correct.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So hearing some of the issues on the radio a couple weeks ago, you know, you and I said, oh, well, sounds like food might be an issue. So we connected Food for Greater Elgin a little differently, and the Rotary Club kind of came in and invested in a different type of cooler that would allow the food to be distributed in a different way. So the Rotary Club is very passionate about helping our community, and this is just one of the things that we do to help that. And then you know, working with Greg and going down to the Lexington, and kind of what my perception of what that might look like was completely unfounded, you know? So it's kind of like when I tell people to come to the food pantry, you're going to see your neighbors, you know, at the food pantry, and you're going to see things you don't expect. And I think that's what I found at the Lexington. I mean, if you didn't know there was 40 people there, you wouldn't know there's 40 people there. The halls are quiet. There's not people, milling around the place. It's they're dealing with their situation in their way, and they're not causing any types of disruption or anything. And it kind of came to pass. I said, Greg, what else kind of things might we need? And you said,
now we're at the Salvation Army this morning looking at other stuff.
Yeah. So, I from the Rotary perspective and being in Elgin my whole life, I know that there's a lot of resources. And so I think it's a lot of it is just understanding what the needs are and then connecting the people that have those resources to fill those needs.
Yeah, knowing your way to how to navigate that stuff is very important.
So the major, at the Salvation Army, when I was at that event yesterday, I said, hey, I think we need some shampoo and maybe some toothbrushes. And he goes, we have a home goods market. No problem. We have all of that stuff. How many do you need? And so we connected with him today. Sounds like early next week they'll have everything prepared. And so I think it's, Jenna is kind of the ringleader of like what, now that we have them stabilized a little bit, and I know that there's a lot of things happening, even though you don't see them at the Lexington, down on Dexter Street, there's a lot of stuff going on. So
Yeah, and I think that the golden thread that can be woven through all of our conversations so far is understanding the need, right? So from my perspective and from the government perspective, it was first finding out who lived in Tent City, because you see all those structures, you drive by, but it doesn't actually give you an accurate picture of who's residing there. So just the amount of planning it took to coordinate with the police, to come up with a schedule, to go out and find out who did live there, get their names, figure out what their situations were. Could they go to the Lexington? Would they go to the Lexington if something were to happen? Could they go be with a family, diversion, something like that? And then once we got that information in and we got them into the hotel, it turned into a clinical needs. Now, what kind of case management do you need? What kind of programs should we offer you? All of that takes planning and very specific knowledge. So the kinds of community that came together to bring food, clothing, transportation, sundries, medical supplies, those were all things that were needed, but they weren't of the highest priority because we had to triage what we did when we did assume responsibility for these human souls.
And a lot of members of the city staff were involved. I know Chief Anna Lally.
Absolutely.
You talk about the intake process that they had to go through. So it wasn't just, okay, we'll just get everybody on a bus.
Correct.
We'll give them a ride over here. Hey, you're safe. Everything's good.
Right.
You had the fire chief, Sagan, Mr. Sagan was involved, Chief Sagan. And, the city manager, the assistant, everybody was involved in this to plan and try and figure out, what is the next couple of steps.
Right. And to follow best practices. I mean, this has occurred across the nation for years with encampments. And, there is, at least in Illinois, there is a homeless Bill of Rights. And we were mindful to watch that. We were mindful that they have property. And if they leave that property there, we have to give them the opportunity to get it back.
Sure.
So we had to outline what those were. We had to go through legal. All of those things take time. We wanted to ensure that we did it with a trauma-informed basis. So we understood that this would be even more traumatic to people that have probably lived very traumatic lives that have led them to Tent City. So a lot of what we did was coming up with the best plans and then interacting them. And then during the move, it was everyone coming together and then actually seeing it and meeting everyone and realizing the gravitas and the actual humanity of it. Yes, how big it really, truly was. So it fluctuated from how many are in Tent City, then we know how many are in Tent City. And then now we have them in the Lexington, and it's like, wow, we need a lot more food than we thought we did.
Right.
and we need a bigger cooler, and we need haircuts, and we need clothes. I mean, they left almost everything behind. Most of them left everything behind. But to dispel some misinformation I've heard, everyone that was surveyed wanted a room. No one denied it.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, and
yeah, there was a lot of talk like, I don't want to go.
No.
Well, we were afraid that there might be some resistance initially, but I went in with the police for 2 days. We talked to 37 people. Every single person said, yeah, I'll go. We're like, well, that was easy.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, even people that we thought were going to be resistant were ready to go.
Right, right. And we also want to be mindful of some of the barriers that have been present for people to enter into homeless shelters. And one of those is pets. That's especially common in domestic violence, where they wouldn't want to leave their home because then they have to abandon their cat or their dog. So it was a special negotiation with the owners of the Lexington to allow some guests to bring those pets in, and then working with the Kane County and Elgin Animal Control to get them vaccinations and flea and tick medicine and things like that. So,
Sure.
Yeah, just other good practices.
Yeah, on the onset, when you start thinking about that, okay, well, again, we're just going to put them all on a bus, or everybody's going to drive down to this nice hotel, and life's going to be good. Well, it's not. You know, you're talking about those things like the pets, and that's another whole list of things that have to be looked at, researched, and make sure that it's properly taken care of. Pets, you know, like my dog, she's my everything, my little Carly.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had her 4 years now, and I couldn't imagine being separated, you know, from my Carly, and it's got to be the same thing.
Absolutely.
And to be able to negotiate to get the hotel to go along and give a special,
Absolutely.
you know, special care or special pass, whatever you want to call it, that's pretty huge. But then the other part that you mentioned that I wasn't even thinking of, what if they weren't vaccinated properly?
Right.
So now you involved another agency that said, okay, we'll step up. We're going to come here and we'll vaccinate, do what we have to do, rabies shots, what have you, and make sure that they're up to where they have to be.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
yeah,
Right.
this is the part that I think a lot of people don't realize. You know, and if you want to call in, you can call in at any time, 847-931-1410. We're going to stay on the topic. We're not going to go off of what about this, what about that. Let's just talk about what we have in front of us and the initiatives and the things, the positive things that have come out of this. And I thank you, Mike, for recognizing that, yeah, this has been the platform to get the message out. We're community broadcasters. That's what we want to do. We want to tell people what's happening, but the real story. We want to give opportunity to both sides so people can say what they want to say. But, you know, when we're getting to a point where we are, and I just think it's a home run all the way. And how about you, Greg? You know, your involvement, you've always been the advocate. You've always been the silent guy, but, you know, you knew how to...
Not quite.
Well, as far as like not making...
Jenna can tell you that.
Well, but the silent guy with the people to get things done, you know, and you knew who to reach out to. You knew the proper way. You know how to talk to people. You know, that goes a long way, too. And you have that moxie, which is good. Yeah, we all get short tempers, and we all get like, oh, my God, something's got to be done here. And when you started talking about people weren't getting fed properly, that's when he got me perked up, and that's when I tried to help out as best as we can. But what you have done there is just, you know, you're an angel for those folks. You're there. Tell everybody you're there, what, 2 times a day, minimum?
I've actually changed the hours.
Okay.
Today was my last time being there 2 times a day all week.
Okay.
During the day, I'm only going to be there twice a week, but I will be there every night to serve dinner, unless I could find somebody to give me a night off, Dean.
Yeah, well, Tuesdays is still my day.
Okay.
I'll still be there for you. I committed. I'll be there.
All right, great.
Yeah. I won't go back.
But yeah, I'm highly motivated to make sure that people are cared for. You know, I know what it's like to suffer. I think most of us do. We've all suffered in some way.
Sure.
You know, maybe not as these people are suffering, but we've all suffered. We've all been through stuff. And, you know, when I see people that, all right, we pulled them out of Tent City and we put them in the hotel, there was a problem getting food to them. Okay. And I'm there doing outreach, you know, saying, hey, how can I help you? What can I do for you? And they're telling me I haven't eaten in 2 days. Okay. There's a problem here. So I went into, you know, emergency mode and, you know, started trying to get a hold of City Hall and talking to everybody that I knew to try and get the word out that, okay, we've got a food problem over at the Lexington that we got to fix. And then I spoke with Jenna and I asked her, you know, tell me, how can I help you?
Yeah. I was like, all right, Greg, you're my food guy now.
She's like, help me fix this food situation. I'll give you a big hug. I'm like, you got it. I'll call you this afternoon and I'll be expecting my hug.
Yeah, I think that was, what, the second week?
Yeah,
It was right
yeah,
after.
it's 2 weeks ago.
Move-in ended on Wednesday. I think you were in the city hall Monday, and then that week, was it late at the end of
Yeah,
the
it was
week?
later that week.
Yeah.
I think it was like Thursday.
Yeah.
That Thursday. Yep.
So it took us about a week to come together, Greg.
But again, when I say to you, Jenna, and why I show you a lot of respect, we know this is your job, and we know this is what you have to do, and we're sure you can handle it. But asking for help is, I think, huge. The fact that you had a community guy, you had an advocate, so why not use them? Why not use is a bad word, but why not?
Just use me.
Yeah, that's it. Use me. But
that was
why
one of
not
the
call
things.
on them? I mean, that's what's important.
That was one of the things that was really interesting to me. Is I also serve on the Elgin Mental Health 708 board, and we had a meeting earlier this week, and that was a huge topic of what role does that entity play on the puzzle pieces that we're going to put together to address. And that was an interesting thing. Greg and I talked a little bit about this, about solving, that word solving homelessness, means probably a lot to different people.
How do you define the term solve?
Right? So I think, if we all figure out how to use the words that everybody can agree on, because solving it might mean, well, I don't see people at Tent City anymore, so that problem's solved, when really it just needs to be addressed, right? Because we, right or wrong, we disrupted these people and moved them from some place that they were been at for a long time.
And they felt comfortable there,
that would
believe
be,
it or not.
And
that
now,
would be a really good way to put it, too.
Yeah.
and now they're in a place that we all kind of have all been in a hotel before, right? But I bet a lot of them haven't been in a hotel for a long, long time. And so now, this is an environment that you just need to have some compassion with, to say, wow, these people are living in a completely different way than they've been used to.
Yeah,
and to
complete change of environment.
Complete.
Total change of environment.
And some of that is like, I think you might hear on the community like, oh, why are we giving them haircuts, or why are we giving them bus passes or whatever? And I think, no, I don't know if that was ever really part of the master plan, because they were in Tent City, right? And we just wanted to give them a place to go. And then you realize, well, this is an onion, and you peel the onion back, and you got another layer and another layer. And like you said, Dean, we're 4 weeks in, and I mean, there's a lot left to accomplish for sure, right? But there's a lot that's been done.
Yeah, and that's, I think we have to measure.
Let's keep in mind that this is something that the city of Elgin has never done. They've never attempted this. This is brand new. Other cities might have done something like this, but Elgin never has.
I don't think there's a city around that's gone to this extreme to help a homeless group. I don't know.
I don't know.
I have not seen that.
I think Jenna could talk to that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I can't speak to all communities, but I can say that from my personal experience during COVID, I worked in McHenry County. I was a community development planner, but my focus was homelessness. And I was very well connected with all the different agencies. And when the PAD system shut down, there were a few rogue churches that still let people in. And so we used the emergency treasury money to have 2 motels that would take the clients. And I went into the shelters, did the intakes, moved them into the hotels, and I'll tell you the rest of the story later.
All righty. That's that music, everybody. That tells you we're going to have to take a bottom of the hour break. And that's a forced break. We have no choice. You're listening to WRMN 1410, just like that cool song says. But we're here today with Jenna Henson from the city of Elgin. We got Greg Schiller, Street Reach. And we also have Mike Warren. He's with so many different organizations and groups, the Rotary. So we'll be back in just a few short moments. So please stay with us, and we will be right back.
Dino's Night Out on WRMN. It's the talk of the town. So come on and listen now.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Cintas. An accident occurred on Sunday in unincorporated Woodstock, claiming the life of an Elgin man and injuring 5 others. The accident happened when the 33-year-old driver tried to pass another vehicle in a no-passing zone on Route 14, leading to a head-on collision. Sadly, the driver was pronounced dead at the scene, and his 6-year-old passenger was airlifted with life-threatening injuries. In Naperville, one person was killed in a house fire on Red Wing Court. Firefighters responding around 3:15 on Wednesday to find a person trapped on the second floor amidst intense flames. Efforts to save the victim were hampered by a collapsed stairwell and severe damage elsewhere in the house. An investigation into the fire is ongoing. Elgin Community College's Second Space Theater is set to host the award-winning musical Next to Normal beginning this weekend. Performances are scheduled through March 2nd with a special American Sign Language interpreted show on March 1st. Tickets are $22 for adults or $20 for seniors and students. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Crudan.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came back to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For speedy security, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Are you dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today. And speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 28, temperatures falling to around 23. Tonight, mostly clear with a low around 10. It feels like -3. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 32, temperatures falling to around 28. It feels like -2. Currently, it is 26 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with a sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
There we go. We are back. WRMN 1410, right here in studio, 14 Douglas. You're listening to Dino's Night Out, and today we've got the folks from the city of Elgin. We've got Rotary represented. We've got Street Reach represented. We got a whole bunch of people here, and we're talking about what's going on. Just an update as far as the tent city in particular, and we're going to get back to them in just a few short moments. We're going to focus on that, but we do have one thing we have to talk about is bad medicine. They're in Elgin at 155 South Randall Road, 8 p.m., February the 22nd. So you're going to want to check it out. It's a good show. It's Saturday, February the 22nd at 8 p.m. Live on stage, Bad Medicine. No cover charge. So that's one of the entertainment pieces I had to put out on there. So we're going to come right back and circle around, and we're going to go give it to Jenna again. You were in the middle of saying something, so we could pick up right where we were. Go right ahead.
So once I was able to do an intake, so an intake is just basically a short questionnaire of your name and your date of birth, things like that. It's put into a database called the Homeless Management Information System, and it's the way that municipalities and regions can count the number of homeless that they have and therefore justify the requests that they make to the federal government for funding. So once I was able to do that, I was able to partner with a non-for-profit landlord, and they accepted our 30 people for emergency tenant-based rental assistance, which was another program that I had kind of spearheaded again for McHenry County and created all of the paperwork and put down all the guidelines, which of course are all federally regulated. And that is, it's like I call it like a light Section 8. It provides 2 years of housing subsidy, generally subsidized housing units or programs. The organization or the funder will pay 70% of the rent, and the occupant will pay 30%. If you have no income, then it's 30% of no income. And many of our homeless were in that situation as zero income.
Nice.
So luckily, we did have that huge wave of COVID money that allowed us to do that. And we saw a lot of really good outcomes come from that. Once they were taken off the streets and out of the shelters and provided a home and somewhere stable where now their very basic needs were met, they could move on to those, higher, greater needs that they had, so to speak. But that's one of the best practices called Housing First. And Housing First stress that you take someone, you meet them at their level. It doesn't matter what brought them there. You give them shelter, you give them dignity, and you give them a sense of personhood, and then you work from there.
I like that. Thank you. And Greg, you're faith-based all the time like myself. Yeah. And, you're giving people the hope out there.
That's what the hat says.
There you go.
Give hope.
I always do that so you'd be able to. So what are you bumping into? Are you feeling that you're getting a good response from everyone? Are they receiving what is being given? And, everyone's given from a warm hand, as they say. Is it being, received well?
Yes, it is. The people at the hotel they seem to be doing pretty well. They're glad that they're receiving food. They all know me. They've known me for years. I asked them the other day if they were sick of seeing me, and they're like, "Oh no, you keep coming." Yeah, I think they're doing all right.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking, we have comments, and we're not going to go into all the negatives, but some people are.
Yeah, I don't want to get negative.
They're concerned about why are we still talking about Tent City, and another guy agrees. Yeah, where does
I'll tell you,
it end?
this is just the beginning.
It really is.
There's still a lot of homelessness here in Elgin that hasn't been touched yet.
Absolutely.
You have 3 more tent camps. You have the people that aren't in the tent camps that are living downtown here on the street, finding little cubby holes to sleep in at night. Stairways and doorways and whatever. This is just the beginning. If we don't get this right, this is going to be bad. But the people that are involved in this they don't seem to want to accept that we can fail.
I get it.
Everybody's come on, let's do this. Let's make this work.
But what I'm really trying to address so that people understand, we're not trying to beat a dead horse. No one's coming up here looking for, applause, or no one's taking a bow here or anything like that. It's really just an update. It's a 4-week update. There was a lot of negative criticism. There was a lot of, well, why is this? Why is that? So to answer the question to the people that have, left a note onto the chat piece over here I read, we're just trying to put it out there. I mean, we dedicated to everybody that we will report whatever comes out. And we do have a phone call. You up for taking a phone call?
Sure.
All right. We got John Priggy.
Hi, John.
Hello, John.
Hello.
John,
Hello,
how are you,
gentlemen and young lady.
Thank you. I like young. You keep that one, yes.
Okay.
You're so kind, John.
What about Mike Warren? Is he still kind?
How are you doing, John?
Mike's a
Hey,
gentleman.
buddy. Mike and I were elected in the same election. He got the 2-year spot, and I sat relatively close to him. I wish I'd sat closer so we could have talked more intimately about certain subjects, but that was all right.
That was a good run, John.
Yeah. Picture in the Courier and everything.
Big time.
My 2 quick questions are, has anyone been turned away from getting into the Lexington? And if so, why?
So let me answer that by saying the design of this was to address the tent city that was along the 8 acres along 31 from Kimball going north. So those were the original occupants that we targeted. We negotiated a contract for 50 rooms, and that was what the need was for that particular location. So now that we do have a few extra rooms, we're looking through what is called the waiting list, which unfortunately is not a formal waiting list. To anyone who's listening, if you are homeless or if you are in need of homeless services, you need to go to an area homeless organization like PADS, Community Crisis Center, AID, Eckert Center. They will perform what's called a coordinated entry assessment. And that will ask you how long you've been homeless, kind of a little bit about your life. And then it puts you on the master federal for our area list. And that's all the different housing developments, all the different LIHTC projects, the SRN units. There's a lot more opportunities out there when you work with the agencies.
So with John on the phone, if I can, so it says you're the homeless response coordinator.
Correct.
So your role comes in after that step 1, where they reach out to somebody. Is that it? Or could they go to you directly?
They would not go. They could, because I am capable of doing that assessment, and
Okay.
I do have access to the database. But that is not the role that I play.
Okay.
I'm not meant to be a clinician. I'm meant to be more of a systems.
Once, like what's going on now, you want to coordinate what's going on with the program,
Correct.
make sure everybody's getting everything that they need. Okay.
Yes, build capacity among our providers, bring in more funding, expand the number of emergency beds that we have in Elgin. We are woefully deficit. I mean, there is a tent city and there is a warming shelter, and there are lists of homeless people for a reason, because we don't have anywhere for them to go.
Go ahead,
and that's
John.
heartbreaking.
You were next on that. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say, so just as a condition for, let's say this evening, someone from Hoffman Estates says, I'm homeless, I'm cold, I want to stay somewhere tonight. This would be a good place. What will you do? You'll tell them they have to get registered first and then come back?
No, that's not how it works, because the Lexington is not an emergency shelter. It is a motel under contract with the city of Elgin for a specific reason for specific people. The next round that we go through will be the rest of the people living within Tent City. So these are people who have been living in what HUD considers a place not meant for human habitation.
So that's the logistics for Lexington. If I'm hearing John, just a person coming from another community walks into Elgin and says, man, I'm homeless, I need a place to sleep, and I need a place to stay. Now, Greg, wasn't that something that your church has helped out with in the past?
Actually, if someone from another community shows up in Elgin looking for a place to stay, they're not going to find it.
Okay.
The way because there's so much homelessness,
Understood.
we have people that are native to this area, or at least can show that they've been in this area for a period of time in the Elgin area, that we have to help house. Someone who comes from outside of the Elgin area and says, I'm homeless and I need some place to stay, there's no room in the inn for them.
They have to go to PADS.
Yeah, but PADS won't take them. If you cannot prove I don't think this has changed, but the way I've understood it for the years that I've been here is you have to be able to prove Elgin area residency for at least 6 months. And that is by mail, ID, state ID, driver's license, whatever. And then you can get into housing. whether it be pads or even the temporary shelter at First United Methodist Church, you have to be an area resident to be able to get into these places. If you're from outside the community, you're going to be turned away.
Correct. And that is, I was actually explaining this to my assistant city manager this morning. That is an industry construct that homeless shelters have put in because you need to be able to manage the numbers.
Well, if you didn't, you'd have, case in point, when I ran the shelter at First United Methodist, I used to get calls from Lake County, McHenry County. Hey, we've got this guy. We don't know what to do with him. Can we send him down to you? No. I already have 40 people in the room right now. I don't need 41. I can't take them. You know, we have only so many resources to go around, and it's not enough to cover everybody as it is right now.
And that even drives home more that it is a community issue, right?
Yeah.
You have to stay in your zip code, in your area, and rely on your neighbors.
Well, it's interesting you talk about resources because this is my last question. To this day, has anyone at City Hall picked up the phone and spoken to Representative Moeller or Senator Castro to ask about state funding or reopening up a building, if there's one available at the Elgin Mental Health Center, where a lot of this really began some 50 years ago,
I agree
45
with you on that
at
point.
least.
Yes, I agree with you on that point.
Has anyone picked up that phone and said to one or both of them saying, look, the state, not you two ladies, but the state put us in this predicament. Jim Edgar put us in this predicament when he cut the lock off and said, come back once a day for your medicine. Well, nobody came back. And where did they go? They went in downtown. And then they grew, of course, and moved around. So has anyone at the City Hall dropped a dime, called Moeller or Castro?
So the best way I can answer that is I work with very passionate, intelligent people that would not miss an opportunity to find funding. So I can neither confirm nor deny who has been contacted, but I can tell you that we are working on a lot of different plans. We have put out a lot of different feelers. Everything, it's just too soon to put out any kind of formal message, but rest assured, this is being worked on.
And you know, John, that's a great question to me, and one I can't answer either, but it seems so basic and so like, well, yeah, someone had to have called them.
I do think
I
that,
would be very shocked to hear they didn't.
I do think that, I don't know the exact details, but I'm pretty sure I read in the paper or somewhere where this collection of money that was determined to be used, the several $100,000 and the 2 point, that's not all city money. I believe there is some grants that were received.
There was a grant that was received.
So I think that those conversations are probably ongoing because we can't solve this problem by ourselves.
Absolutely not. But we will
solve the problem. So
I will certainly forward that question, John. I mean, I can't believe that the people sitting on the council, its city manager, mayor, did not think about contacting those as well.
Yes.
But
I can.
Well,
I can.
Well,
I can.
I can say that I work with people intelligent.
Yeah, I'm king of benefit of the doubt, so I'm going to say I'll at least pose the question, and you know what? I'll try and get you an answer on that. Sound good?
That would sound good. The clock is ticking. I mean, it really is.
I
appreciate that. And you know what? You've done another great job in lassoing 3 key people in this community about this, Dean. So high five to you, brother.
Thank you for your calls. You know what? You keep us honest over here, John. You keep us thinking. Well, you do. You know, you were on the council as well. I mean, and Tent City was alive when you guys were there. Mike Warren as well. So, I mean, I'm not throwing nobody under the bus here. It's a situation that no matter how good everybody does here, homelessness is going to continue. Hopefully, by the people in this room, a guy like yourself who's concerned and cares, the city, the council, city manager, mayor, whoever you want to call, you know, all the officials are working toward this to make it a little bit easier and a little bit better. That's what we're trying to do. And we do have another phone call. So
yes, sir. Thanks for the time.
John,
Hey, Dean. Thank you.
Thanks for calling.
I think Jenna had something to talk about with the 708 board, which is something I think is pretty important to hear at least.
Should we get the call real quick? Or you want to do the phone?
As long as we
Let's
have
get a
time
quick call.
Yeah.
Hello, caller. Who do we have on the line?
Hey, this is the Dutchman. How you guys doing? My favorite radio programs.
Well, we're glad you
awesome.
called, Dutchman. Go ahead. How can we help you? We only got a
Well, you
minute
know-
and a half because we have to hit one point before we go to break. But go ahead.
I'll try and make it short. There's a lot of logistics buildings that are, been put up. A lot of these big concrete buildings, and I got to thinking, nobody's in them. There's quite a few off of 64 and off of 38 and whatnot, West Chicago. Why not, up in your neck of the woods, same thing. Use them for housing homeless. And the reason I say this is safety factor. One is if somebody decided to want to light a fire in a tent or something, it won't go anywhere because it's all concrete. It's just, plus, if you set it up right, you can control or monitor the people in there. It just seems to me there's places to put people, but it doesn't. It's like one person puts it off on, or they seem to want to put it off on somewhere else, or move people here, and then somebody else will complain about. You know what I mean? I've seen that all over the country. It isn't just Elgin; it's everybody, and it's kind of. They're people. We got to be able to treat people a little bit more respectful. There are issues, I understand, but you can't. This keeps going around in circles, and something's got to be done. And it seems like any politician that runs doesn't want to do it. I'll get off. Thanks, guys.
Can I
Good
take
show.
this one?
No, but he's good. He's hanging up now. Thanks, Dutchman. And just to let you know, we had walked that, that whole plan. Like, okay, get a building, get a this, get a that. There's a whole lot more, and it's a whole lot more
There's
complex.
a lot involved in taking a place that's not
than
ready to
just
house
that.
people and make it ready to house people.
Correct. So, yes, while it's a good idea, and I had some ideas on it also, and we'll talk about it another time, and the Dutchman's already hung up, and I appreciate you making your call quick. But I did want to focus back on with Jenna. So go ahead, Jenna. Talk about what we had said at break.
Yeah, we were going to discuss how the Elgin Township 708 board could possibly assist in this. And in my experience, what we did in McHenry County was they had created an assessment form and a services rendered form that comported to what you needed for your funding. And then when they would see those clients that had mental health concerns, they would mark down those service hours and they would be reimbursed. So a lot of grants, actually the mental health board in McHenry County gave grants to all the homeless organizations. They also hosted trainings. So it was really nice because mental health first aid can be a little expensive. I know you do Elgin Township does do that. Mental health first aid, special topics, trauma-informed care, Narcan training. There's a lot of other things that you can host and be a repertoire for more people to come in and provide their resources. And then we would come together as a group and say, how can we blend this to fit with the homeless? And one last point that I would be remiss if I didn't make while I have a public audience, at least an Elgin public audience, is
Fox River Valley, we go all over.
A little bit further down the line, but you'll be seeing it coming. One way our community could really help us is we're going to need landlords who are willing to accept our subsidies. There is money from Kane County, from HUD, that it's called rapid rehousing. It pays for first, last, so many months rent. It's a very flexible subsidy. It pays for damages. We can do double down payment, triple down payment. You have a case manager that is connected to that client that you can reach out to if you ever have an issue. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need while also getting some income to help you support the building that you own.
That's going to be key down the road for
That's
some of these
gonna be
people.
Affordable housing is
Yes.
The
key.
people that can be in their own housing, that can be employed or whatever.
Yes.
Having some place to send them
Yes.
where they can be on their own is going to be very key.
So if you are a landlord and you feel so inclined,
Step up.
step up now, please contact me.
So this would be, so I understand it, this wouldn't be a HUD program. This would be an Elgin initiative? Or
Well,
how
it'd
would
be
it work?
funded through
Would
a
it
lot
be
of
through-
HUD grants.
Okay.
Yeah, but we have to
So
find
you'd have a lot of partners with it.
Correct.
But Elgin would
Right.
spearhead it to try and get others.
well, getting Elgin landlords.
Correct,
Yes,
correct.
yes.
Okay.
yes. Mhm.
Well, that's a great thing.
For our Elgin people.
For our
Well,
Elgin people. That's
And
right.
again, what is this all about? Mike, what do we talk about?
Taking care of people.
And this is what this is. This is community. I know it's your job, Jenna, and okay, fine. Everybody says, oh, it's your job. Of course she's going to do it. But you have to feel a calling to be doing this and to be addressing the items that you are, unless I'm that far out of it.
Oh, no.
But watching you and finally being able to sit with you and talk with you a little bit more, I saw you in passing at the different meetings and what have you. But, and Greg talks very highly about you.
Thank you.
He don't talk good about nobody. No, he does. But really, I mean, this has got to be addressed, and we've been saying this as a community.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't live in Elgin, but I'm happy to be a part of it.
Right.
Our business is in Elgin.
Right.
Dennis and I have both committed. We've told people before they want to make a donation to this. What was the number that I had? It was it 500 or 700?
Oh, for the free radio time.
Yeah.
That was 200.
Yeah, was it?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'll lower it. That was 7. But I'll put it down to 5. You have a business that's listening right now. I challenge you to come on. We will put you on. You'll be able to have your own piece. You'll do a segment. We'll give you some nice piece to take home. You put it on your website. We'll run commercials for you. We'll give you 2 commercials a day. We'll run them all the right time. That'll be on Dennis and myself. We'll handle that for you from WRMN. That's our commitment.
Thank you.
And when that is over $1,000 worth of stuff you're going to get in real advertising. And this is not some cheap plug to make you don't advertise with us. Just give the money to the city.
That's right.
Give the money to the outreach programs that are here. And one of the things that I didn't want to get too far off the path on, and I wanted to bring up is that and I don't know which group you have there, but social services have been there very actively, Greg tells me,
Yes.
for the past week heavy. Is that correct?
Yeah, the Association for Individual Development, AID.
AID, that's what it was.
They
Thank
have
you.
been our strongest partners, and they are bending over backwards. They're custom making a program for our residents at the motel. They're dividing the clients out based on specific subpopulations and needs. They are very mindful of where they're coming from, and it's being led by a former outreach worker that knows them all by name. And without their help at the beginning of this project, it would not have gone as smoothly because
She
the
brought
clients in Tent City.
Army of caseworkers last
Yes, I know. And
was
they
like,
are doing.
whoa, look at this.
They are doing a fantastic job. So while I have the opportunity, I got to say, AID, thank you so much.
Well, God bless them. I mean, this is what this is.
Yeah,
there's only, and again, I'm not just taking everybody else's, but it's, we got to stop giving the handouts and the hand up. We brought them to a nice place, everybody, and now they have to acclimate to a different way of thinking or operating, whatever it is. Like you were identifying, some people, Mike, have not been in a hotel in a long time.
And some people don't have Medicaid. Some people don't have food stamps. I mean, they are connecting them to very basic needs.
Well, everybody, this is that cute little song that says, this is the end of the show.
Thanks,
We're at
Dino.
the top of the hour.
Thank you.
Jenna Henson, I thank you very much for being here. Greg Schiller, for all your work. You are such an angel to these individuals over there at the hotel.
Thanks, Dino.
Mike Warren, the resources that you have brought through Andres Diaz with the Food for Greater Elgin. Vineyard Church of Elgin is involved. Knights of Columbus, the Rotary. I mean, for your own pocket, Mike is digging all the time. We try to do our best here at WRMN. But, folks, I hope we were able to enlighten you, give you a little better picture of what's going on. You know what? 4 weeks. Let's give it some time, okay? Anybody has any comments or concerns, give us a call anytime. We will take any call. We don't skirt any issues. John, thank you very much, John Prigge, for calling in. And we'll talk to you again soon. We'll give you an update just as soon as something comes up.
A third-generation race car driver. We dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 4 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. There's still no resolution in the war in Ukraine. News Nation's Robert Sherman has more.
Foreign policy once again front and center as the president's special envoy Keith Kellogg saw on the ground in Ukraine today, meeting with President Volodymyr Zelensky. Diplomacy is pressing on as the White House works to broker a peace deal between the Ukrainians and the Russians. But the back and forth between President Trump and President Zelensky has certainly dominated the conversation this week. While National Security Advisor Mike Waltz said the U.S. is still firmly supportive of Ukraine,
President Trump has blamed Ukraine for the war and called Zelensky a dictator. A federal judge has cleared the way for the Trump administration to continue its efforts in shrinking the government's workforce. News Nation's Tom Dempsey reports.
President Donald Trump's team and the Department of Government Efficiency scored a legal win, with the federal judge coming out and saying that those mass layoffs and those federal buyout offers can continue. This was a lawsuit that was filed by multiple different labor unions in federal court, and it called on the court to block the mass firings and buyout offers to federal workers. The unions believe this effort by President Trump and DOJ violates the separation of powers.
So far, it's estimated that more than 18,000 federal workers have been shown the door since the Trump administration took over about a month ago. A weak forecast from Walmart heavily weighed on the stock market on Thursday. News Nation's Connell McShane has more.
Rough guidance from the huge retailer, and Walmart's so big it can have an impact on the economy, so that had people worried. Dow down 1%.
In addition to the 450-point drop in the Dow, the S&P 500 fell 26 points and the NASDAQ was off 93. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
I am Tricia Grosser, and this is what was happening in Elgin 100 years ago, February 7th. Headlines were as varied as the annual Association of Commerce banquet for 400 in attendance at the Elgin State Hospital, to another headline, an event about the employees of D.C. Cook. But let's go first to the first headline. Horse thieves, if any, please note. Despite the fact that this is AD 1925, the old-fashioned criminal habit of stealing horses is still feared, apparently by the Kane County farmers. Recently, the Kane County Mutual Protection Society, organized years ago for the purpose of detention and apprehension of horse thieves, elected William Sebke and John R. Kirk, both of St. Charles, as special constables. Under the headline, Not Afraid, but Why Have a Party on Friday the 13th, it reads, even though you aren't superstitious, what's the use in courting superstition? That's the stand employees of the D.C. Cook Publishing Company have taken, and in consequence, they have thwarted the jinx of Friday, February 13th by postponing their 5th annual get-together from that date to Friday, March 6th. The event will be held in the YMCA Gymnasium, according to Miss Edna Bradbury, General Chairman. More than 700 employees of the company are expected to take part.
Elgin 100 years ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 years ago at www.elginhistory.org.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 28, temperatures falling to around 23. Tonight, mostly clear with a low around 10. It feels like -3. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 32, temperatures falling to around 28. It feels like -2. Currently, it is 26 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, baconate with a breakfast baconator, roll with a sausage breakfast burrito, buddy it up with a honey buddy, or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes, and then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast.
Want to know what the shepherds did after they visited the Christ child? Read the short novel, The Good Shepherds, Christmas combat story by Michael Tooman. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at silink.net. That is PSYLINK.net. Papa Sierra Yankee, Lima India November Kilo. November Echo Tango.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hello, fellow Americans, and good day to our friends around the world. This is what you've been waiting for all week. Free Speech Friday here on a political talk show on WRMN. Hey, that's WRMN 1410 AM and WRMN1410.com, where you can find all of the information about our shows and our hosts and some of the different things that we do around. Don't forget that we're on Facebook and broadcasting live on YouTube. This is my favorite day of the week because this is when I get to bring all of my friends and put them into one room. No, I've got more than four. Please, don't feel bad for me. They are my friends. It's just these are the best of the friends that are here. All the rest of them live in an anthill together somewhere else. Anyway, thanks a lot for being here. It's tough and lonely being political these days. So that's what I do is I drag these people who like to talk about politics into our show here. And without further ado, let me welcome in all three of our panel. That is David Tease, Cecilia Brooks, and Elliot Serrano. We've got Elliot Serrano there on the end, Chicago's go-to geek guru, proving that knowing everything about comic books and movies can actually pay off. A writer, an artist, a pop culture commentator. He's living proof that fandom can be a career, proving you can talk fast and carry a big opinion. This is L-Train Elliot Serrano. Thank you, sir.
I thank you, and I did not realize we were friends. That was
oh,
wow.
Man. Now I got to tell the anthill.
I got another. I didn't know I was anyone's friend.
We're not friends. We're not pals. We're not associates.
Yeah,
exactly.
Little did you know.
No.
Well, that's what we're going to prove today is that we actually are, and it's great. Not by just how many times we hang out and play games together, but in the fact that our ideas and our cores of just being Americans is what it really is all about. Cecilia Brooks is next on deck here. Cecilia Brooks, first-generation American and a candidate for Elgin City Council. When she's not running for office, she's empowering the youth. She wrangles the Kane County Young Republicans, a job requiring equal parts strategy and patience. Thank you, Cecilia, for being here.
Thank you for having me. It's good to be back.
It is great to have you back anytime. And of course, we've got David Tease. David Tease is a Republican candidate because he is always running for something, not from, but to somebody's house. Illinois bravely taking on the chaos of local politics, because why just complain about potholes when you can run for office? Based in Elgin, he's no stranger to the ballot, proving that persistence is key, or maybe he just loves the paperwork. Thank you, Mr. Tease, for jumping in.
Thank you for having me here today.
Hey, panel, it's been great to have everybody here on these panels, but I don't believe we've had them in our new style where we kind of break the ice with our debates. Yes, we can get serious and everything else like that, but let's do some fun thought experiments and some funny debates and see where we land together on that. Time travel, I think, is what we'll sit. Teleportation versus flying. And of course, we've also got, should aliens be our friends or left alone? First thing we're going to do is we're going to start with teleportation, because I think this one's the juiciest. This is teleportation versus flying. Which is better? The ability to teleport would eliminate travel time, making life more efficient, while flying offers freedom and adventure. But which power would truly be superior? Teleportation might make travel easier, but could it create security risks? Flying, on the other hand, may be exhilarating, but is it practical? I signed aboard this ship to practice medicine, not to have my atoms scattered back and forth across space by this gadget. Dr. Leonard Bones McCoy is our quote for today. And Elliot, let's start with you on that one. Would you rather have the ability to teleport anywhere or instantly fly at will?
Okay, I agree with Bones on this one. Because, okay, so first I will say it depends on how the teleportation actually takes place. If it's like they do in Star Trek via the Heisenberg redundancy filter that they use, no, because we've already established that you're not really teleporting. It's a copy of you that's going to somewhere else. So you essentially die every time you go into the transporter
in Star Trek.
It breaks you down, blah blah blah, and you die, and then it just the teleporter takes you elsewhere, and it reassembles you, a copy of you. I mean, mind you, it's with all the memories and everything you move forward, but that's not really you anymore. That's a copy of you. So I would be like, no, thank you. And for folks who say, how is that possible? How is it a copy? Next Generation, Will Riker, Thomas Riker. He was split by the transporter into basically a copy of him was created and went on to live his life as well. So
and they didn't destroy the original.
They didn't destroy the original. Now, if we're using quantum space folding technology, where we're taking 2 points in space and we're pulling them together and we're opening a portal so that I can go from one space to the other.
Like they do in Marvel movies.
In Marvel movies, or Stargate.
Okay,
right?
Sure. Stargate, I'll take that one.
I'll do that. Because it's really me. I'm not the one getting disassembled and but it's space is kind of like being mushed together, and then the distance I have to travel is being lessened.
So if it was Stargate or flying, which one would you pick?
Now, here's the thing. Am I flying in a vehicle, or am I flying like Superman?
Oh, you fly like Superman.
All right.
Like it's a natural thing that humans do now.
Here's the thing. Then I would probably go with that.
Okay, what if, and we'll frame this for the entire thing for here on out. What if teleportation was just as natural as flying? Which one would you take?
There's a thing about flying, though. There's a sense of freedom that comes from it, that, I can be flying over everyone. Plus, I mean, come on, who doesn't want to be like Superman, doing the pose in the air and do that kind of stuff? But yes, but mind you, then there are other issues. Like, let's say I do the Superman routine, right? Well, if I want to go on a trip, I got to carry luggage, right? So am I going to carry a weekender? Am I going to lug a big bag on my back? At that point, I would probably want the teleporter, because then I can carry teleport all my stuff with me.
Just go.
But as far as the not so much convenience, but as far as the feeling of it, I would go with flying.
Flying for the feeling.
For the feeling.
So do it for the feeling. And Cecilia? It's a natural occurrence that people can fly now, or they can teleport.
So I would definitely teleport. I would
Okay.
definitely teleport.
Is it the travel time?
It is the
And the luggage. Admit you want to be
1,000%. Like, I don't want to carry that as it is. Bring that with me. Make it easier. That would make my life a lot easier.
Okay. And I think I agree with you on that one too, is the teleportation. Just to be, I need to be here. Just for my time management's sake, I always have to calculate exactly how long it takes me to travel to somewhere. I would much rather look at my watch and be like, oh my gosh, I was supposed to be there now.
But if you can fly like Superman, you can reverse time.
It's true.
And end up being where you wanted to go before you left.
But then you're already later by doing that than you would have been before.
Okay, you're talking about paradoxes.
Here's another point too, Mr. Tease, before you answer, is everybody gets to do this. So traffic.
Is there a third option? Because I don't like
there's
flying.
walking still, I
Yeah,
suppose.
I'm afraid of flying. I'm not a big fan of it. And teleporting, getting one of those things. Let's say me and Elliot get one of those. And then I end up in his body. When we get to our point,
like
he ends
the
up in
fly.
mine. Or like freaking out. He really will.
Or like the fly. It'd be like a fly routine. Instead of bundle fly, we'd had LETs.
I would have to do the teleporting thing because, it's kind of like Quantum Leap was one of my favorite shows.
That's a good
that was
one,
a good, quantum physics and theory of time traveling.
Would you take a constellation of super speed?
What was that?
Super speed. Would you take super speed instead?
Yeah, I would take super speed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've got a fly, a teleportation, and a super speed. These are supposed to bring us together, friends. Thank you for listening to Apolitical Talk Show. We're going to take a quick break before we get into some more of our discussions here. And if you want to jump in, would you rather teleport, fly, or I guess now super speed to put in there too, because heights, I get you on that one too. And super speed comes with a whole nother bit of like calorie intake and like friction and stuff. Teleportation right there. I'm with you, Miss Cecilia.
Easier Irish goodbyes.
Goggles for the other two. Like, it's crazy. Anyway, thanks for listening. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we've got actual political things to talk about here today. Don't forget to like, subscribe, follow in whatever platform you're at. And even if that is the AM, go ahead and give us that old-fashioned like and follow by holding down that button and putting us in your presets. Keep it 10 and 2 as we come back from this break right here. More Apolitical Talk Show after this. .com is the book called DUI Jury Trial, which is the true story of a truck driver in Illinois who was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. Not only was he facing a revocation of his driver's license, but also a lifetime disqualification of his CDL, which would prevent him from ever driving a semi-truck again. This book includes backstories of the truck driver, the lawyers that defended the case, and the DUI expert witness who analyzed the case and then testified at trial as to the proper protocol procedures of the field sobriety tests as well as the breathalyzer test. This nonfiction novel also includes the actual court transcript from the jury trial, a courtroom showdown in which the final verdict would determine the fate of the defendant's livelihood. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
If your restaurant's grease is causing problems, don't worry. Hopkins Grease Company is here to help. Since 1947, they've been providing reliable grease recycling, grease trap services, and more for restaurants across the Chicago suburbs. With a full fleet and expert staff, they offer quick professional service. And as a family-run business, they pride themselves on delivering personal service you can trust. Call Hopkins Grease today at 847-458-1010. That's 847-458-1010. Hopkins Grease, the Fox Valley Grease Boys.
Hi, this is Sue with Newman's Corner Pub in Hampshire, Illinois. Are you looking for the perfect hangout spot? Swing by Newman's Corner Pub right at the corner of 72 and State Street in Hampshire. Enjoy fantastic drinks, live music, and a fun crowd that makes every visit special. Test your luck with our hot slots and our Queen of Hearts drawing every Saturday at 3 p.m. Challenge your friends to darts or pool while you're here. Newman's Corner Pub, where every day feels like a weekend. Visit us at Route 72 and State Street in Hampshire. That's Newman's Corner Pub, your new favorite spot.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to a political talk show here on WRMN. That's WRMN 1410 AM and WRMN1410.com. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being a part of the show. Despite my best efforts, we did not come to a consensus yet, but it's okay. I've still got about, an hour and a half or so. Eventually, all three of us will agree on something.
Can you at least concede that David Tease has yet to make me let out a deep sigh?
Hey, I'll take that one.
I mean, he said his point of view, and I was like, okay. That's
true.
I was cool with it. I didn't, so hey. I think that's good. That's progress.
That is progress.
That is a big P for progress.
Baby steps. Baby steps.
There we go. David Tease, proud Kane County resident and knows his way around local politics, whether he's attending meetings, strategizing community improvements, or just trying to find a decent parking at the government buildings. He's always engaged. If there's a conversation about making Kane County better, odds are Dave's already in it. Thank you very much for being here, David Tease. On Tuesdays, we're talking about local politics, right?
Yes.
That's what we're trying to pull together to see what is on your ballot. We're hoping to bring a couple more candidates over as well. And don't forget, on March I think it is the 4th. See, yes. This is where I jump into it. Yeah. March the 4th, also, we've got a debate that is happening over at the church is the Village of Joy?
Yeah, the Village of Joy, I think it is, yeah.
On the 4th of March, and we have all of the candidates, I believe even the write-in candidates, and Miss Cecilia Brooks will be there with us, first-generation American Elgin City Council candidate. She's dedicated to youth empowerment, community engagement, and proving that local government meetings can, in fact, be exciting. As Secretary of Kane County Young Republicans, she's mastering the art of diplomacy, one coffee-fueled discussion at a time. Thank you, Cecilia, for being here.
Thank you, Sonar. I do love my coffee.
It is. It's fantastic. And they switched me to water, so I have to at least drink a couple of these before I can have another cup. But that's okay. You got to be healthy, right?
Got to do it.
And also, we've got Elliot Serrano, Chicago's resident geek extraordinaire, making a career out of knowing way too much about comics and movies and pop culture. As a writer and commentator, he dissects nerdy debates with the precision of Batman and the wit of Spider-Man. He basically living every comic book fan's dream, minus the radioactive superpowers.
Can I tell you something? The wit of Spider-Man, that is the highest compliment.
Would you take Spider-Man or the Flash?
As far as wit or power?
Wit.
Oh, no, Spider-Man, definitely. Yeah? No, Spider-Man was, Peter Parker growing up was my Patronus, or, like spirit animal, whatever. Because he would be in a fight with the Rhino, and he's cracking jokes the whole time. I thought, man, if I could face off with bullies in high school and crack jokes the whole time, I would have been way more popular.
Peter Parker was smart but lazy. Isn't that what Doc Ock called him?
That's what they say in the movies, but not so much in the comics. Well, no, in the comics too. Yeah, he had this problem where he had this intellect, and he wouldn't use it to make money. He decided he couldn't make money, even though he was brilliant. And then when Doc Ock took over his life in this. Okay, folks, I'm sorry to derail this into comic.
Here we go.
Spoiler.
The L train pulling through. Go ahead, buddy. No.
1 hour comics.
Anyway, yeah. I would go with Spider-Man.
Spider-Man, I could see that one there. So we've only got about 5 minutes, so I'm just going to preface our next half hour's conversation. We are going to go over President Trump's cabinet and the nominees that have been going through so far. I do not expect that this is the segment that we will agree on everything. Maybe wait for the second hour. President Donald Trump's second term has introduced a series of contentious cabinet appointees, igniting debates over the qualifications and implications of his chosen officials. The panel will seek to critically evaluate a couple of these appointees, analyzing their professional backgrounds, and discussing why it came down to such close votes. First one we're going to get to real quick is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., an environmental attorney and known vaccine skeptic, was nominated as Secretary of Health and Human Services. His environmental advocacy is well documented. However, his controversial views on vaccines and promotion of raw milk have raised significant concerns, especially amid public health challenges like avian influenza. Despite opposition, Kennedy was confirmed by the Senate of a vote of 52 to 48 as HHS Secretary. He oversees national health policies, medical research, and public health initiatives. In the next couple of minutes, if you wouldn't mind, Cecilia, giving me your thoughts on him, let me give you a quote by ourmidland.com. RFK Jr.'s anti-vaccine stance and promotion of raw milk consumption pose significant risks, especially during an avian influenza pandemic. How might Secretary Kennedy's controversial views on vaccines and raw milk influence public health policies and nation's response to these crises?
Right. So I think that while RFK Jr. has those controversial, we'll call them opinions, I have to say from an objective perspective, I think that he's going to open a lot of doors for other people to say, maybe even to oppose or kind of have their own opinion regarding vaccines. I think that him being called that anti-vax, now that's being synonymous with his name, I think is going to hurt him negatively. However, I do think that he is more pro-medical freedom, not anti-vax. And I think that that's something that I would love to see him play out on, that he's pro-medical freedom and expanding that for opportunities in the medical field.
Is it worth asking the questions if you bring up too much doubt? At what point is it like, okay, now obviously science isn't always settled. There are things that change and other things that come through. But to constantly ask the questions of science that has overwhelming side, at a certain point, are you getting a diminished return on asking the question?
Right. I think that what I would like to see from him is using fact-based evidence and using science, referring to science, but also being able to form his own opinions. I think that those two things can exist at the same time. But I think that in the position that he is, while he's entitled to his own opinions, I think that he should be careful in what he chooses to say, just because so many people are going to carry his words with a lot of weight, being in the position that he is now in.
Thank you very much. When we come back, we will talk with David Tease, Elliot Serrano, and Cecilia Brooks about the Trump administration's cabinet picks and why were they so close. More to come. David Tease will let us know about raw milk and if it's tasty enough. Right here, a political talk show. We'll be right back after this.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Cintas. A teacher from South Elgin High School has achieved recognition as a finalist for the prestigious 2025 Golden Apple Award for Excellence in Teaching. Matthew Urbach, who instructs courses in civil engineering, architecture, and precision manufacturing, is celebrated for his dedication of over 2 decades. The Elgin Police Department is honoring Black History Month by wrapping a police vehicle with community-submitted artwork. Residents are invited to submit their designs from February 1st through May 9th of this year, and submissions can be emailed to the Elgin Police Department. Anderson Humane in South Elgin has secured a $25,000 award from the Petco Love Stories campaign. The award ceremony taking place on February 10th at a Bloomingdale Petco, where the story of Alana, as submitted by Anderson Humane, was also gifted Bob's Footwear and a Petco shopping spree. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 28. Temperatures falling to around 23. Tonight, mostly clear with a low around 10. It feels like -3. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 32. Temperatures falling to around 28. It feels like -2. Currently, it is 26 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
back to Apolitical Talk Show here on WRMN. That's WRMN 1410 AM and the ever-changing and updating WRMN1410.com. Thank you for being here. My name is Dennis Sonar Green. You're listening to Free Speech Friday, a Apolitical Talk Show staple. Don't forget that Apolitical Talk Show starts Monday through Friday right at 4 o'clock and goes all the way to 6 p.m. 2 hours of political talk that's there. And not normal political talk, not your sports center political talk where all they're going to do is run through the headlines and the scores. The first hour on Apolitical Talk Show, we deep dive into a subject that is news adjacent, helps you understand what's happening in the news a little bit more into context. There's so much content into the world. We want to make sure that we give some context. Usually in that second hour of Apolitical Talk Show, we break down the headlines within that context or add context to some of the breaking news that is there, or deep dive into a particular subject. Like on Tuesdays at 5, we now have my new co-host on Tuesdays, Mr. David Tees, who is helping me get some of these candidates in these interviews knocked out. Thank you very much for doing that.
No problem. Glad to do it. Glad to help.
May I say?
Yeah.
I listened to the show. It was good. You guys, that was Mr. Tees. I got to compliment you. You did a great job of like pulling it. Pulling in each candidate, the different issues. The folks who called in. Mm-hmm. Telling you, if you are interested and involved, you definitely want to listen to the show on Tuesdays.
Thank you.
That's it. On the last half hour of the show, starting at 5:30 today, we will do that again when we get into the breakdown. We started to see that the show starts to already break down at that time. So, hey, if something's going to happen, inevitably, it might as well be on purpose.
Well, unless you start talking about Spider-Man again.
Exactly.
And then,
No spontaneous combustion here.
So during that breakdown, we welcome anybody to jump in and call in for that, and we'll have a rotating conversation. You can ask the panel direct questions, and we will try to break that down for you. So where we left off, we were talking about Donald Trump's new cabinet appointees who are already starting to get into work. RFK Jr. was confirmed in the Senate by 52 to 48. And this is something that is in the Constitution. I love when I get to see the Constitution in real action, actually doing the things. It is back to that. I started out the segment without saying sports center type of stuff, but this is it. This is the sport. You actually get to see them use the rules and walk through. David, we've seen quite a few quotes and a few things that that RFK Jr. has already, Secretary RFK Jr. is doing already. One of them, one of the quotes is, "I'm not anti-vaccine. I just want safe vaccines." He's also said raw milk is healthier than processed milk and should be legal everywhere. So far, he has rolled back vaccine mandates for federal employees and contractors. He has pushed for increased research to potential links between vaccines and chronic illnesses, and has introduced new regulations expanding the legal sale of raw milk nationwide. And all of these are fulfilling his prior call to deregulation in all of these different areas, or the advocacy for these things. Is he sticking to his guns, and is this what everybody voted for?
Well, I'm against him on the raw milk thing because first of all, I know somebody next to me likes drinking it. I'm a regular milk guy. I drink about a half a gallon of milk a day. Love my milk. That being said, for the vaccines, safe vaccines, yes. Any type of vaccine, because first, once again, I have problems. I don't like needles, so I don't like shots.
Does the fact that he implies that we need safe vaccines, and not just that vaccines are safe in implication anyway, isn't that the erosion of the conversation? Like, I've never heard anybody say unsafe vaccines. Shouldn't we already start to assume that vaccines are safe already by the research that's already out, or is saying we need safe vaccines kind of painting a picture.
We need vaccines that are thoroughly tested because, like with the COVID vaccine, we still don't know what's going to happen in the future. And like in my family, one of the shots that the kids have to have is called DPT shots. We can't have the P formula in that shot. Any of my family members' kids growing up because it will cause serious, immediate health problems. So we have to make sure that when they were younger, we used to throughout my whole family, no P in the formula, so it has to be taken out. So there's side effects with any vaccines or any shots, basically.
And is that education of the individual, or is that should be obviously it should be an ongoing research type of thing, but is just like for your a particular situation, that's more of an education for your particular family.
Right.
Should we be testing not necessarily the vaccines, but maybe testing the people and their reaction and maybe going a different route with it on that?
We should be following up on testing throughout the years, not just tested it for 6 months, 2 years, 5 years. Okay, we're good. This is the drug. We should continuously watching the effects in the future and watching and monitoring what's going to happen.
Elliot, in the conversation, we talk about safe vaccines, big pharma interests. There's a lot of targeted words to put it in a better way. Is this helping the conversation? Is this driving more science and more research, or is this driving more conspiracy?
Are you talking about in relation to RFK?
RFK in the general topics of now that this person who again, not anti-vaccine, just wants safe vaccines.
Okay.
Is this promoting that particular message?
All right. So I'm going to make a confession here, and a lot of people are going to be surprised. I used to be a big fan of RFK's.
Yeah.
I used to listen to him when he had his own radio show on Air America back in, what was at that point one of the more progressive stations in the country. And I'm sorry, but and he actually, there were times when he would talk about certain things and kind of convinced me. And I mean, he really had me questioning vaccines in general. Because I mean, RFK was anti-vax before being anti-vax was cool. Before Jenny McCarthy became the poster child for that. And I remember he would draw a direct line between kids getting vaccines and autism. So you can't, and he would do that for years. So for him to come around now and say, well, no, I want safe vaccines. No, we're talking, he didn't want vaccines, period. He didn't want kids getting measles. He didn't want kids getting any sort of vaccine. So mind you, I know he softened his language. And when he sat up before the confirmation hearings, he came out and I'm telling you, the guy turned around. And I know he knew what he had to say so that he could get the job. But in my head, I was like, dude, I've been listening to you for years and I know what you would say. Not to say that maybe he changed his mind about things. Maybe he's developed a different opinion over time. But just pure optics alone, there are a lot of people out there who remember him from what he would say years ago. In fact, even when he would go on Joe Rogan and say the same thing. They remembered that, and it's like the whole, yeah, he's saying this right now, but we know what he really believes.
Did he convince you on the raw milk?
Okay.
Or was it me?
I'll tell you. If people want to drink raw milk, let them drink raw milk. If you get sick later, that's up to you, right? I mean, this is like one of those weird things where, again, I think government regulation sometimes can get out of hand. I'm like, if people want to be stupid, let them be stupid. But then later on, you can't turn around and go, "Oh, I'm suing you because your product made me sick."
That's very true. Yeah. Cecilia, are you advocating for raw milk because weed is already legal?
Correct. And that was on the record because weed is already legal.
I knew that was.
There's a line being drawn there. I did not get that.
It's mostly. I think it's mostly because the fight for it, right? At this point, like for me, it seems like, look, you want to get some raw milk, like go to the store, go get some raw milk on it, like. There are certain things. Now, if it starts being commercially available on the shelves, all you did was prove libertarians right. Ayn Rand is going to be like, oh, my goodness, you're right. Rand Paul is going to be like, oh, my goodness. It doesn't matter how many people I poison. They still continue to buy it. No, I'm just joking. But in this, epidemic, I guess, or budding epidemic of bird flu for birds. I'm sure for them they're having a hard time. Me, I'm just having a hard time with breakfast. But the birds themselves are now starting to pass it along to dairy. And so is this a precaution that maybe raw milk is at a risk that maybe needs to be turned on and off at a certain point? Or if you want raw milk, you should get it from your own cow?
So I would say if you have the opportunity to have your own cow or have a local dairy farmer that you know has non-GMO, organic, grass-fed, then I would definitely...
Can I pasteurize it at home? If I buy raw milk, can I just pasteurize it at home?
I mean, technically there's nothing stopping you.
Fair enough.
And I think what some people, or their argument is for raw milk is technically, even I agree, the lack of the homogenization and ultra pasteurization. Because when we go to a grocery store and purchase milk, it says ultra pasteurized. Great that it sanitized your milk, but it also zapped out pretty much all of the nutrients too. But when I was able to drink real dairy, I loved nothing more than a good fresh gallon of Oberweis whole milk with a red cap, organic.
My question to you is Mike Kenyon your raw milk dealer? I mean, do you call him up and say, hey, Mike, I need some raw milk coming over.
I need a quarter.
I can't spill my secrets now, David Tease. I can't do it. Maybe on a Tuesday, I'll tell you.
Cecilia's hands are shaking. She's on the phone. I need my milk, man.
Come on, Mike.
Let me live.
Give me a fix, Mike. Give me a fix.
Thank you very much for enlightening us on that as well. I guess I'll have to try some because the biggest thing for me is the biggest thing for me is just the back to the bird flu and some of the other just bacterial side of it. There's a reason why people started pasteurizing. I think is the point that I'm trying to put here with it.
And you're right there. You are.
It's already getting passed to the vets that are examining these animals. So it's, and I know, I'm pretty sure those vets aren't drinking the milk.
Well, and Mary Todd Lincoln actually unfortunately passed away because of bad dairy.
Yeah. And honestly, I guess it's my point of it is if you want, well, fair enough.
Mental health, mental illness.
That'll do it. Well,
and raw milk.
Hey! Enough, enough RFK. We're going to talk about SSRIs now. My goodness, you guys getting this all the
goodness.
No, let's go on just a little bit more. Just in the time that we've got here, we've got to skip over a couple of other ones. Pete Hegseth, I think we've already talked about before. Tulsi Gabbard as well. Tulsi came in, or Secretary Gabbard, why am I so rude? Secretary Gabbard came in as a 52-48, and Secretary Hegseth came in at a 51-50. As again, I am proving that I'm not the Sports Center type of give you the scores. Oh, my goodness.
Pete Hegseth, who's already having a drink up on the podium when he's talking to the media, and Tulsi Gabbard, who looks suspiciously like Julia Louis-Dreyfus in the new Thunderbolts trailer. Have you seen the trailer for Thunderbolts?
Was she? Did they body swap?
I don't know, but same hairstyle. I'm there going, oh, are they doing this on purpose?
I've wondered about that, actually.
I love the streak. Would you do the white? Well, would you do a different color streak? I guess, Mr. Tease.
All right, I get it. Point to the gray hair guy.
He's got them luscious locks.
Exactly. Well, gray or anything streaks on your hair?
I will admit, I have had dark red money pieces in the front and beautiful red low lace.
Was that back when you had rainbows on your Trapper Keeper too?
It was back in the day, many moons ago.
What is that? The Lisa Frank art or whatever it go.
Lisa Frank.
Yeah. For you, Mr. Serrano,
frosted tips,
would you do anything?
like the Backstreet Boys.
You got a little bit here in the beard.
That's gray. That's just gray.
It's going there too. That's okay.
Salty and pepper.
See, now that we've got all of the make fun of everybody's physical side of it, let's go to a really silly picture on the internet. Kash Patel, the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm sorry, it was a weird picture.
Who did that to him?
I know, it's so mean.
It is,
did it
but
to him.
Yeah,
He did it? Okay.
whomever's to blame, that's tough.
Whenever you know there's a camera on you, you got to be mindful of how the expressions are giving.
My goodness. I saw better pictures of him on Steve Bannon's podcast. Kash Patel, a lawyer and former chief of staff to the acting secretary of defense, nominated and confirmed now for Federal Bureau of Investigation. Patel has been steadfast ally of President Trump, known for promoting conspiracy theories about the 2020 election and the, quote, deep state. His nomination has been contentious, with critics citing his perverse lack of independence and expertise. Despite concerns, Patel was confirmed to the Senate 51-49. As FBI director, he is responsible for overseeing federal law enforcement operations and ensuring national security. To quote the Judiciary Senate, which I believe it was Dick Durbin's quote right here, Mr. Patel's record demonstrates that he is dangerous, inexperienced, and dishonest. He should not and cannot serve as the effective FBI director. My goodness, all negative things for this gentleman. I am also one of the ones that struggle to find the better part of it, but he is a national security advisor. He has worked around the legal system because he is a lawyer and former chief of staff to the acting secretary of defense. So there is an argument to expertise, or at least being part of the career path that's in there. For some of my concerns here, and if you would help me alleviate that a little bit, Mr. Tease, is he had to plead the fifth in a hearing, which is, I think, the very first time that anybody in a Senate confirmation hearing had to plead the fifth. I don't have the audio directly here in front of me, but during a podcast on Steve Bannon's side, he said, we are going to have to purge everybody in the FBI to be loyalists to what we've got going on here. And I do have a hit list of people that we are going to be going after. I have already assembled the team. These are things that he has said before he was even confirmed. And so this is where my concern of it is this another J. Edgar Hoover type of person that we have just put in the FBI?
Well, I still got a lot to learn about him, but the FBI should not be anybody's personal tool to go after political candidates unless they break the law. Their job is to uphold the law, national security, weed out any type of terrorist activity, know what's going on, but being used as a weapon against your political opponents has happened in the past in many different presidencies. It shouldn't be that way. Their job is to protect the country and the civilians in this country, and that's the way it should be.
Absolutely. No matter if it's Hoover or Patel or any of the other people that we cannot remember who were FBI directors before. Elliot, why do we keep coming up with names? Like, I would like to not know who the FBI director is. I would like to maybe let some of these people do their job and not see them always in the news.
But that's where we've come to, right? I mean, with politics being, it's turned into theater. It's turned into performance art. We've talked about this before. Campaigning has turned into WWE wrestling.
Exactly.
You know, everyone's cutting promos on each other.
I'm going to see you on November 5th, brother.
And you know, I'm just saying, Patel, I'm saying this half facetiously. The dude gave me a roadmap to higher office. He wrote a children's book about the Russian interference bit, you know, as a bit of a Russian interference in the election, made it as an allegory for something else. And boom, there he is. He's going to be the FBI director. If I had known that was a possibility, I definitely would have had Grumpy Cat, you know, looking into, bots.
The Russia hoax.
You know, Grumpy Cat goes to Moscow. And then I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be up front looking at a confirmation. I mean, I'll even take, like, Secretary of Agriculture.
Yeah.
Hey,
It's a nice paycheck. And I would get you all the raw milk you want.
Oh my gosh, raw milk and corn for days.
There we go.
Way to go, Iowa.
You do children book in Iraq, Grumpy Cat in Iraq.
Yeah.
There you go. Well, they made a comic book in Peru that's the State Department also put together.
I wrote
not
that one.
USAID, by the way.
I wrote that one. Grumpy went to Peru.
Don't forget about Sesame Street in Iraq.
Yeah,
that's very true. Also, State Department.
Iraq, my bad.
That you need. Yeah, because
everybody needs Sesame Street.
I don't see
but they should be able to just translate ours, right? That shouldn't cost a couple
You would
million.
think.
you would think. And then I saw the Puerto Rican version of Sesame Street for the first time as a kid when I went to visit my grandparents in Puerto Rico. Their Big Bird is a giant red chicken.
Oh.
I'm going, wait, this is Sesame Street, but that's not Big Bird.
He's a cultured Big Bird.
Yeah, and I'm like, they had different actors, and it's all Sesame Street, but and then there was the episode where the Puerto Rican Big Bird met the United States version of Big Bird. And I'm like, this is like before the multiverse.
Just raptures from there. Cecilia, when we talk about people who have these positions that are here, and a lot of people have been campaigning on retribution or they did it, so we should be able to do it too, even to the point where a lot of political commentators are holding the Trump presidency even unfairly as the Republicans held the Biden presidency. So cost of eggs, right? I will absolutely say the same thing that we said under Biden. There's a pandemic going along. They had to kill the birds. Also, we have to make sure that there is enough of a supply side of everything. And also, the president does not affect inflation.
but Trump said that he could. That's all.
See, and then and this is my point, is we understand that the comparison was unfair when it was against Biden. Now we see people holding the same mirror up. I want to know if that's fair. And then the second side of it is we also hear about weaponization of the government. Now, whether that is perceived or otherwise, should either administration, now that everything has been flopped, it's now the Democrats who are now holding the same, I don't know, unreasonable standard, even though somebody said it or otherwise. Biden also said he would codify Roe. Biden also said that he would get rid of student debt as well.
Got rid of quite a bit of it. Not all of it.
Not all of it, but sure. But he also didn't codify any of Roe. So my issue is that now that we have turned, is this the new cycle where the people that aren't in power hold the person up to unreasonable standards that the last person was held up to, and the perceived retribution gets to be the next president's retribution? Have we already locked ourselves into this cycle?
Unfortunately, it seems like it. But I also have faith in God and I have faith in humanity. And I think that we can do better. I do. But it really is going to take all of us. And what I will say is that an eye for an eye makes the world blind. So you asked me if it's wrong. It is. Because I said that it was wrong when it was the Biden administration. I said it was wrong then. And just because it's the Trump administration now doesn't make it okay. Just because it's my side, which we shouldn't look at it that way. And I wish that more people could open their eyes, open their hearts, and soften their minds a little bit as well, and be open to hearing criticism, because I will never, ever defend someone from the truth.
Well
and
put.
That I stand by.
Well put. This is exactly what we're going to hit on in the next hour. I told you about unity, and I'll tell you, we're starting out rough right now on this hour, but we'll put it all back together. This is Apolitical Talk Show here on WRMN. David T., Cecilia Brooks, and Elliot Serrano.
At School of Rock, we've got something for everyone. We're located at 353 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. For teens 12 to 18, our performance program prepares students for live shows at real rock venues. For ages 8 to 12, Rock 101 helps young musicians start their journey with private lessons and group rehearsals. Our rookies aged 6 to 7 explore instruments through fun games, while Little Wing, ages 4 to 5, introduces preschoolers to the basics of rock and roll music. And for adults 18 plus, we've got an exciting adult performance program for all skill levels, from beginners to experienced musicians. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up for a free trial. We start pre-enrollments in January, targeting a mid-February open. Unleash your inner rock star. Join us at School of Rock and let's make some noise.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 5 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
I'm Marky B reporting. 2 firefighters suffered minor injuries and a cat died in a house fire Thursday night in West Dundee. Firefighters were called to the split-level single-family house on the 600 block of South 7th Street just after 9 p.m. for a report of a fire in a bathroom. By the time firefighters arrived, the fire had extended through the roof of the home. The residents were able to safely escape the house before firefighters arrived. Firefighters were able to rescue 2 dogs and a snake, but a family cat died. 2 firefighters suffered minor injuries and were treated at the scene and released. The cause of the fire remains under investigation, according to fire officials. The house sustained an estimated $200,000 in damage and was rendered uninhabitable. Well, maybe it's time to fly away. American Airlines is offering Winter Challenge travelers more flights and destinations from O'Hare International Airport. The carrier is debuting new direct service to Honolulu this winter and boosting departures from Chicago by 22%. Here's a look at the American enhancements to its O'Hare roster in 2025. Overall, the carrier will operate up to 480 flights a day from O'Hare, representing a 22% increase from 2024. Non-stop trips include Naples, Italy, beginning this summer. American is flying to 9 new cities from O'Hare this year, including Madrid, Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada. 10 daily flights to popular European hubs will be offered as well, including 3 to London's Heathrow Airport. And for travelers eager to explore the great American outdoors, American Airlines is adding flights to Bismarck, North Dakota, Boise, Idaho, and Colorado Springs, Colorado. I'm Marky B on the Talk of the Town.
Produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
I am Tricia Grosser, and this is what was happening in Elgin 100 years ago, February 7th. Headlines were as varied as the annual Association of Commerce banquet for 400 in attendance at the Elgin State Hospital, to another headline, an event about the employees of D.C. Cook. But let's go first to the first headline. Horse thieves, if any, please note. Despite the fact that this is AD 1925, the old-fashioned criminal habit of stealing horses is still feared, apparently by the Kane County farmers. Recently, the Kane County Mutual Protection Society, organized years ago for the purpose of detention and apprehension of horse thieves, elected William Sebke and John R. Kirk, both of St. Charles, as special constables. Under the headline, Not Afraid, but Why Have a Party on Friday the 13th, it reads, even though you aren't superstitious, what's the use in courting superstition? That's the stand employees of the D.C. Cook Publishing Company have taken, and in consequence, they have thwarted the jinx of Friday, February 13th by postponing their 5th annual get-together from that date to Friday, March 6th. The event will be held in the YMCA Gymnasium, according to Miss Edna Bradbury, General Chairman. More than 700 employees of the company are expected to take part.
Elgin 100 years ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 years ago at www.elginhistory.org.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 28, temperatures falling to around 23. Tonight, mostly clear with a low around 10. It feels like -3. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 32, temperatures falling to around 28. It feels like -2. Currently, it is 26 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Theriault Booth, a leading local law firm, is located on the beautiful Fox River in downtown St. Charles. Here's Ryan Theriault.
For better or worse, there are just times people need a lawyer. Whether you are involved in a work injury, in an automobile crash, selling a home, or even planning for your estate after your passing, we're here. We're local. We're part of the community.
For more information, visit them on the web at tbfirm.com or give them a call at 630-526-4242.
Tune in to Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m. on WRMN. Join Eric and his expert guests for a fun and informative journey into the home improvement and healthy living lifestyle. Whether you're tackling a DIY project or thinking about your home's wellness, we've got you covered. Say goodbye to stress and hello to solutions that save you time and money. Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m.
My fellow Americans, and good day to our friends around the world. This is a political talk show here on WRMN. My name is Dennis Sonar Green. I'll be taking you through the next remaining hour of Free Speech Friday. Oh, did you miss the first hour? That's okay. It's podcasted online. Just go to your favorite podcasting platform and type in a space, political space, podcast space show, not the space, the button. All 4 words right there into the search bar. You will find it there, or hop in on your YouTube, your Googles, your Ask Jeeves if he's still around. Just pop it into that search side. I think Siri and Apple also takes a political talk show. You can always watch it right here on WRMN's YouTube channel, where we stream starting at 6 in the morning, Monday through Friday. Next time that we're going to be live is going to be, I believe, 8 in the morning tomorrow for the On the Rise show with Derek and Mike. And that starts our sports lineup. So this is right here a political talk show. And this is Free Speech Friday, where we have our panel. Our panel now today is Elliot Serrano. Elliot Serrano is Chicago's pop culture guru, proving that geekiness is indeed a superpower. Comics, movies, TV, and politics. He's got hot takes faster than the Flash. We've also got Cecilia Brooks. Cecilia Brooks running for Elgin City Council, balancing politics, faith, and youth engagement. Basically, a real-life superhero with more meetings and fewer capes. We've also got David Tees, Kane County local, who loves community engagement, good policy, and probably a solid good cup of coffee. We've got civic duty meets caffeine-fueled determination, Tang-fueled determination. If you've got it there. We keep a little bit of the powder stuff here just in case astronauts or David Tees shows up.
Yeah.
More likely David Tees does. It's not just for the Tang. So thank you, panel, for being here. I did tease you earlier in today's show about time travel. we talked about teleportation, and I got to give out one of my favorite quotes from Star Trek. I signed aboard this ship to practice medicine, not to have my atoms scattered back and forth across space by this gadget. Dr. Leonard Bones McCoy of Star Trek. So without teleportation, and we could not come to a consensus on that one, but let's talk about time travel. Of course, if we're going to do space, why not do time as well? Time travel has captivated humanity for centuries, but if given the choice, would it be better to visit the past or the future? Traveling to the past allows us to witness history firsthand, but it also risks altering events. Meanwhile, the future holds mysteries and potential advancements, but is it better to embrace the unknown? And of course, we'll start with our scientific guru, geeky guy. That is Elliot. What do you think? Would you rather go to the past or the future? Oh, I'm sorry. I got to give you my quote. Where we're going, we don't need roads.
Wow. You know, that's a really good question. Okay, let's get beyond things like paradoxes and time travel, like, you know, Mr. T's, you love quantum leap.
Yes.
I kind of believe if time travel is possible, it would be like a quantum leap version of it.
You jump into a person?
You jump into a person because as most, you know, quantum physicists will tell you, everything happens everywhere all at once. It's like everything is happening. Everything that ever had happened before, everything that ever will happen, it's all happening at the same time. But we, because our consciousness is so limited, we experience, you know, time as a linear thing. That's the only way we can perceive it. So if we were able to go up and down our own timeline, we would be in our own bodies, and then you have to leap into somebody else's body so you can see it. But anyway, to answer your question, would I rather go to the past or the future?
As an observer.
As an observer. I would go into the past.
Okay.
I would go to the Middle East. I would go to the site of Jesus Christ giving the Sermon on the Mount because I want to hear it for myself. And then afterwards, I'm going to go, yo, Jay, dude, I got a couple questions for you. Can you tell me how you feel about this?
Well,
this,
no.
this?
You're an observer, sir. You're an observer.
Okay, that's right. I'm only an observer. But I would like to really see, you know, for myself, what did he say about this, this, and this? And I would like remember, I go, okay, hold on. I know the book says this, but I was there. This is
First
what he said.
book of Elliot.
There we go.
Chapter 12.
It'd be one of two things would happen. One, I'd become impossibly rich because that book would sell. And I would be incredibly hated by a lot of people because if I wrote anything that contradicted what everybody else, you know, was saying, then, you know, I'll be like, oh, then I'd have a target on my back.
If you could take anything with you to leave there, what would it be?
I would give him a real good pair of running shoes so that when the Romans come, just, dude, put these on, go, book.
Don't use those straps. That's too many.
No, just the sandals. You know, that's like the Homer Simpson joke. Because, man, you know, he didn't have good shoes. That's how the Romans caught him.
Cecilia, forwards or backwards?
Oh, 1,000% backwards.
Okay.
I mean, I'm convinced my soul is already still there. So really, I just am fascinated by all of the history.
Where are you going? First trip.
I'd love to go to the 40s and see what living through World War II was like.
Okay.
Then I'd love to hit the Civil War. I'd love to hit the Revolutionary War. I'd like to visit the Renaissance period.
Are you visiting battles or are you visiting cities, important cities of the time?
A little bit of both. I would love to be there for the Gettysburg Address. Yes, I would have a field day as long as I'm an observer and I don't speak to anybody because my nosy self would just want to know everything and everyone.
Same question from Elliot though. If you could bring something and drop it off, what would it be? No, they already had that.
Yeah. Oh, true, but they didn't.
Indians. Hemp production actually, I think, was taken aback when plastics and big oil took over. Hemp was one of the first things to actually go back down. So
you know what? I don't know if that's a good question. As far as what I would take with, I I don't know. Maybe I take some Oberweis milk with me.
There you go.
And show them how it's really done.
I think all the milk was raw back then.
It's true. If you're going, depending on how far back you go. Mr. T's, forwards, backwards, past, or future?
I would go backwards, and I'd have to. I can't believe I'm saying this, and I've heard this quote before.
That's a hat trick right there.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I'd like to go where Elliot is, but not with Jesus Christ. I would like to go and watch him build the pyramids, because I'm still amazed at how that happened.
It was aliens. You want to see the aliens do it?
Wait. Let's all do it. Look at the camera. Ready? Aliens.
It's like Stargate, huh? Yeah, that's what I've always been amazed as to how they got those large, gigantic pieces of stone and how they cut them down and who did it. It's I think it's something I don't think we even know the truth about yet.
Is it the crane that you bring, or what else would you bring with you?
I would bring, there you go, crane. It would help them out a lot more. It would have gotten done faster, I'm sure, instead of 1,000 years. Crane would work out good for them.
Okay, that's it. We finally got our first consensus. It is taking off great for this hour here, because we are going to talk about taking two parts that have split and pulling them together. Is it time to revive the Democratic-Republican Party? We are going to talk about the different types of views that we had before the breakup. Listen to Apolitical Talk Show when we come right back after these important messages.
And I am running for re-election to be an Elgin Township trustee. As an elected official, I understand that it's my job to represent the entire community, whether you lean to the left, to the right, or view yourself as independent. Left starts with the letter L, and I use this letter to let you know that I listen, learn, and lead. Right starts with the letter R, and I like to use this letter to describe myself as resourceful, responsible, and real. Finally, independent begins with the letter I, and there is no I in team, but I know that it takes a team to build a successful community, and that team consists of you and me. You let me know what you think and how you feel, and I take those thoughts with me to board meetings, where I try to make the most sensible, common sense votes that I can to help Elgin Township remain a great place to work and live. So when you cast your ballot this spring, please consider me, Mark Bialek, Marky B for trustee, and follow me on Facebook at Mark Bialek for Elgin Township. Paid for by Friends for Mark Bialek.
Fitting in shouldn't be hard, whether in life, on the court, or in the classroom. At Elgin Community College, you could find your place alongside those expanding their horizons, exploring rewarding careers, and achieving their dreams. A place for doers, thinkers, and believers. At ECC, we see you, we believe in you, and you'll fit right in. Learn more at elgin.edu/belong.
It's always exciting to hear Elgin business owners like Tanner Melvin of Side Street Studios share positivity about the local community.
Elgin is on its way, and it has been, and sometimes, we got set back, the pandemic, and it's been rough. Everyone has felt it in so many different ways. What we're trying to do is a lot of hand-holding and shoulder rubbing and being like, it's okay, it's okay. Mm-hmm. We're trying to get this town a lot more money. We're very lucky to live in this community right now. There's nothing like this around here.
Feel the positive power of the first shift with me, Marky B, weekday mornings on WRMN.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
Welcome back to A Political Talk Show here on WRMN. My name is Dennis Sonar Green. I'm going to be taking you all the way to 6 o'clock, but with some of my friends that made it out of the anthill today. Thank you very much for being here, everybody. And by everybody, I mean Elliot Serrano, Cecilia Brooks, and David Tees. Elliot, you have a new show that is here on the station that is Saturday nights called the Torn Quadcast. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
The Torn Quadcast, yes, is part of our expanding sports coverage here on WRMN. But instead of football, baseball, what all the sports guys talk about in the morning, I cover pro wrestling.
Yeah.
So professional wrestling. We've been talking about WWE, AEW. And because it's about sports entertainment, sports and entertainment, we've been discussing comic books, movies. This weekend, we are going to give our review of Captain America, Brave New World.
All the spoilers, right?
No spoilers.
No
Spoiler free.
spoilers.
Spoiler free.
Okay.
We're going to discuss how the movie actually is way better than people say, than the online fanboys were complaining about.
Oh, they always are.
I saw it. I actually enjoyed it. So go see it. And and then we also talk about the Saturday Night Live specials that have been airing on Peacock.
That's amazing. Go ahead.
I got a question. Are you seeing? I think it's on a channel. They're doing like wrestling people competing, like a reality show.
Yes.
Competing to become into wrestling and
Yes.
training. I saw the promo for that. I thought it was pretty cool. I might have to watch it, but I'm not a wrestling guy.
No, the WWE has been they've been very clever in their programming because they know they have people are very much into reality television. And that show that you're talking about, it's called LFG Legends Future something, I forget. They've essentially took their old show Tough Enough, which was when they got kids to just go through this boot camp to become wrestlers, and they've combined it with The Voice, where they have these legends from the WWE being coaches for these rookies, just like you had on The Voice, where you have like Reba and all the other ones, like picking the singers that they'd want to be coaches for. So it's very clever. And look, and the fact that you saw that, you're like, ooh, I want to watch that. That shows like the WWE is being very clever in their programming.
Yes, that's it. I believe it is 6 o'clock Saturday evenings, and it premieres on YouTube at the exact same time.
At the exact same time. And I want to do I've been wanting to do a quote unquote reality show about a candidate running for office.
Yeah.
Just really get into that. I
That would
think
be fun.
maybe, since we've got someone here who's kind of running for office and has a bit of a personality and, would look okay on camera, we'd have to work on you a little bit.
I mean, I'll take what I can get. Okay is better than
It ain't much.
You're talking about Mr. Day, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Day, the write-in candidate.
No, Mr. T's here. He's got a George Clooney vibe going with him right now. See the little pepper hair? He's got the Clooney
I'm
cut
like
and
between
everything.
George Clooney and Adam Sandler. I got the egghead and I got the good looks going
George
on there.
Clooney wanted to be you. He could never be.
That's okay. Richard Dreyfuss all day.
Yep.
Hoopa. I'm telling you, they're sharks. So let's get into some more of the agreements. We had a hat trick right off the bat where everybody wanted to travel to the past. Nobody wants to see the future, or they want to experience it in real time. But that's okay. We're going to travel to the past together. In the early 19th century, the Democratic Republican Party, founded by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, championed the cause of the common citizen against centralized power and elitism. Their vision emphasized agrarianism, states' rights, and strict interpretation of the Constitution, aiming to protect individual liberties and promote social mobility. Today, as Americans navigate a deeply partisan landscape, revisiting the populist ideas of the Democratic Republicans offer a pathway to unity. By focusing on policies that resonate across the political spectrum, we can address the concerns of modern Americans and bridge divides. This panel will explore a couple points that are key populist reforms that are rooted in Democratic Republican principles that have the potential to unite contemporary society. The reason I wanted to bring this up is I was called both of these today, or this week. Sorry, not just today, but both of these.
You Democrat, Republican.
Right? So I thought, why not just lean into it? Back to the, if it's going to be inevitable, let's do it on purpose. So first point is the decentralization of federal power. Now, we always talk about small government. What does small government mean? Does small government mean just a smaller purse? Does small government mean less rights or more rights? So the Democratic Republicans advocated for limiting federal authority, believing that decentralized governments would better serve local communities. In today's context, this translates to empowering state and local governments to address issues specific to their constituents. Decentralization can lead to more responsive and tailored policies, fostering a sense of autonomy and trust among citizens. Recent discussions highlight the potential of decentralization in enhancing government efficiency and accountability. The quote from Encyclopedia Britannica says the Democratic Republican Party emphasized states' rights, agrarian interests, and a strict interpretation of the Constitution. Talking about agrarian and farms and things like that, Cecilia, I'll give you this first one here. How can decentralizing federal power enhance the effectiveness of governance locally? So if we started stepping out as far as that side and jumped in.
I mean, by tenfold, to say the least. You like to bring up a point of stopping the culture war. And I completely agree that we have, at a national scale, we as Americans have just gone way off the deep end, in my opinion, on both sides. And I think that as someone who always says that politics start at a local level, because I know that from experience. And with that experience, I'm seeing that people, citizens, constituents are way more engaged at a local level because these issues and these solutions are going to affect them first at a local level. And so I think by decentralizing the federal government and giving less power to the federal government and more so to state and local, I think we would have an actively engaged community all over. As far as the agricultural aspect too, we are giving and empowering, kind of like you said, those farmers, those agricultural workers who are the backbone of America. And we can tailor those policies, as mentioned, to specific kind of demographics or areas of the country that need certain things more than others.
Mr. Tees, you have at least 3 or 4 pairs of shoes that tell us that you knock on more doors than almost anybody else around here. So how is the local side perceived to be more powerful than the federal side, or should have their hands on the wheel instead of the federal government?
Well, because we're a smaller population and we have less government. It's like for City of Elgin, I know they got less than what the county does because you don't have the Forest Reserve District and the road, they got road districts, but there's other, I can never say farmlands. There's a division for that. So each county board member actually has to be on that committee, financial, farm, everything, Forest Reserve. So yeah, it's less government, less that, but separate, let the states take care of everything themselves, and getting away from the federal government is kind of like not a bad idea, but it's unfair advantage to some of the states that don't have the population and the money and the resources. I mean, there's states that, like New Mexico, that have no agriculture, no farmland. It's all desert, and the same thing with Arizona, Nevada. So it's at a disadvantage where poorer states will stay poorer states, richer states will stay richer states.
If you focus on the farmland side of it there.
Yeah.
Part of the Democratic Republican platform is strict constitutional adherence, Mr. Elliott. Will we start to lose, or will we have to constantly fight to keep our federal rights if we move most of the power to the local level? 45 seconds, if you will.
Yes. That's all I needed.
Oh, hey, dang. My goodness. But fight is in, we would have to have stronger legislation, or we would just have to protest more. How does that look?
Yes, because we're seeing it happen now. There are certain states people have less rights than in other states. It's just pure and simple.
Well, we'll jump more into that while we try to figure out how to put the divide back together. A house divided cannot stand, said a really smart guy in a top hat. We'll have more Apolitical Talk Show after this.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Cintas. The Elgin Police Department is honoring Black History Month by wrapping a police vehicle with community-submitted artwork. Residents are invited to submit their designs from February 1st through May 9th of this year, and submissions can be emailed to the Elgin Police Department. Anderson Humane in South Elgin has secured a $25,000 award from the Petco Love Stories campaign. The award ceremony taking place on February 10th at a Bloomingdale Petco, where the story of Alana, as submitted by Anderson Humane, was also gifted Bob's Footwear and a Petco shopping spree. A teacher from South Elgin High School has achieved recognition as a finalist for the prestigious 2025 Golden Apple Award for Excellence in Teaching. Matthew Urbach, who instructs courses in civil engineering, architecture, and precision manufacturing, is celebrated for his dedication of over 2 decades. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For speedy security, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Image 360 South Elgin is your ultimate destination for custom signs and visual communication solutions. Looking to rebrand your office interior? Need striking vehicle wraps or decals for your fleet? Or perhaps you're in the market for a standout trade show display? At Image 360 South Elgin, they've got you covered. As your full-service custom sign and graphics partner, they deliver bold solutions and exceptional support. From outdoor signage to eye-catching store signs, indoor graphics to comprehensive branding solutions, they have the experience to elevate your brand's presence. Trust Image 360 to create a long-term partnership that gives your brand 360 degrees of exposure. Visit them at 506 Sundown Road in South Elgin. Image 360 South Elgin. Bold solutions, exceptional support.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Tonight, mostly clear with a low around 10. It feels like -3. Looking ahead to tomorrow, sunny with a high near 32. Temperatures falling to around 28 in the afternoon. It feels like -2. Tomorrow night, mostly cloudy with a low around 19. Currently, it is 22 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
back to Apolitical Talk Show here on WRMN. Let's run down a few of these chats that are over here. We've got, let's see here. Dutchman says, like you, I am a radio big mouth. He also says, we are Borg. Time travel is futile. We've got Rich as well, who is coming in saying, what up, fam? I'm just tuning in now. Sounds serious. Go agriculture. Thank you, Rich. That was amazing. That's there. Hey, if you want to jump in, of course, that is over there on the YouTube side. We also take text lines, and that text line is there. We also got a text from downtown Jose that says, we hope you are well, David. We got some fans out there. So thank you all for being here. Thanks for being a part of the show. And thank my panel for giving me the best Friday gift ever. We are going to extend for a after the political show podcast and go a little bit longer on YouTube while the regular scheduled programming of Brian Kilmeade and our other political shows go on.
Does this mean we get to swear?
Yeah,
Good
why
question.
not?
Excellent. Okay, so tune in because I'll tell you when we're not on air because we can't. We have to watch ourselves on air. But on the YouTube, we don't have to worry about it so much.
I'll put a disclaimer at the bottom, and that way we know.
That's for Elliot.
We know for people who are yeah, just in case. We do have to keep it PG-13 though.
Yeah, no, don't worry. My profanities don't get that bad.
That was a reminder for myself. I was in the Navy and I'm still recovering.
I'm just a big agriculture fan.
There, of course, yeah. Go agriculture right here with Rich. We really appreciate you listening out there. Thanks for being a part of the show, everyone. And part of the show is some great members of the panel on a regular basis. We have Elliot Serrano, Cecilia Brooks, and David Tease. Let's see here. We just got off talking about decentralization of federal power. So the 10th Amendment gives states rights to anything that the federal government doesn't already take, isn't already in any of the other articles, or isn't put into law that the federal government will do these things. Honestly, some people have an argument towards taxation that same kind of way, where taxes were supposed to be collected from the states and the local, and then the federal government then taxed the states, is, I believe, how they were putting it together. I don't know. I haven't seen Hamilton. So, so the federal powers that we get within the Bill of Rights, of freedoms, and all of these things, how do you think, Mr. Serrano, that these would be attacked or needed to be preserved in local constitutions and state constitutions, or maybe even township bylaws, or should it go all the way down to that?
That is a great question, and I wish I could say there's a one-size-fits-all answer to it. Obviously, there's not. The states are different, and every state has their own constitution. I mean, even beyond what the basic rights are, but about the way their government is put together. I mean, Wisconsin elects their Supreme Court justices, right? Mm-hmm. You don't do that on the federal level. You have some states where, again, there are certain rights that you have in one state that you don't necessarily have in that other state. Mm-hmm. So it's like we kind of all got to agree on what is the bare minimum of what we need.
What if I told you bare minimum is what is in the Bill of Rights right now?
Then great. It still needs work, though.
Of course, yeah. But I mean strict adherence to no discrimination of any way, no against any kind of religion, even if that religion is, hey, I think that gay people should exist, like right. That type of side to things. I think at the end of the day, the Constitution is a good framework, just like you do. Does it now force local states to tailor a little bit more freedoms based off of things like that.
I mean,
so maybe in like Michigan, you're allowed to travel county lines with a ninja sword, but in I don't know, Indiana, you're not, but you're able to ride a horse or whatever else. Those freedoms may be what comes out of it.
Yeah, but I mean, isn't that the way it's supposed to work now, right? I mean, and that's when you get local states come up with a law, and then someone says, well, that is unconstitutional. State can't do that because the federal Constitution, the American Constitution, says you can't do that. So, but to that point, though, you do have states with unconstitutional laws, but they remain the states because the federal government doesn't go in and say you can't do that or you shouldn't do that, and yet they do. Let's look at voter ID laws. Let's look at some of the parts of the Civil Rights Act that have been pretty much erased and reneged because we think, oh no, voting is fine down in those states that used to suppress the votes all the time. So in theory, that's what we should be doing. Obviously, it's not happening.
Cecilia, does local rule and federal have to adhere? Is that just a pie in the sky type of side, or can the federal government give down guidelines that states and locals would have to adhere to, like the Constitution? Hey, because the Constitution's federal, so you say adhere to the federal Constitution. And if we need to amend the federal Constitution, then the states are the ones that are going to do it anyway. Should the federal government really just focus around constitutional side and let locals figure everything else out?
Absolutely.
But is it a dream? Is it ideal? Is it feasible?
It's both, but it's all of the above. It is
Okay.
a dream, it is an idea, and it is feasible. But it's going to take. This is not an overnight fix, and this is not something that is going to happen in the blink of an eye. But it can be done if the power is given back to the states. Now, there's going to be a whole long process for that. But the reason that the states themselves have the power that they do to govern themselves, in a sense, that exists for a reason. And our founding fathers knew what they were doing when they drafted the Constitution. And what I will say is that I think a top-down approach is the worst possible way that you could ever approach a leadership position from a federal level. At no point should people at the top be making decisions for the people at the bottom. It should be a bottom-up approach. And I would like to see that in an ideal, but also implemented.
That does not sound like a Republican to me.
Maybe I'm a Democrat Republican.
Exactly. Will the top ever give the power back down?
Well, if they do, it should follow one great example that we have to follow with the Illinois State Plumbing Code Book. It's a big green book that all plumbers have to follow. It's the law. Each municipality can amend the state code book. If they don't, you can always upgrade the code book. You can never degrade it. So if you don't want CPVC, even though it's an approved material in the code book, you don't want it in your municipality, then you have your meeting, you have it amended. City of Elgin says no CPVC. And that's the way I think it should do it. You should follow the Constitution. You can always upgrade it. You should never be able to degrade it.
Well, here's my counter to that, and I hate to just hit it across the broadside there. What if somebody amends that there are only two genders? What if somebody amends that here in this county, all of our dollars go directly back to the families who are raising kids, and we don't have a school system? At what point does the federal government have to step in at some of those things?
Yeah, they would probably have to step in, like here, the Illinois State Code. I'm trying to use an example.
Yeah.
The state plumbing inspector would have to come in and step in if this is wrong. You can't do that.
What's the process for that? Let's take it from a contractor type of civilian side. Let's take it from there.
I disagree with an inspector from a local municipality that I'm following the code book, but he has his own interpretation. And just like with every state constitution, every state law, it has a different interpretation. The code book says it this way, but we look at it this way. Everybody looks at things differently. And that's what the problem we have. Everybody interprets things differently. Now you have to have somebody come in and say, well, this is the way it is. This is how it's going to have to happen.
I'm beginning to think you actually do like the paperwork.
I don't.
Elliot,
I swear I thought you were going to ask him about piping, and then you came at the genders. I'm like, wait, what?
Exactly.
Well, that could have to do with piping too. Now that I think about it.
For us, I've got female and male connectors over here, and every once in a while, I got to gender bend them. So that's it. Elliot, like you had said, is this shift? Like you had said, this is really hard to do. I mean, the what's stopping us from doing it now, right, is the real side of it. Is this shifting sands, or is this clay that still just doesn't need to be, it still needs to be molded a little bit more?
No, it's sand.
Yeah?
It's sand because it changes so quickly. I mean, let's be honest. You talk about the gender issue.
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time people actually cared about transgender folks? I mean, that it became a national issue and everyone's like, oh, I don't want these people coming into my bathrooms and stuff. When was the last time we talked about it?
I think Cecilia hit on that too,
Yeah.
is the national issues becoming local issues at a certain point. Is like the percentage wise, you probably in most rural areas won't even run into somebody who's like that. So
Exactly.
continue.
So then it becomes, and this is where I'm thinking, it's like, it's not that it's what we care about as people. It's what the people up top want to make us care about, so that we're not thinking about the stuff that we should be caring about. Because again, I just half the time I'm hearing about what they're fighting about in Congress. I'm like, what does that have to do with anything?
Yeah.
Why are we even talking about this?
The tea in China and the price of eggs here.
Yeah. I mean, come on. Can we stop talking about who gets to use the bathrooms in the House of Representatives? That is ridiculous. That's all. It's WWE performances, just so we can distract us from the issues that matter. And that's when we start saying, if we can all say, you know what, we're getting played here. They're doing this to us. We need to hold them accountable. And then here we go. Here comes the rant I've been holding back. Like, Congress skates. Congress has been skating for the past.
Yes.
So
let's get
how
some of
many
that.
years now skating? Getting to just go by and put all the attention on the court, put all the attention on the president. Like right now, with this whole thing with Doge, I'm surprised that no one from Congress is saying, hey, I'd like to see a report of what you're finding here. Because I haven't seen it. No one's made a report. And Congress is supposed to be the one who's like, well, Elon Musk is helping us with this, so we'll know eventually. I go, seriously? Then what did we elect you for? What did we elect you for if you're just going to sit back and let someone else do the job for you? That would be like the mayor of Elgin coming in and saying to all the city council, you know what, folks, just go home. I got a guy here who's going to go through our budget. We don't need your input. I'm going to take care of everything. Do you think the city council of Elgin would be okay with that?
Probably not.
No.
Yeah.
Probably not. But
And
what
yet-
if that's what the people voted for, Elliot? What if they voted for some random person?
Man, you're going to let me... wait, this is a political show. I can say this stuff here.
No, we have to wait. We've got to wait till after the show.
After the show.
After the show's done.
Tune in for the after show when you hear what I really think.
Now I was joking about the warning. Now I have to put the warning
Now you
in.
better put the warning.
That's it. So let's go on to the next one, because we've got a little bit more time of the FCC airwaves before we continue the conversation over to YouTube. Please head on over there, youtube.com. Find us at WRMN Radio. So this, I think, brings us into the next thing that I want to talk about is campaign finance and political corruption reform. One of the greatest challenges to a democracy is the influence of money in politics. The Democratic Republicans opposed centralized financial power and corruption in governance. Today, Americans across the political spectrum support reforms to reduce corporate influence in elections and increase transparency in campaign finances. From the Brennan Center of Justice, the dominance of money in politics is a bipartisan concern that threatens democratic integrity. Here's a question for you, Mr. Tease. How can we effectively reform campaign finance to bring things back to that trust? Maybe not reform campaign finance completely, but maybe what steps can we start to reform that trust?
get rid of lobbyists that are trying to push
all lobbyists.
Yeah, I think you should get rid
even
of
the lobbyists for kids' cancer.
No, well, okay. How about this? Corporate lobbyists, not good lobbyists.
Fair enough.
Okay,
I'll
corporate
give you that.
lobbyists, because if they want their product to become a law, they will pay lots of money to make that product become a law, and then that product will become a law in that state or this state. Every state, everybody will have to use super glue, this brand, because it's a law. You can't use any other one, and that's what they got to do. I mean, the corporate interferes too much with government, but helping out kids with cancer, those are good things you do, but you got to get rid of the bad things.
Yep. Should there be or let's look at it this way, Cecilia, would term limits prevent some of this here of corporate finance there? If I only have 2 terms, I'm not necessarily worried all the time about reelection, and therefore I'm not always worried about having to find my corporate donors. Would that help or be on the way out?
Yes. I cannot say that enough. I am just relentless on advocating for term limits. I think that term limits are a completely bipartisan issue, and I think that that's how it should be. I don't think there is no reason on this planet that I can possibly think of for a good human being to want to stay in office for 50 years. That's not normal. And 1,000%, I think that we need term limits. I think that would discourage corruption and lower the possibility of corruption in someone's office the shorter the term is that they are in the office for. And I think that it would also motivate people to run for office for the right reasons rather than disheartening people.
But do we let the politicians vote on that, or do we let the people and put it on the ballot vote for term limits?
No, we put it as a referendum on the ballot for every state in the country to impose term limits at a local,
Sounds
at a
a lot
state,
like an amendment to
and at a
me.
federal level. And it can be done. We've amended the Constitution before, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It can be done again.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not against amendments in no kind of way. Let's get more of them, because every amendment that I've seen, at least as far as my lifetime and the things that I have now, we got some pretty good amendments, pretty good things out of it. Elliot, with part of this campaign financing and things like that, are there a lot of middle schoolers that are now, if we talk about career politician and then having term limits, are middle schoolers now not going to be able to be career politicians? Hey, if I can only do 2 terms, where are we going to get the expertise from?
Well, first I'll give the joke answer. I don't know any kid who ever said, when I grow up, I want to be the congressman for my district.
I want to be, they say, I want to be a senator.
They say, I want to grow up to be president. That's what they say. You can grow up to be president, and you only get 2 terms there anyway when you're president, right?
But can I be president if I only had 2 terms in Congress?
Well, it's happened. You know, wait, we had someone who's president who's never been in Congress. So
fair enough.
You know,
fair enough.
There's that.
It's good ratings, though. You had to get some good ratings.
They were the best.
Yeah.
The best by all means. So the highest ratings ever. But the serious answer is you know, and because I'm sitting next to 2 people who've run for office, respectfully to them, I think if you want to run for office, you want to do it. I myself, term limits, maybe not 2, maybe a little more than that. I mean, because yes, you have like Mitch McConnell, who's literally, shorting, the McConnell bot is shorting down before our very eyes as, and he's been in
people are still voting for him.
But there it is.
I would like to meet a person that would do that.
Who would do that? And my thing is, I always say we have term limits. They're called elections. Pay attention to what's going on in your district, in your state. If you don't like what said politician is doing, vote them out. But too many people get, and I say Congress skates because they know that we don't pay attention to midterms. We don't pay attention to congressional races. We don't pay attention to Senate races. We just say, if we want to, if it happens to be a Senate race during a presidential election, then people show up. But beyond that, we don't pay enough attention, and that's on the electorate for that.
That's true. Should we have more education, not necessarily forced in there? Go ahead. We got an emphatical nod. Go ahead.
Yes, I think that the best way to empower the citizens is to educate them, to keep them, to inform them of what's going on, to interact with the public. And I think that as elected officials, they need to remember that they were elected to serve the people and not the other way around. And I think that if more people and more elected officials and politicians behave that way, then we would be in a much better place. And unfortunately, I think that career politicians have had such a negative connotation because we typically associate a career politician with somebody who is exceedingly corrupt. And I would like to change that.
You are in good company. The Democratic Republicans believed in an engaged and informed citizenry as essential to democracy. Today, voter apathy and misinformation threaten the political process. Encouraging civic participation through education, accessibility, and public discourse can help bridge divides and strengthen democratic institutions. The Pew Research Center, which does a whole bunch of research out there, a functioning democracy relies on an informed and active electorate. What does that education look like, Mr. Tees? Is it more, this is how government works, these are the people, or these are the policies? What do we focus on to make sure that, and honestly, to keep out misinformation and keep it as close to the bare necessities as possible?
Well, it's like we said Tuesday. Go to your city council meetings, or you can watch it on Zoom.
Oh, well, you're telling me I got to teach myself?
Yes, you do. That's the whole thing. You got to get off the couch and teach yourself. Or you can watch it on Zoom. The county boards. You can actually, do they do state here down in Springfield? Did they do that on Zoom? You can watch those processes. I think so. But citizens can't go in there and speak. And same thing in Congress. And
you have to be there in person.
But watch. Do your history. You can actually go online and look up how your local candidate in Springfield or in Washington voted on an issue at any given time, because they have to show you that stuff. So you got to educate yourself. You got to know what you're doing.
Elliot, if we were going to make a government program, not mandated or anything like that, what would it be? Would it just be the Gail Borden Library?
Well, government mandated program?
No. A government funded or a government enforced, or not necessarily enforced, a government, let's say, supported program. If somebody was to build a program to enlighten people about civics, what does that look like? How do we kind of put this together?
Let's bring back Schoolhouse Rock.
Oh, okay.
Let's produce those videos again.
Yeah.
Those were fun.
I like the story bots. They work out for me.
We'll get some of the top artistic talent. Hey, Kendrick Lamar's been really popular. I'm sure he can do a great Schoolhouse Rock on decentralized government.
Are we back to internal propaganda, right? Where the government just says, "Hey, we're so great. Keep being great."
Never defend someone from the truth.
That's it. Hey, we're going to continue this conversation over on YouTube. Thanks for staying with us for the 2 hours that we did through this. If you would like to call in, we then have those call-in numbers still active for everything. We're going to play the news, let everybody get a glass of water, and we'll see you on the other side on YouTube for more Apolitical Talk Show, Free Speech Friday, bonus round, and
Elliot's going to swear.
Yeah, PG-13, please. Thank you for being here. Apolitical Talk Show will be back on Monday.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 6 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
I'm Marky B reporting. 2 firefighters suffered minor injuries and a cat died in a house fire Thursday night in West Dundee. Firefighters were called to the split-level single-family house on the 600 block of South 7th Street just after 9 p.m. for a report of a fire in a bathroom. By the time firefighters arrived, the fire had extended through the roof of the home. The residents were able to safely escape the house before firefighters arrived. Firefighters were able to rescue 2 dogs and a snake, but a family cat died. 2 firefighters suffered minor injuries and were treated at the scene and released. The cause of the fire remains under investigation, according to fire officials. The house sustained an estimated $200,000 in damage and was rendered uninhabitable. Well, maybe it's time to fly away. American Airlines is offering Winter Challenge travelers more flights and destinations from O'Hare International Airport. The carrier is debuting new direct service to Honolulu this winter and boosting departures from Chicago by 22%. Here's a look at the American enhancements to its O'Hare roster in 2025. Overall, the carrier will operate up to 480 flights a day from O'Hare, representing a 22% increase from 2024. Nonstop trips include Naples, Italy, beginning this summer. American is flying to 9 new cities from O'Hare this year, including Madrid, Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada. 10 daily flights to popular European hubs will be offered as well, including 3 to London's Heathrow Airport. And for travelers eager to explore the great American outdoors, American Airlines is adding flights to Bismarck, North Dakota, Boise, Idaho, and Colorado Springs, Colorado. I'm Marky B on the Talk of the Town.
Produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Cintas. A teacher from South Elgin High School has achieved recognition as a finalist for the prestigious 2025 Golden Apple Award for Excellence in Teaching. Matthew Urbach, who instructs courses in civil engineering, architecture, and precision manufacturing, is celebrated for his dedication of over 2 decades. The Elgin Police Department is honoring Black History Month by wrapping a police vehicle with community-submitted artwork. Residents are invited to submit their designs from February 1st through May 9th of this year, and submissions can be emailed to the Elgin Police Department. Anderson Humane in South Elgin has secured a $25,000 award from the Petco Love Stories campaign. The award ceremony taking place on February 10th at a Bloomingdale Petco, where the story of Alana, as submitted by Anderson Humane, was also gifted Bob's Footwear and a Petco shopping spree. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For speedy security, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Tonight, mostly clear with a low around 10. It feels like -3. Looking ahead to tomorrow, sunny with a high near 32. Temperatures falling to around 28 in the afternoon. It feels like -2. Tomorrow night, mostly cloudy with a low around 19. Currently, it is 22 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I lack a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hello, my fellow Americans, and good day to our friends around the world. This is a political talk show, After Dark. Here only streaming on the YouTube channel. Welcome here for us. Let me just reach over here real quick and flip the PG-13 button real quick. There she goes. I've got that warning down there at the bottom. In case you are continuing from the other live stream that we started, you're talking, you probably heard that we are going to continue and that this warning was going to pop up. And there you are. If you are catching us in a live stream, hopefully you see that warning, because I'm not going to keep giving it to you. I'm sorry. This is it. This isn't your final warning because I've already put it on the screen here. Welcome in my panel, who is continuing being here. That is Elliot Serrano, Cecilia Brooks, and David Tees.
Thank you for having us
in
overtime.
Overtime, right? The fourth quarter.
In a way, you got to remember something. Is your show? You're like a sports announcer because you're giving play-by-plays in a political way.
It's true. Yeah. I don't mind talking about politics in a political sports type of way. What really gets me is the same thing that irks me about Sports Center anyway, is like, here's 50 sports in 30 minutes. And it's like, whoa, hold on a second. I don't need that much news. I would just like the news, please.
I thought you had a problem with the catchphrases, like, "Oh, Pete Hesketh was confirmed by Congress." Boom, shakalaka.
Oh no, that's fantastic. You got to see my YouTube playlist. No, which
We're too good at that.
I have contributed to the usurping of Joe Rogan. There is now a new king of podcasting, which is now the Midas Touch, which is absolutely an anti-Trump type of podcast there. Like I told somebody the other day, you do not have to be a Democrat to be anti-Trump. You don't have to be.
Well, there are plenty of Republicans.
Yeah, Mike Pence.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. What?
What is it? Tim from the Bulwark. Why can I never remember his name? Anyway, there's quite a few people that are out there. Walsh, Joe Walsh.
Joe Walsh. I have a bone to pick with Joe Walsh.
Oh, me too.
Big time.
He owes me some money.
Yeah. You too? Yeah. No, because it's like he was one of those, because I knew his producer back when he was on. Well, he's still on the radio, but back during.
I was the one that kicked him off.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, now
we'll talk.
Now we're friends. Because I was the one who, I remember, and I would have it out with, my friend who was like, was actually dating his producer. And I'll go, Joe Walsh is out there, stumping for Trump. And he was like one of those, well, if Trump loses the election, it's going to be a revolution. We're all going to arm ourselves and blah, blah, blah. And then later on goes, oh, no, I was just joking. That's not what I meant. And then he becomes a never Trumper. I'm like, dude. How come all of a sudden all the stuff that people were saying before didn't matter, but now you decided that you agree with it and nothing really changed. Anything that was said before, same was said afterwards. So I have a bone to pick with folks who were the most vociferous. I'm talking about up top, the media folks, the folks who are out there, stumping for their guy, and then later on go, oh, well, you know what? Maybe that wasn't such a great idea.
I want to talk a little bit with the two people who identify as Republicans in this way.
They're not really Republicans, though. These two are just way too reasonable to be Republicans.
Are you starting to see a fissure in everything where it needs to be almost like a litmus test or a loyalty test? Like, what was that movie with that just came out with all of the people that take the cameras and the pictures and the stuff, and the guy's like, hey, who are you? Well, we're Americans. What kind of Americans?
Civil War, yeah.
So that one, Civil War.
Not Captain America Civil War, but Civil War.
Yeah, which I would have watched Captain America. I think would have
That was
better.
great. Captain America's my favorite.
Yeah.
But let me ask that. Are you getting that now? Is it hello, I'm a Republican. Are you getting the test? Are you getting the special squeeze of the handshake? Like, is there something to let people know if you're down to Trump or not?
Well, we have a secret handshake. You don't know about it, okay?
Hence,
and
it's a secret.
I can't show it to you, okay?
Has to be keep it secret.
But yeah, it is like that because if there's a candidate or somebody that's running as a Republican and we don't know too much about them, then somebody would go into their voting history of how they voted in the primaries and find out. Okay, then we find out this guy didn't even vote in the primaries. Is he a Republican or is he a diehard Republican? We know nothing about him. Yeah, and that's, like you said, what kind of a Republican are you?
Is it easy to infiltrate a party? Like, can I just all of a sudden just like put on a red hat and just like walk in anywhere I want to at this point? Or red hat or otherwise, a blue hat if you want to take the hypothetical the other direction.
JFK Jr. did it.
Yeah.
He switched parties. A lot of people switch parties. They switch parties if that party looks like they're going to win. And it's like changing your Civil War outfit. Oh, the North is losing right now. We're going to put the South go over and across the other side.
I need a little bit brighter uniform.
But yeah, it is kind of funny when people start jumping parties just because that party's looking good, and then that party loses, and you're like, oh crap.
You've seen some of the federal side of things, Cecilia. Are you starting to see some of that too, where like even within followers of candidates, it's even a how loyal are you type of jab on this? What?
All the time. And it's honestly a little bit disheartening, especially as
I am a Republican, but I would say if specifically traditional conservative or constitutionalist, for example.
It's getting hard to describe it that way,
Well,
right?
Right. Because then I say something that is taken as too much of a rhino or too much of a leftist, right? And then I get that thrown at me as if that's an insult. But what I'm seeing is a lot of people that are either MAGA Republicans, and then you have your true conservatives, and then you also have your never Trumpers, just like Elliot mentioned, in the Republican Party. There are so many different fractions within the Republican Party. I mean, at a general federal level, and also there's statewide Illinois Republican politics is a dumpster fire at best on a good day.
Yeah.
So,
oh my goodness.
You know, there's a great movie that shows, because there's times I do talk, and then Elliot can't believe that I'm a Republican with some of the things I say. I believe in fairness. I believe in the right thing. Okay. The greatest movie, I think, where a Republican ex-president and a Democratic ex-president were trying to kill them, and that would be My Fellow Americans.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Mars Attacks.
That's a really good movie too, by the way. Love that movie. But this was a great movie because the two of them, even though they were on two different sides of the aisle, they became together, and they actually, at the end of the movie, when they survived, they actually decided to run for president again. But they were arguing who's going to be the president, and that was, God, what was it? I can't remember the two stars in that movie, but My Fellow American was a great movie.
I'll have to check that out. Elliot, I want to talk a little bit about while you're looking up that movie. I'll let you do that first.
Yeah, go on. I'm listening.
Yeah. I want to talk about
Jack Lemmon and James Garner.
Ooh,
by the way.
Yeah. Good movie.
Are we starting to see it? Let me back up just a little bit. A famous nihilist, Nietzsche, said that you should stumble over your beliefs. Because they should be that intertwined with what you are, that you shouldn't just have a quick catchphrase for whatever you want to be able to do. The fact that we are starting to have political conversations where people can't just say, I'm a this or I'm a that, I'm this color, I'm that thing, I'm a one-party issue type of person. Is this reminding you of when religions fissure? Like we're talking about the Lutherans and the Baptists and the Sunnis and the Shiites, and we're seeing all of these different religions start to fracture. Is this good, or are we really in for it?
Oh man.
Both?
I think no. Is it good? No. That religion should not be in politics. Religion should have nothing to do with politics. At least in the United States of America, there should always be a separation of church and state. And that's separation of church and state, separation of temple and state, I forget what you
technocracy or whatever it is.
So that should always be that. The state should never use religion to define morality or any of those things. So, yeah. But yes, as you said, it's all getting mixed together.
But if my religion is Republican, my religion is Democrat, liberal, is that not church state? Like,
I see what you're saying. But
here's my thing for the statistically.
Yeah.
Americans are starting to move more towards agnostic, where there is no religion or there is no just non-religious type of, religious but non-organized religion.
Right.
We're also seeing a swell of politics and people being involved in politics. Is this the new religion, and that's why there are fissures?
I would say the fissures are because of white Christian nationalism that is really taken hold within our government. That is affecting, a lot of the culture war stuff that we have right now comes from that.
Is a smokescreen for
all the other stuff.
Some of that, yeah.
Because again, like I said during the show earlier, when did people care about trans people? We didn't care
after Charleston,
Yeah.
right?
So I'm like, why?
After the march,
Right.
like,
Why are we, why is suddenly that an issue? Because you have white Christian nationalism are taking their limited view of the Bible and what God makes God happy and what God likes and what God does not like, and then saying this is what we're going to base our beliefs and our beliefs ultimately our government. Because if being Republican or being Democrat were actually our quote unquote religion, then we wouldn't be talking about what God wants. We'd be talking about what the nation wants.
Do the parties want a religious identity? Like Republicans tend to lean towards that Christianity type of side to things, while on a Democratic side, there is more of an agnostic or more of a maybe even an Eastern type of religion for it, arguably. Hinduism, Buddhism, that kind of side to it. Do the parties want that identification?
Well, this is something. It's a good question to ask all you guys in this room.
That's why we're PG-13.
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm going to ask all you guys in this room.
Yeah.
I think if religion division, political division, sports division has been around us since the turn of the century. I mean, way back, even during Jesus Christ.
There have been people that have murdered other people in Philadelphia for sports games before.
But, it's just like division has been, I think, a culture around the world, not just here. I mean, you got religion division, you got sports division, you got political division, you got sexuality division. Everybody has their own beliefs. But then it's like, then you got, there's another fine example, gang members. They have their own little turfs. They have their beliefs and all that stuff. And we're all fighting. And we're all turned against each other. And it seems like this is where our society is around the world. And until we start getting rid of all that stuff, there's no way we're going to be a one-party group of people that actually have common sense.
Cecilia, I'll let you take the unification approach for it. Are we looking, is this the time now that because everybody is so fractured and everybody is so individualized, is this the time for a republic where we need those laws that we all agree on and say, hey, this is it. We all sat down and said, we want to believe in the Constitution, regardless of what Muhammad says, regardless of what the Buddha or Jesus or Gilgamesh or whoever you want to pray to, we all agreed that these are here and these are the laws. We asked earlier about the education. Should we have education? What should we focus on? Are the common rules should be what we focus on? Then at that point, we all have a starting point? Or I'll let you answer the question. Sorry.
So no, don't be. So for what I will say is that I think that it would be most important to understand that Americans are Americans, right? And I think that American citizens who choose to kind of make their political party their religion, I think that's weird. I think it's wrong, and I think it's weird. And while you had asked earlier, do the parties want to be kind of synonymous with a certain type of religion, whether it's left or right? Unfortunately, almost yes, I want to say it seems like it. I personally do not. And what I think we need to understand is not just making laws that basically unite everyone. What we need to understand is that each of us, kind of what Mr. T said, each of us is an individual and have our own individual beliefs, right? I typically vote for the Republican Party, but that does not mean my identity as a person is Republican. I am Cecilia Ivana Brooks, and I have my own individual freedoms. And that, I think, and the same with all of you. And I think that is the most important thing, to understand that the most important thing is that we are free. We are individuals and we are free, and we are never going to agree. And I don't think we should think the same things. I think that would be the scariest and worst possible outcome, is if we all had to think the same things. Our individual uniqueness is what makes us human beings. And I think we need to get to a point where we understand, hey, we're not going to agree, but let's agree that we're going to disagree.
So identity politics for all of us. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
I almost got tripped up there.
It works. Identity politics, I think, has gone into both sides, I think, really, really heavily. Identity politics for the left, for me, I think, is more of a more of a it's hard to say it without just it's hard to say it without being necessarily biased on one side or the other. I think the left has moved more towards identity politics that's not theirs. I think there's a lot more champions of diversity than there is people that are diverse that are championing it up. Mathematically, I think it works out from there, but I think the loudest people aren't the people that actually represent those communities. And I think that identity politics of somebody else's identity of like, hey, you should be proud to be the thing. Why aren't you more proud? Why aren't you almost like a push towards that side of things, while the Republicans have the identity of we are whatever core America was back in the day. When I can never get a year of when America was great and where we're going to back towards it. Great again. Okay. When? Please. And there's a reason why nobody says the year. There's a reason why nobody says the decade, because on those decades, it was only great for certain people. And so I think both sides are infiltrating somebody else's identity or kind of forcing these two identities to kind of come together. And therefore, me as a person in the party, I have to feel as if I need to make this my identity. Otherwise, I won't fit in with everybody else who does it. If I don't drink the Kool-Aid, then I won't be invited to the parties anymore. If I don't take the Eucharist, you know what I mean? Like it's there. Go ahead.
We need to stop putting people in a box. People are, like I said, individuals, and they do not belong in a box. And enough of this, you are a liberal or a leftist if you look like this and think like this. And you are a Republican if you look like this and think like this. Stop. It's enough. And putting people in a box has never worked. I mean, people have tried to do this throughout all of mankind, and it's never worked. It's never going to. And we just need to get to the point where we have enough of a mutual respect and understanding that these people are never going to be put in a box. And you can't define someone based off of their political views or their religious views, and that those two things should be separate. But that's the whole
point of it is labels. I mean, otherwise I have a junk drawer, right? And each one of my drawers is a junk drawer. If I don't have some sort of label with it, am I really giving any kind of service to it? So are there some things that shouldn't have labels? Rather, is I am labeled as a man, I identify as a pansexual, I identify as et cetera, whatever you want to identify as. Are there certain things that you just should not drink the Kool-Aid or necessarily link individual this is me self-identification type of groups, or should I always be a skater boy?
Oh man, I walked right into that. See, I had a joke, and yours was better than mine. Well, no, I mean, here's a problem, right? I mean, to Cecilia's point, we shouldn't, but and also to Mr. Tease's point, we are tribal, and even though we shouldn't want to label each other, we like labeling ourselves. You know, we like identifying in a particular way. That's where many of us want to get our identity, and you know, so it's to the point where, okay, my identity means so much to me. That's great. If you want to have that label on you, wonderful. Get a big, we'll get a big placard, get whatever. It's the problem comes when, as Cecilia said, when how you treat others depends on them having a different label than yours. You know, so I don't have a problem with this happens with comic book nerds all the time, right? I'm a Marvel fan. I'm a DC fan. Oh my God, you think people argue in politics? Go online and watch the Marvel and DC boards. And right now it's like poor James Gunn. It's like he takes a picture of himself. This would be like Biden and Trump taking a picture together, okay? This is James Gunn and Zack Snyder, the director of the previous Superman movies and the Justice League movie. And Snyder has, like, they call the Snyder Boys. They're out there like yelling at everything that anyone other than Zack Snyder, anything that he did with the Marvel, anything anyone else did outside of Zack Snyder, crap. It's trash. I never want to see it. I'm not going to support it. So then when James Gunn takes a picture of Zack Snyder, say, hey, look, we're both fans. We love this together. Mm-hmm. And then you still have some Snyder bros going, I don't care. No. And it's like, it's ridiculous. This is comic books. So when it comes to stuff that's meaningless that way, and yet we still insist on segregating ourselves that way, it gets me that, we can be very tribal. The sad part is, okay, I'm cool if you want to say you're a Marvel fan, you don't care for DC. I don't care if you like Marvel, you hate DC, doesn't matter. That's all meaningless. It's when you start saying, I am a Republican, and I say we should be in charge, and because of my identity and what my party believes, I'm going to tell you what you should believe. Now, I'm not saying that all Republicans feel that way, but in fact, it's kind of like what politics happens these days. The party that's in charge says, now we're going to tell you how things are. It happens on both sides, right? Mm-hmm. We're going to tell you how things are. And it's like everyone's sitting there going, holy crap, the other side was doing that how many times? 2 years ago. Until it gets to the point where it doesn't really matter. And you sit there and you go, now I don't see the difference between them anymore.
We have a lack of interaction in our lives already. Therefore, we have a lack of confrontation in our lives as well. And is that where we've kind of birthed this I want to be in the in crowd always type of mentality here, Dave? Because most interaction you have with anybody as a stranger is handing them money from whatever place you grab. 6 strangers today took money from me. Like, not like, here's a thing, or like, I put it into my own gas tank.
Look,
I took it off the shelf myself.
Her name was Yolanda. I gave her $20, and she likes me. Okay, she really likes me. She said so.
His name was Dom. He opened a new deli sub shop at the mobile gas station on the corner of National and State Street, and they have an Instagram. Go follow them, and it's great. So we can interact with people on a daily basis.
And that's what I mean. But you have to consciously make that choice at this point. We now live in a society that if I get anybody that stands behind me, I'm already nervous to, like, should I already have been done? What happened? Why is this transaction taking longer than it should be? I don't even have my wallet on me. What do you do? Because you think that somebody's already behind you judging or going or whatever else. Is this interaction of us losing this and then therefore losing confrontation? It's okay to be nice to the stranger that only gives you money back and forth. But now, oh my goodness, now I'm dealing with a stranger that I don't agree with. Let me run away. Let me leave this group, or let me leave this online group or this online chat, or I can't be at this Thanksgiving this year, Aunt. It's just, what do we do to get back the confrontation? I don't want to be the guy who advocates that we need to argue with more strangers, but I think we need to argue with more strangers.
Well, let's put it this way. My way is the right way. What I say is the right way, and you will listen to me. And that's just the way it is, guys. And if you don't like it, go stand on the other side of the street. And that's what we're all about. It's, you don't like what I have to say, go stand over there, because my way is the right way. Until you tell me otherwise. And that's the way our society is. We believe in something so much that we'll try to get that person to drink the Tang to come on their side and stay on their side.
We've internalized it, and now it's part of our identity, right? Like, it's like my little finger. It's like, oh, well, no, you can't take my politics from you. That's my one issue. Oh, you're telling me that this isn't a finger? This is a tumor? Wait a minute. No. I've had this finger forever. No. It bends. It does all kinds of things. It's painful to hear contradictory type of things. Is that where we're running into? Is the confrontation is painful, the argument is painful, having to learn and form an opinion? Are you kidding me? I have to now go and say, oh my gosh, I read up on the thing. Do you know how many pages you got to read to form an opinion on stuff? Why can't I just follow the party and then the party tells me what to do?
That's called truthiness. Remember, Stephen Colbert created that years ago during the George W. Bush.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know what it is, but right here in my gut, that feels right. and unfortunately, that's what a lot of people do, right? It's like, it's not even informed. It's like having an opinion is one thing. Having an informed opinion is another. And these days, we're just like, we're all about opinions. Everyone's got an opinion, but how many have actual informed opinions? And as you said, having an informed opinion takes work. And it also means that you have to, this is like scientific theory, right? Mm-hmm. When you have a hypothesis, you have to be willing, when you're testing your hypothesis, you have to be willing to accept that your hypothesis might be wrong. That when you're testing things and you're going, oh, wait a minute, I thought this, but it was wrong. And you're like, oh, and people have a hard time admitting that now. People have a hard time going, wait a minute, I believed this in the beginning, but after giving it a lot of thought and looking at the actual facts and not like just looking for the stuff that supports my opinion, but actually looking at all the facts, I think I was wrong. And sometimes it's and I want to tell folks, if you ever feel that way, like you were wrong, hey, there's nothing wrong with that. It means that's growth. That means, you know what you did? You got outside of this box that Cecilia talks about that people try to put you in. You got outside of it. You showed growth. You showed I say maturity at that point, that you're willing to look at things and consider you were mistaken. And that's part of being a human being. We are human beings. Human beings are fallible. Chances are, most of the time we're going to be wrong anyway.
Cecilia, what if I was here, by the way.
Cheers for the bell. There we go.
What if I had a political leader that never admitted he was wrong or they were wrong? I don't want to point fingers at somebody.
Then I wouldn't follow because I couldn't follow somebody.
You do not sound like a Republican at all.
I'm never going to follow someone blindly.
I think David figured out who it was.
You didn't have to look at me.
You know,
that's going to come back to haunt you.
And maybe it will. And maybe it will. Maybe one day I will be crucified for having my own opinions, for not being afraid to speak up because God gave me the gift of a voice to use it.
No, you're a woman. You really shouldn't.
But my truth
and that's the thing about it is, I'm never wrong. But my wife says I am. See, just like you said, the woman's thing right there.
There we go. Yeah. But to your truth, Cecilia. Sorry.
But yeah, no, of course. I think that my truth, if people are going to crucify me one day for being able to say, hey, I am not going to follow someone blindly. I am going to form my own opinions. I will admit when I am wrong, and I will never follow someone who refuses to do that.
You're going to be a flip-flopper? Is that what you're saying? You're going to flip-flop on the issues?
Maybe I will be a uniter and a connector.
And this is where I wanted to kind of bring that in
that's
there.
What I think.
Is I think it is flip-flopping if you don't say you were wrong before. If I do not acknowledge the flip, I have no right to flop, right? Otherwise, I'm just a person that can't be consistent. And that is what I think I find most infuriating with some of these things. When you can literally take the audio and play it in front. Is this your voice? Is this you, madam? Like, is this, have you seen this man? Like, all of the different things. This is you. What do you say this now? Hello, what do you have? Not once is it, I listened to some things. I found some more research, except for one person. And do you know when she did? She flip-flopped on fracking. And do you know what she said? I researched, and after also finding some evidence and being part of the federal government, I changed my mind 4 years ago.
When did you say that, Cecilia?
Fracking. But we don't reward that. We look at it and go, see, she admitted the flip-flop. She admitted the flip-flop, not, hey, thank you for growing. Thank you for having the maturity.
Thank you for being honest.
For being honest. And I don't know. Maybe it's a game, and that's where it needs to play your cards right? A poker side of it, which I think is the direction that you would take it from there, Mr. Tease. Or I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No. I mean, people hate to be proved wrong, and that brings out a lot of anger, and that's why and it gets them more still stuck on their beliefs that they're right. Like you said, she researched it. She was wrong. I'm going to agree with it now, you know? And that's, we got to have that part in our society.
And we got to reward that part in our society and punish when people don't.
Right.
And I think there's a lot of not being punished for the things that people say. When Mitch McConnell says, or I'm sorry, Lindsey Graham says, mark my words, this thing we will not try to confirm a Supreme Court justice in Donald Trump's last year. Yeah, if we try to put it through and do all of this, this is the thing, is you hold their words directly at them. And this isn't, to me, necessarily a both sidesism with this. There is clearly one side that gets this way more than others. And they try to send it back and try to go back over. But honestly, on the federal side, I think the red team is doing the local team a disservice, is really what I think is happening. And with the culture wars and everything else, go ahead. It's your
loving
bell.
this bell today.
It's your bell. But I think on the local level, we can even see that Kane County, Illinois, or Cook County, or anything like that, the local level, the Democrats get a lot of the benefit of the doubt from the federal side. And on the local level, the Republicans get a lot of flack for the federal side. Do you guys agree with that statement or not?
I agree with that statement for the most part. Unfortunately, I think that the Republicans, this is my issue, and I'll be completely honest, as I always am, right?
You're running for an election now.
PG-13 warning. It's okay. But nobody is used yet, by the way.
Right.
Nobody's used yet. Oh, damn.
Just remind me to say something really bad so everyone will forget. They're going to think about, oh, damn, Elliot dropped an F-bomb.
We only get one.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll save it for you, Elliot. I think that most people really, I will say that for the Republicans especially, while it's okay to say, I like this person at the top or whatever that may be, we also need to focus on the local level. I cannot stress that enough. It's not necessarily that we're doing something wrong by being passionate about what's going on at a federal level, but we really need to bring that focus back down to a state and a local level. If everybody wants to be yes, Trump, yes, Trump, yes, Trump, that's great. But we need to also be focusing on what are the actual issues that our people are dealing with. Because I hate to break it to some people, but we're not going to make a difference here at the federal level. And I think that more people need to grasp that and understand that.
Is everybody a political hooligan? Is that really what we're at this point? Is we have a federal team that everybody tries to pick or whatever else, and then on the local level, we try to make sure our club works.
That's what it feels like, right? It does, which is a shame.
And we go and beat each other up. And
it's a shame. It is. It's a shame. And I'll tell you, and this is something I've learned, like from being here at RMN and being on this show, and even being here like during the election and all that, and getting to sit with, Cecilia and David Tease, who are they're Republicans, okay? I consider them, again, more Republicans with an R for reasonable, okay? But and to your point, man, do Republicans in Illinois get a beating because of the fact of what's happening on a national level?
Yeah.
Or at least...
or even a statewide level.
More so here, more so up closer to Chicago. When you go down south, it's like, it's Trump country down south, which is fine. I'll be honest, and this is where I'm going to be very partisan. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I do not get how the Trump brand became the Republican brand, how it became the MAGA brand. I just don't get it.
Because we can go into the Tea Party and then go into the Reaganites. Even Reagan was more. I mean, you look at what Reagan said about immigration and about individual liberties and all that. Way different than what the Republican Party says now. So to me, and the point I'm trying to get here is, yes,
I feel bad for Republicans in Illinois because they take such a beating. Because I'll tell you, there have been times when I would consider voting for a Republican, but if that Republican, I don't care what office he's in, if he comes out and says, I believe in Trump here, but he lost my vote.
Yep.
I'm not. Because if you're going to say you're okay with Trump, that means you can't think for yourself.
Even you brought up the election. Even in the last election, we have seen that there were some people in the Republican side that would not put even Republican on their website because of the Trump effect of everything. Not necessarily because they wanted to be cheerleaders for that side. And for me, I think a lot of it is because speak up, be louder. That's all I'm saying. Be louder. I know it hurts, but we're here with you. Us independents welcome you in open arms.
It's not like, I'm sorry, it's not like Democrats had a problem criticizing Biden when he was in office.
Yes. Well,
it's not like, or how about when Obama was in office?
Okay, I'll give you that one.
When
It
Obama was
really
in office,
hard for that.
he couldn't even get his own party on the same page. So many things didn't happen under the Obama administration, not because of what Republicans did, but because Democrats came out and they railroaded their own president.
Biden, they put the Trump blinders on. The 90% of every single Democrat that I talked to was like, it's Biden or nothing. It's Biden or nothing. Don't even say anything bad.
Both sides.
Yeah, because let's be honest, it's because of what happened the previous 4 years.
Absolutely.
Okay, and I'm not saying that's right.
Yeah.
And even then, under Biden, there's a lot of stuff that didn't happen, as we've said.
And it wasn't even effective. That's the other side. Is not only was it right, it wasn't right. It also wasn't effective. But the same can be said on the red side.
But they're saying here, Democrats never have a problem speaking out against their own. Look at what happened to Al Franken.
Yeah.
Influential senator, boom.
Menendez.
All these stuff that happened. The Democrats liberals have no problem eating their own. Okay,
so even if they win.
Hey, Republicans, how about this? Try a little bit of that red meat. You might like it.
Or a little bit too. If you asked earlier if we are seeing as Republicans a fissure in the cracks of it, or in the beginnings of the cracks of the Republican Party. My answer, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And what is that divide? Trump. And that's not to say, well, actually it is to say for worse, not in a sense that he is for worse, but the divide that is being created between Republicans now is absolutely for the worse.
Are there going to be people that leave the party when Trump leaves the party?
I don't think so, because I'm going to tell you guys something. In this last election in November, I know, and I'm not going to say any names, there were a couple of Republican candidates running for office that would not put their yard signs if a homeowner had a Trump sign in there. They were distancing themselves from Trump.
Yep.
And they didn't want to be a part of that. There were some that actually did that in our own party. That being said, when your question earlier with the Republican Party hurting, democratic cities or small cities like counties and all that stuff. Right now, what's going on, which I just saw a story today, with the open borders that was created, and now the borders are closed and mass deportations of criminals. It was just a story, and it was on Fox. It was Grundy County. Grundy County, sorry if I said the word Fox.
Yeah, it was the open borders. I get it.
Well, no, Grundy County right now, and these counties around here that are sanctuary states, these illegals that are criminals, and all of them are flocking to these sanctuary states. And just in Grundy, they just had a high-speed chase throughout their community with two Hispanics. Arrested them. They crashed their car. They found tons and tons of fentanyl in their car.
Goodness.
So they're see, now that the borders are closed and they're deporting these criminals and all that stuff, now they're fleeing to these sanctuary states, hoping that they'll still be able to stay. But that car was loaded with fentanyl. And if you want to look up the story, it was there. So now we're at a catch-22 in our local communities across America that are sanctuary states, sanctuary cities. These where they're flocking to.
Okay, I have to ask this question. If they're criminals, what's keeping the cops from just arresting them?
Well, About Grundy County Police did catch him and they arrested him.
No, I'm just saying, but we keep saying there are these criminals, these illegal aliens that are criminals, because we're going to deport all the criminals. Although, mind you, we're not deporting just criminals; we're deporting everybody. So why is it that they're illegal aliens, but they're criminals? We can't go, but they're going to a sanctuary state. You're saying that if we know they're criminals, then when they engage in criminal activity, arrest them. It doesn't matter whether they're illegal or not.
Ronner passed the law. Remember that? We can't. The police cannot get involved.
Yes, they can. They can't. They cannot cooperate with ICE. They cannot collaborate with ICE.
They can still arrest.
They can still arrest.
Yeah, they can arrest criminals, and that's what they did.
It's just they can't arrest the criminals and then turn around and ask those criminals if they're here illegally.
Right.
If they were not arrested, yes, correct. So to go off of what you said, when Bruce Ronner passed the law preventing local police departments from cooperating with ICE, that is really also in tandem.
The Trust Act.
The Trust Act, correct. And that to answer your question as to why they can't technically, I get what you're saying, to technically arrest them because
they can.
Now,
if they're a crook, you arrest them.
You can arrest them for the criminality, but you cannot then call up ICE and say, "Hey, I've got some illegal people here." So if I was ICE, I would, post a person at the police station and say, "Hey, you just arrested some people. I am ICE. I will ask to see these identification because me and my jurisdiction, I'm allowed to." That, I think I would catch way more people than kicking down doors for people that aren't there or having to wake up a judge to get a warrant.
I love that we're discussing the immigration issue because I call it an immigration crisis. And seeing both sides, where one personally affects me, where I am a naturalized American citizen because of birthright citizenship.
Me too.
But right, exactly. And so being
test.
able to see both sides too and understanding that are these people technically illegal? If you have crossed the southern border or any border for that matter into the United States of America, did you break a law? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Is that illegal? Yes. Does that technically make you a criminal? Yes. But now there's a second part of that, right? If we are going to have closing the physical borders, that's fine, but we need to open or have immigration reform to make it more accessible, to make it a better process, a more seamless and efficient process for people to become American citizens. It's a multifaceted issue, and I think that a lot of people are looking at it as you can only close this border, and we're not going to do any immigration reform. That is
when
wrong.
do they get to the second phase? Essentially, is okay. We closed everybody up. We chased everybody down. Okay, when do we start allowing the good ones? Right? Everybody says the good ones. When do we start letting the non-criminals in? Like, after the eggs. Like
the eggs are never. Folks.
Don't tell me that.
Eggs are never going to happen, folks. It's never going to happen.
Hopefully,
Sorry.
we do see.
We'll get the raw milk before we get the cheap eggs again.
Hopefully, we do see some people at a federal level being able to advocate for immigration reform and doing that with the best sense possible. I will say, typically, immigration reform is not.
Oh, Michael Scott comes in. Sorry, I wanted to get in there for the
of
side.
course.
Are you kidding? You're a bunch of rhinos for the most part. I hear names of Republicans and criticizing them. Meanwhile, no Democrat names and no Democrat criticisms.
I'm not a Democrat, so I don't.
I said we've criticized Obama. We've criticized Biden. We've criticized.
Hey, keep listening, Mike.
Yeah, Al Franken. I mean, we canceled Al Franken.
Yeah.
Al Franken had to give up his Senate seat. We had to give his Senate seat to a much less intelligent person. Well, again, I can't say that.
I don't think Jeffries is doing anything. Anything.
Do not even get me started on Jeffries.
He's doing a book tour.
Here comes the F-bomb, folks. Here it comes.
Here you go, Mike. This is what you wanted.
How the hell is Jeffries coming to town to hold a town hall, whatever, and you got to pay a ticket to come see him, and then he's going to be there signing books? Look, People don't have money to buy a ticket to go see him talk. What he should be doing it just in a public place, where he should be just doing it at the state's. You can do it down in Springfield. You can do it in a place where it's open to the public so that everyone can see him talk about the Democratic message. No, he's charging tickets. They're using a freaking fundraiser out of this?
Is the lack of Democratic, I guess, fire passion just more proof that the whole thing was a cash grab?
The Democrats are
that question's for you, Mike.
Democrats are the most spineless, ballsless.
Yeah, they are.
Most. I mean, I'm telling you. It's like the Democrats are George McFly at the beginning of Back to the Future, and he's getting kicked by Biff again and again and again. He keeps around. Okay, guys. Okay, guys. Really
Except
funny,
when
guys.
you were talking about them eating their own, because they absolutely did it.
They do.
And that's what I mean, Mike. You got to pay attention, buddy. We're here back and forth.
With Mike, I followed Donald Trump since I was 25 years old. Way before he became president, I'm a diehard Republican. I'm not a rhino. But sensible. There are a couple of Republicans that I'm disappointed with, but there's I don't vote Democrat. Trust me on to that. But with all this Doge and all this corruption that we're going to start finding out, we're going to need a bigger prison. We're going to need a bigger prison here.
The corruption Doge is fine.
Well, the corruption Doge is fine.
Oh, okay.
I get corruption that Doge is.
I get confused when you say the Doge corruption.
We're going to need a bigger prison because there's a lot of people going to jail soon. Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on a second. I believe the phrase is barges off of Gitmo. I believe is the phrase is what we're supposed to have.
You go.
The barges off of Gitmo. But that's the side of it, and I absolutely know that there is the fraud and everything else. But let's stick to the Democratic Party real quick, because I still want to hammer them in. Because
well, you're just changing your mind. I mean, every time. I don't know if you're.
You keep changing the subject on Doge. What's happening here? No. Oh, if I'm a Democrat or a
That's
Republican?
what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
You're confusing me again.
No, I'm not supposed to be one or the other. You're always supposed to guess. Ducking and weaving. Seven different types of smoke. Anyway.
He's coming at me like a spider monkey.
I want to talk about in name only. We've got rhinos and dinos. Mm-hmm. And so what does that mean? I mean, to me, a Republican in name only, I'll give you an example. And you're probably not going to like how close it is to MAGA, but Republican in name only to me is a Tea Party. Is the person that when they started with the Tea Party on that side, it was all about just maybe that Christian nationalism that that Elliot was talking about, or the core common whatever, the anti-woke whatever movement. That was the first bubble that we saw of MAGA. And what I want to know is why subject verb agreement, why are traditional Republicans, rhinos, and MAGA, who just came on the scene, is not? That's my real question for anybody who calls people like Liz Cheney, who is a neoconservative, is a literal neocon, why she's a rhino now, but the party who hijacked the Republicans isn't.
Because if you claim to be a Republican and you don't agree wholeheartedly, 100,000% with every single thing that Trump does and says, you are a rhino.
No, okay.
And that's how you're labeled.
That's how you are labeled.
Mm-hmm. That's a terrible definition.
It absolutely is.
Because it's the backwards side of it.
It happened. It happened under Bush too. It happened back then. It happened. You always had.
Well, that was a Tea Party aspect.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It happened back then too. So.
But okay, so now let's talk about the dinos, because we had this all Biden all the time, blue MAGA, whatever. If you don't vote for Biden, you're just another, what are you, Elizabeth Warren? What are you, a Green Partyist? What are you, like, who's that other guy? Cornwell Wallace or something like that.
The professor. Yeah.
Yeah, like that's what I mean. Or are you people in Dearborn, Michigan? Right? How many times did they say Michigan was going to lose it for Biden? And then it was Michigan's going to lose it for Harris.
And Michigan did lose it for Harris.
Yeah, well, and that's where, is it effective to call the people that stick with the traditional values of the party the in-name only?
Well, if you're a vegetarian and you get caught and you're in a vegetarian group and you got your vegetarian party and you get caught by somebody eating a Slim Jim, what are you called?
Yeah, what are you called?
Yeah, what are you called
Not
now?
what are the rest of the vegetarians? Because here's the thing, is I am on this kick now that I don't believe that Republicans believe in the Republic, and I don't think Democrats believe in democracy. And I know I'm out there because I've just been called both of them this week. At top of the hour.
Do you know what? No. Do you know what time it is? It's time for a new party, and it's time for a change.
And I've been called both of them.
It's the Brooks party. That's what she's pushing for that. So she's going to make you drink.
She's going to get
it's the Democratic Republican.
Hey, I'll take over that
fresh
side
party.
of it. But that's my biggest issue with it. Is the whole point of a Republican is a group of laws, small government that we all agree on. I'll tell you, if the government is in my operating room, if the government is in my backyard with my small business, or the government is telling me what books I can read, that to me is not republic. That's not small government there. Now let's go to the Democrats who don't believe in democracy. If you are going to have 3 primaries where you are begging people to continuously vote for you, and you give them the middle finger and say, I don't care who you voted for, we're putting this person in, that's not democracy either. So that's where I think the teams have moved to the identity politics and have forgotten the actual name. And I think it's the new movements that are in name only. And I know I just turned it into one of my episodes, but stay tuned at 5. I'm sorry. 4 o'clock, Monday through Friday. But talk about that just a little bit. Do you see that in any? I don't want to get anybody in trouble. I know people are part of different groups and whatever else. Maybe I do when you get in trouble. But at the end of the day, is that what you guys are kind of seeing, or at least following my logic with it? That the people who have hijacked the parties are the in-name onlys.
Yes.
Or the INOs, the Rhino or Dino, whichever.
Yeah, they get those names, but the bottom line is that Republicans are Republicans, Democrats are Democrats. There shouldn't be other name calling just because you don't like something a Republican said or what a Republican voted on, and vice versa with a Democrat. You know, some people are going to like I said, they're going to like what you do one day, and they're going to hate what you do the next day, and then the day later, it's vice versa.
Am I that inconsistent that I'm both parties, or am I so consistent that both parties hate me?
I mean, he reminds me of a supervillain, a Two-Face. That's it. You got the coin. I'm a Democrat right now. I'm a Republican now.
You sound like some girls you used to be friends with.
All I know is I only see one party taking people's rights away. That's all. I mean, the Democrats are arguing over being politically correct. I'm sorry, Republicans are the ones telling trans people they can't identify the way they do. I mean, that's kind of like... It can be a difference, a political opinion, but when it comes to your rights to live as a human being, your life, liberty, your pursuit of happiness, when you have one party out there saying, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. That's when I draw the line at we can disagree politically.
Well, no, they're not telling them you can't be trans. I don't care if a person's trans. Okay?
You don't care.
I don't care, but I don't want them to shove it down my throat. But
who's shoving it down your throat?
I don't want it in my mouth.
Wait. What it comes down to is that they're not telling them that you're wrong for being trans. They're just saying men shouldn't be playing in women's sports, which I agree with that. You shouldn't be wrestling a woman. It's an unfair advantage. And on top of that, I'm sorry, men should not be in women's bathroom. There should be no gender-neutral bathroom. There should be no men in women's bathroom. There should be no man around a little girl in a bathroom. That's all wrong.
How often does that happen?
A lot.
How? Show me the statistics. Show me where people, all those reports about men in women's bathrooms.
Actually, more often.
I'm not saying.
Statistically, there are way more pastors and religious leaders that have been caught in bathrooms with minors than trans people.
Yeah.
And both are wrong. Both are wrong. Neither belongs.
Sure, but one is being legislated.
The only thing I'm saying, they're using the trans narrative to allow men to be in women's sports, and they're using it to allow men to be in women's bathrooms. That's wrong. I mean, I'm sorry.
And people.
Okay, have you ever met a trans person?
Yeah, I have. There's actually one that's in Elgin.
I'll say now. Do you think that trans person is trying to plot their way into getting into somebody else's bathroom?
Most of them, or hopefully some of them, probably not, but some of them probably yes.
There are those that use that. There are those that use that excuse to get into a women's bathroom.
This is where the argument goes, because what you are saying is that somebody is not necessarily trans. They may be using the laws that give them that opportunity that's in there, almost like using the rules for their own benefit. Where you're saying is if somebody is using that rule, then therefore they should have the benefit of the doubt that is not nefarious.
I'm just curious as to why we're so concerned about trans people raping women in bathrooms. When a woman actually reports getting raped by a man, suddenly everyone's like, nah, he's probably innocent until proven guilty. Or maybe she shouldn't have gotten drunk that evening. Or maybe she shouldn't have dressed that way. See, there seems to be this double standard here. And again, show me the statistic where you have all these trans people raping children. I have yet to see it.
I want to interject as a young woman who has actually been brutally raped. And that is something that a lot of women do live in fear of. So I do want to say that before we throw contentious things at, the left is afraid of this or the right is afraid of this, keep in mind, this happens to men and women. And it doesn't matter. And I think that that's more of a safety concern.
Why don't we just make single bathrooms?
That would be...
Because I know the bathroom at my house is unisex.
Yeah, I know. This is the thing, Elliot. I'm not saying transgender people are raping women. I'm saying men that are sickos are using this as an excuse. I could just say, I'm trans. I get to go use the women's bathroom.
Why don't we apply it to men who are sickos? Why are we signaling out trans people?
Well, transgenderism is a mental illness. And being a mental health advocate, I don't think that we should say, well, these people are so sick in the head and they deserve to be shunned from society. No. These people they're clearly struggling with something on the inside. And what we need to do is provide a compassionate, realistic approach, right? So I'm with Mr. Teese on this one. I'm not going to say that because someone believes that they are a woman, that the rest of the world has to believe that too. But we do need to say, hey, instead of putting these people at the front of being the poster child for the Democratic Party and virtue signaling, instead maybe say, hey, these people are struggling. This is not typically a normal ideology, and let's figure out why they're struggling and how can we approach this compassionately, but also without making it a virtue signaling culture war between society, because we have got much bigger issues.
Elliot, to me, it seems like a plumbing issue. Is what it really seems like. It seems like we should just stop having bathrooms that stalls just open into public spaces. What if we just, as a society, said individual stalls for everything? Why even have a urinal? And just that's what it seems like to me.
We you know what? We said this about left-handed people. I'm serious. We used to say that. We used to say that left-handed
over there.
We used to say that left-handed people were abnormal. We used to say that homosexuality was a mental illness. The human condition cannot be defined by what we want to say it is today. It constantly evolves, and people can. And if we're in a nation where people want to be free and be who they want to be in their best selves, and I say let them do it. And again, and we can say virtual signaling again. Why are we taking trans people and making laws against them and telling them what they can have on their passports and what they can have on their driver's license and all that? I don't see the purpose behind that other than to distract. And guess what? Trans people feel like they are under attack. You have you have reported rates of higher suicide among trans people now in this country because they feel like they are under attack. And I'm telling you, they did nothing to deserve that. And I'm sorry. And to Cecilia's point, yes, everyone should feel safe. But this is a big-ass distraction over here. Mm-hmm. You know, if we're going to talk about we don't want this happening to our kids.
Something that is, whatever. 1.3% of the entire nation, if anything. So 1 out of every 100 people maybe might be a trans person or lean to a different or have the non-binary type of side to it. You've met quite a few people out there in the world. We've also got chats coming in as well. Matt McNeil, our very own, comes in, says, very interesting conversation, guys. Maybe someday I'll come in after hours, state my opinions, but I might get in trouble even then. He says, I agree with David about the bathroom issues as well. And honestly, I think if it's at that point, there are two ways to fix things societally. We either fix them together just as people and say, look, we don't fart in elevators. It's not nice. Or we don't have thirds if nobody else has had seconds yet. Like what? All of those things. There's no laws against those. There's societal norms or societal type of things. The other thing that we can do is we can legislate the thing. So let's look at it as to take it to maybe the homeless architecture or the that kind of side to it, the hazardous architecture where they'll put spikes on benches so that you don't sleep on them overnight, or the underpass or the whatever else. They found a physical change for what should have been a legislative issue. Now, are we doing the opposite with this? Are we saying legislate because that's what my constituents voted me in for? Not okay, economy and all that other stuff. Yeah, I'll get to it. But they voted for me to get the trans people in Nebraska, all 5 of them, on a bus and send them somewhere else. That's what they voted for me for. Or are we going, look, this is a societal issue that's here. Okay, single person bathrooms are now what we are going to put in. Isn't that the silver bullet legislation at that point? If we all want to complain about what gender is going to be in what bathroom, okay, cool. Each and every business now needs to have single person bathrooms.
Well, I'm going to tell you, as a plumber and all that stuff, I do not agree on gender neutral bathrooms.
No, not. I'm saying individual bathrooms, like the ones that you have at your house. Oh yeah, the one that's at the plane, the one that's on the back of the bus. Look, I don't know who was in there the last time, but it's just me in there. So it's a dentist bathroom.
Oh,
at this
so you go into Walmart and nobody could go in here except for Dennis.
That's it.
That's it.
No. When I'm in there, it says Dennis. Yeah. When somebody else is in there, that's them. And isn't that a much less controversial legislation than you can't pee here? Like that's what it is. Or what's in your pants? I want you to pee here. What's in your pants? You can't pee here. I don't care what you're dressed like. Show me your ID. I don't care if you really got to go. What's in your pants? No. Here's an individual. Oh, would you like to go to bathroom 1 through 5? Which one? They're all one commode.
I wonder too, you had asked something earlier, I
ask a lot of questions.
Which I'm glad that you do.
It's a hazard.
But which is, and going back to what we had touched on earlier, that if these, both sides seem to kind of advocate for, or even particularly the left, I will say, kind of advocating for people who aren't part of their basis, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Picking up somebody's
they're picking
banner.
up somebody else's banner. And then the Republican Party is saying, if you aren't this, you're not one of us. Instead of that, I think that if we looked at people as just, they are able to make those individual choices. And instead of looking at people, well, instead of picking up each of our own other issues and wondering and worrying about what affects every one of our neighbors, I'm not too worried about what Elliot's doing. Maybe we should honestly take a survey, find out and actually talk to the American general public and figure out what they want. And I mean like individual people, and start that at a local level, because I guarantee, as we all kind of discussed here, transgender issues and the transgender people in our bathrooms is not really a huge issue, at least in my opinion, that people in Elgin are focusing on.
Yeah.
We want to see the economy. We want to see the economy better. We want to see people united. We want to see actual things get done, business growing, things like that.
If I was running for office, can I just default to the single person bathrooms? If anybody was like, what do you think about transgenders in the bathroom there, Sonar? I think everybody should be in the bathroom alone. It's creepy that we all pee next to each other.
This isn't about transgenders in bathrooms. Okay, that's not where I wanted it to go. Okay,
I get it.
Think about the people with stomach
people
issues.
people that are homosexual or people that are transgender. That's a personal preference. That's something that they want to do in their life, and I don't have anything against it. If you want to be a boy to turn into a girl, that's what you feel like, then do it. Okay, that's your freedom. That's what we have: freedom. Speech freedom to do what we want.
It's true.
Okay?
If you can get your tongue pierced, I guess you can lop some stuff off too.
It just bothers me that a man could put a wig on and walk into a women's bathroom and it's accepted. It is looked at it that way. And I know Elliot's over there sighing. I don't even have to look at him. I can hear him. Okay? It's not about transgender. It's about people going into the wrong places. That shouldn't belong there.
People,
and back to
places they shouldn't pee.
And back to your question is that, yeah, we would like to all have our own personal bathrooms. But there's a big green book that I have to read, and we have to do when it comes to establishments with bathrooms and the ADA rules and so on and so on. Okay.
Well, some executive bathrooms are only executive bathrooms, and so they've got the big sink that everything's there, but the commodes are all behind stalls. I haven't been in too many women's bathrooms. A few here and there, you know. I've got a sister, and now I've got a couple daughters or so. Every time I go in there, I don't see it set up like the guys, where we're next to each other and maybe hope that there's a half wall in between you. Most of the time when I have seen a women's restroom, it is laid out that same way, where you have the sinks, and then you have all the commodes behind a door.
Yes.
So is that not the individual bathrooms that are in there? Lock the door. How is that different than a porta potty?
Yeah.
The sound.
The sound.
And the smell.
I'm going to be so real right now. I assume, I think it's safe to assume that you guys don't use the women's bathroom.
No, I try not to.
Yeah, and for my thing, it's like when you're sitting next as a woman, when you're sitting next to other women, or you're in a stall alone, and then you think you have time to do what you need to do, and then some lady walks in and plops on right next to you. It's like that's not a super comfortable feeling. But
obviously, you've never used a urinal before.
But it's good that we're actually talking about this, because that's what we need to do. And honestly, going back to picking up other people's banners, I'm genuinely sitting here wondering, the more we talk, how many transgender folks out there are thinking to themselves, I really wish I could use this other bathroom now that I'm transgender, like now that I'm transitioned or whatever it is.
Well, I'll tell you,
honestly, maybe they don't even, or maybe they don't even care. I mean, maybe they're just, hey, this is like what Mr. T says, this is a personal preference of mine, so I will just use this bathroom, whatever, the normal bathroom that they would have used before. And maybe they're not even, like, I feel like we as a society have gotten into this culture where we're fighting over transgender. And from what it looks like, none of us here are transgender.
Most of the people that I interact with my life that identify as either a different gender that they were than what they were born with, or a non-binary gender, they usually use the restroom in which they are dressing and presenting as that day. So if they are presenting as a man, because they will see people, or people will see them go into the restroom, then they use the male restroom because they are dressed and presenting as such. If they are presenting themselves as a female that day, then they use that restroom because it would look even more awkward if a woman walked into a male's restroom. That raises way more flags than somebody who's dressed as a woman going into a woman's restroom. Most of the time, the people that I have interacted with use the bathroom according to what they are presenting as that day in that time.
So my question is, when you go into a store, do you ever see the family bathroom? It's just one bathroom right
Absolutely.
there. Yeah.
Use that.
Use that.
Absolutely.
There you go.
But now you're back to my single bathroom theory, and I win. I'm just joking.
Well, actually, technically, you do win because there's a single bathroom there
Or
for
make
you.
it a big one, because then you have room for a baby changing table, a wheelchair, makeup if you want to use it, mouthwash, urinal, toilet.
Those are the bathrooms at Harrods, actually, in London.
Oh, yeah, the single.
They are the best. They are. If
Those
I
you
say,
pay for, though.
No, you don't have. No,
Okay.
you can just
I
use them.
don't want to pay for the bathroom.
You should tip them when you come out, because I'm telling you, the attendant goes in after the person leaves. They go in, they make sure everything's nice and clean. Then they spritz like a little, I don't know, cologne or something in the air so it doesn't have odor. And then when you walk in, it repeats itself, and you're by yourself. It's like its own little room. The door closes. People can't even see. I'm like, I say we vote for that. Yeah. All bathrooms should be like Harrods.
That's what I mean.
Wait, have you ever been in a bathroom where there's like the guy stays in there and he you're going to the bathroom, he's rolling up napkins or whatever he is. Then you got to tip the guy and he hands you the napkin. Yeah. That's just weird for me. I mean,
that's the bathroom at Harrods.
I had never seen one until recently.
Oh God, it's just like It's just, I don't know. It's just like watching the doctor just watching you as you're sitting there going.
It's bizarre. When I went to New Orleans, there were women in the women's bathrooms, and they were handing out like, oh, do you need more hairspray? Handing out extra beads during Mardi Gras. It was actually kind of cute, but it was a little bizarre. I'm like, I don't know how to interact with you, ma'am.
Yeah, it was a little different for me. It was a little tough. But no, when you talked about going in that bathroom, you see the urinal. Does it make you curious?
I don't see how that would be men standing. Yeah, it makes me.
I had to ask you that question.
It should just all be stalls. Be done with it. I mean, it's just one. I mean, that's how almost every single bathroom in the world is put together in any major public place. You go to an airport bathroom, it's the exact same thing. Here it is. Like I feel like I'm literally preaching to the choir, but I understand where you mean that it's not just about the bathrooms as well. So let's move on to sports.
Okay.
So the sports aspect of it too, I do believe and do follow with you that it should be whatever you're genetically set for. But here's my caveat for it because you always got to make it fair. I can't just say, this is bad for you, suck it up, jerk. Like, that's how I feel, like, when I say stuff like that. So here is the way to make it fair. We now have a mixed league. If you truly feel that way is it. So let's look at it this way. Disc golf had a trans athlete for quite a while. And so there was a big uproar with it. So what they did was, for throwing discs, right?
Oh my God.
I'm a disc golfer.
I love disc golf. Goodbye, haters.
No. I love disc golf. I just, how can you complain about a trans athlete in disc golf?
Yes, because there is a good, I would say, 30 feet, 50 feet of distance of power between the two. Same thing with women's golf or the other side. Because it's all about the average size. Now, by all means, we can find the wimpiest looking dude, with PG-13, the twinkiest looking dude that we could possibly find out there in the world.
That would be me.
No. I'm talking stick. I'm talking, oh my goodness, why aren't you using the women's bathroom type of guy?
You've never seen me throw a disc in disc golf. It's
Then
pretty bad.
you grab Ronda Rousey. No, I'm just
no. She would kick my ass.
You find an Amazonian type of thing. It's weird. 1 in 8 men in America think they can score a point on Serena Williams. Which is stupid.
Clowns.
Well, no, actually,
yeah, right?
Serena Williams did an interview about that. And she says that, a head-to-head good male tennis player, she named the guy's name, I forgot. She said she would get creamed by him.
Oh, yeah.
Probably Roger Federer.
She said, I think she said,
6-0, 6-0,
Federer.
6-0.
Federer. I think she said it was Federer. Would
And
beat
you
her,
know
but-
why? Because Serena Williams is a phenomenal, as a tennis player.
she's a great tennis player.
Yes, she is a phenomenal and amazing. But men and women are biologically different.
Exactly.
And that is no to hate.
No. See, we are biologically different. But if that woman hits a tennis ball at me, and I don't play tennis, I would be screaming like a little girl because that thing's going to hit me.
So you're saying you wouldn't let her play in your weekend pickup game?
No,
your all-male weekend pickup game.
No.
So this is what I'm trying to get at here. What they ended up doing, instead of canceling the female tour, what they did was they continued the female tour with just all biological females. Then what they did is, instead of having the male tour, they turned the male tour into a mixed tour. Now, I don't necessarily like that either, because now you just took away the male tour. I think that if you do start a league, you should have all 3. And that's honestly where I would put it for that, because but when I was a kid, my mother dated a trans woman who was into karate. And that's what she did all the time, karate. She taught people all the time, went into the tournaments and things. She fought as a male, dressed as a woman, and that made her hated even more than if she was in the women's side. There were too many men that she could defeat that did not like that. They were, because she was the one who was actually an instructor for a lot of things. So she had a really hard time competing in the men's side because there was no camaraderie. You had mentioned earlier that when a woman goes into the male or a male a trans female goes into a female restaurant, everybody accepts it. Hardly anyone accepts a trans female winning male championships. And that's where my experience sits with it, which is why I believe there should be a third route or a third option.
Yeah, But Elliot, have you ever seen the movie Priscilla, Queen of the Desert?
The one about the drag queens?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
Yeah.
I didn't want to change the subject, but I was just sitting here thinking about it. My favorite scene is the ping pong ball scene, which we won't talk about. But
I've been to Amsterdam.
I thought that was in Australia.
Oh, well, you can have the banana show anywhere.
As the most unpop culture person, I'm just here for the laughs.
Movie? I mean, Drew Carey show.
I haven't seen most of it.
I don't think you were born when that movie came out.
Yeah, I know. The Drew Carey show did a crossover musical with Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, and the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
That was good.
That was a good one. That was a good.
Well, you want to
I've
talk
seen a
about
portion
people
of Rocky Horror.
like you want to talk about drag queens, Rocky Horror Picture Show, sir. I mean, would you let Frankenfurter go into the restroom with you?
Who is Frankenfurter?
The sweet transvestite from Transylvania,
like Tim Curry's character.
Oh,
yeah.
You know what? Anybody go in a bathroom with me? I'm a plumber. I'm in a bathroom with a lot of weird people, guys. I'm fixing stuff. You know.
I'm just always in the bathroom.
You know who I do not want to be in a bathroom
Who's
with
that?
me? Any U.S. senator. I do not. No, because
you don't like the old the foot tap,
the little foot tap. I'm like, hey. Yeah, no, thank you.
And your hands are occupied, and he's grabbing your wallet. Is that the problem?
He'll be grabbing more than that.
That's it. This has been, hey, it's hard to try to be in the middle. The only way to criticize Republicans for a minute, then criticize Democrats for a minute. Yeah, it's hard. It absolutely is. So that's why we stick with traditional constitutional values. Then you know which side is not doing the right thing. If I say this is what the Constitution says, and then somebody says, I'm going to do something different, it doesn't matter if there's an R or a D next to their name. That's what the Constitution says. But we've been joined by David Tees, proud Kane County resident and man who knows his way around local politics, whether he's attended meetings strategizing community improvements or just trying to find a decent parking at the government buildings. He's always engaged. If there's a conversation about making Kane County better, odds are Dave's already in it. We've also got Cecilia Brooks, first-generation American, devout Catholic, and Elgin City Council candidate. She's dedicated to youth improvement, community engagement, and proving that local government meetings, in fact, can be exciting. As Secretary of Kane County Young Republicans, she's mastering the art of diplomacy, one coffee-fueled discussion at a time. And, of course, we've had Elliot Serrano, the L Train, Chicago's resident geek extraordinaire, making a career out of knowing way too much about comics and movies and pop culture and wrestling.
Thank you for throwing in that last part. Yeah.
And as a writer and commentator, he dissects nerdy debates with precision of Batman and the wit of Spider-Man. He's practically living every comic book fan's dream, minus the radioactive superpowers. Michael says it's hard to stay in the middle because what I'm hearing is what sounds like you want to be in the middle. Yeah, I am in the middle. I try to stay there as much as possible. There's only one thing here that I follow, and that's the one thing that I took an oath to when I was in the Navy, and that's it. And look, I don't care if you've got a D, an R, or anything like that. I identify as a person who took an oath to this. So I wasn't there for oath breaking day, I guess. I skipped town or something. And honestly, I play D&D, but I never liked the Oathbreaker characters. So I also stay away from that too. Yeah, I mean, the reason we live in a republic there, Michael, the reason that people are called Republicans is because of this. Our republic, everybody who's not, well, what am I talking about? We're not on the AM radio. You're all on YouTube. It's the Constitution. It does have a nice Declaration of Independence from my boy, Tommy J. But thanks a lot for being here, Council, and thank you. I'm sorry, panel, Council. No.
I'm going to need counseling after this.
Exactly. This has been it. Apolitical Talk Show right here, WRMN. Thank you very much for jumping in for yet another 90 minutes. Wow. Of Apolitical Talk Show after dark, or what do we do?
We kept it clean too. There was a time.
Now's your chance. Now's your chance. Here you go. You want to say something bad?
Mother.
See, we couldn't do it.
I can't.
That's okay. Hey, sorry for the warning. I guess it wasn't necessary, but it made you watch.
It will be.
Thanks for listening. Thanks for being a part of the show. And listen to more Apolitical Talk Show Monday through Friday starting at 4. We got David Tees on Tuesdays. Elliot Serrano sprinkles in every once in a while when we need some more dedication to a particular topic. And then, of course, we've got Cecilia Brooks here joining us for Free Speech Friday. More Apolitical Talk Show coming up, more different things like this to make sure that we deliver it to you. Like some people in the chat, and I hope many people have discovered, listen long enough, you won't necessarily like what we say. But if you listen long enough, you might like something that we say. So that's the whole point of it is it's only propaganda if you don't like the truth. I mean, honestly, think about who's not telling you the truth. is really where we can all agree on that side. Thanks for listening. Thanks for being a part of the show. We'll see you next Friday for Free Speech Friday.